Ha ha ha, this is great. He still wanted us to take the blame yet got himself deeper into this mess. Bright and early, Fiend Yang laughed from his small courtyard to his heart's content. The other two fiends behind him were enjoying themselves as well. Shuofan came in and saw them with a quirky look. What got you so excited? Hee. Ecstatic is more like it. Fiend Yang snickered. What about the brats? Are they coming out? I want to share the excellent news. I'm enough for your showing off. I made the brats place barriers and meditate. They just advanced and need time to stabilize. Ha ha ha, right. That's very considerate of you since we are men always going forward to greater challenges. A mere lower 3-sex stage can no longer hold us. Fiend Yang was exuberant. Steward Zhua, do you know what we did this morning? Shuofan shook his head. Don't know, don't care. The most you could do is be called out regarding yesterday's affair. Ugh. Fiend Yang shrugged. You sure have a knack for pissing people off. You can tell what's going on, yet what comes out of your mouth is denial. You've taken all the fun out of it. Ha ha ha. Fiend Yang. There's nothing you can show off to him that gets him excited. Go ahead and just tell him what happened, or I'll do it myself. Fiend Yin chuckled. Fiend Yang was frantic in refusing. No, I'll be the one to say it. The only way to feel good about it is if I do it myself. The others chuckled at his attitude like he was relating some monumental news. The punk loves nothing more than to run his mouth. Let him give it a spin. This morning we were woken up by a rude voice. Coming out we see a middle-aged man in shabby clothes. He looked completely average, yet his power was out of his world. Fiend Yang started spinning the events into a fairy tale. Zhuofan's face twitched. Get to the point already. It was Double Dragon Manor's errand boy coming to get us to have the ruckus of yesterday be explained. Fiend Yang's face sank, grumbling. Can't you sympathize with a fellow storyteller for once? One has to set the mood first, yet you have to squish it at the bud. Zhuofan shook his head, finally getting why all of the demon-scheming sex elders and venerables feared him relaying any kind of news. He just loved spinning tall and longer tales. Seeing Zhuofan's unfazed, Fiend Yang continued after a pause. We followed him to the stage, now in ruins, desolate and in solitude. But just when the interest faded, two figures inspiring dignity and power stood there, making our hearts quake. The point. Zhuofan's mouth twitched. And didn't I only knock down a wall or something? How is that a ruin? Fiend Yang gave a hateful wave. Fine. Since you don't like my artistic skill, I'll use it elsewhere. We were called today to see the exalted double dragons along with the judge and beast-taming sex remaining sole elder. They questioned us to get to the bottom of what happened. The exalted double dragons in person? Zhuofan faltered. Fiend Yang nodded. With the lower 3-sex stage making such a scene, their presence was obvious. The two were most shocked too. In the end, they decided to oversee the rest of the lower 3-sex stage, so you won't poke any more holes in it, ha ha ha. The exalted double dragons came to see you in particular. This is a great honor. Fiend Yin nodded. Zhuofan found it strange though. That's how the event got cleared up? What else did you expect? I said to them that your opponent on stage was Wuxia and you attacked him. The beast-taming sect disciples beneath it were drawn into the attack. But it is not our fault they died. This was where the judge came in and spoke the facts as well. The exalted double dragons are models of fairness and would not accuse us for nothing. Fiend Yang said like it was obvious. Zhuofan was pensive. How did Elder Lu take it? What do you think? But no matter how he tried to run his mouth and spin it in his favor, the exalted double dragon wouldn't hear it. All that matters is strength. Everyone who came to Double Dragon Gathering was prepared to suffer heavy losses. Though his case was being wiped out to the last man. Ha ha ha. Fiend Yang's unbridled laughter bellowed out. Oh, he also said we lied to him, that we did not show you when they came to challenge our elites, saying that you're not from our sect. But then I got so pissed and shouted at him we're laborers. You should have seen the dumb look on his face. Then he started accusing sect leader of lowering himself to such demeaning tricks. The exalted double dragons got annoyed by his ranting and said to him to go find himself a new body before he faded away. Ha ha ha. I bet he's pissed even now. The rest laughed as well. The unlucky Elder Lu had no say in it at all. Though he is right about one thing, our sect leader is despicable. They all eyed each other and cracked up again. Shuafan, this is bad. Someone took Xianxia. The four jerked and saw Princess Yongning running over in a panic. This girl again? Wasn't she the one to congratulate you yesterday? Now she had her other friend taken. Fiend Yang raised an eyebrow. Who'd be dumb enough to do this in double dragon manner? Are they suicidal? Shuafan's heart tightened, helping Yongning steady herself in 2 quick steps. What happened? Shuafan, we just went out and some prince started hitting on us. Xianxia stopped them so I could call for help. She must be in their hands right now. Yongning was distraught, tears streaming down her eyes in panic. The fiends frowned. What ignorant wastrel would dare make a scene at Double Dragon Manor? Not even the kingdom dignitaries would try something. Moreover, you could have just asked any staff from Double Dragon Manor to interfere. Why come to us and so far away? Shuafan frowned. Shuafan, listen to me? Yongning sensed their disbelief and was in an even greater panic. Going by her expressions and pleadings, there was no way they were fake, especially the desperate eyes. Fiend Yang rolled his eyes. The girl must have been scared into losing her mind, making more sense than even me. I get it. We will go save Xianxia. Shuafan's eyes flashed. Fiend Yang was taken aback. You're still going, knowing it stinks? Shuafan ignored them as he grabbed Yongning's waist and flew away. Fiend Yang was left gaping, but Fiending patted his shoulder. It's fine. The kid is far more conniving than you. If you can see the issue, so can he. He's going despite knowing? Fiend Yang chuckled then sighed. The punk has the biggest nerve I ever saw. The fiends returned to their rooms, no longer caring what happened to Shuafan. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, Xianxia laid peacefully with her eyes closed against a tree, like a sleeping beauty. She was surrounded by a blue barrier, with a blue butterfly 1 meter long flying around. Whoosh! Xianxia's eyes flashed open and one could see stars in them. A strange power ebbed around the area and the barrier shattered. Then she closed her eyes and slept. The butterfly shook and spoke in a very familiar tone. Who the hell is this girl? Why can't I enter her mind and take control of her? The most I managed is to get her unconscious. What the hell is this? It was none other than Elder Lu. When his body got wrecked, he did not show his true form, afraid someone might guess his power. Now he was hell-bent on revenge and would use all he had at his disposal. If the fiends were here, they'd be shocked. Because Elder Lu's soul form was very rare. A butterfly that trapped one's mind in endless hell. Dream butterfly. Whoosh! Shuafan brought an absent-minded Yongning above a stretch of forest, searching in the direction she pointed. He took you long enough. Once I tear you to pieces, I'll make sure to send these 2 brats after. Elder Lu snickered, venturing deep into the forest and vanishing after passing a tree. Only Xianxia remained, leaning on a tree in a peaceful sleep. Shuafan floated over the sea of trees while looking around, until Yongning pointed at a large tree. Look, it's Xianxia. Ha ha ha. You actually have sharper eyes than me. Shuafan chuckled as he went down. Let's go over there. Whoosh. Shuafan landed in an instant and saw that Xianxia was peacefully resting on the tree. Shuafan took Yongning closer, his eyes scanning every movement, every rustle, with an insidious grin. The two had yet to reach Xianxia when they felt the world flash before them, followed by a blue haze descending. The world faded away until only a completely empty space remained, white as far as the eye could see. Yongning next to him looked out of sorts, fading away as well. Only Shuafan remained. Illusion. Shuafan frowned and mocked. Figured it'll be a trap, since I picked no sign of any arrays around. Then this must be someone's doing. Ha ha ha. You jumped right in despite knowing? Brat, your arrogance knows no bounds. An aged voice sounded and Zhuofan smirked. Elder Lu? Aren't you the least bit ashamed as an ethereal stage expert to use two little girls as bait? Elder Lu deflected. And? With you being in the double dragon manor and 3 venerables around you, the only choice was to use my head. I noticed yesterday you were quite close to these two, so I had bewildered their minds to draw you out. But what the hell is wrong with one of them? No matter what I tried, she refused to obey me. Oh, that's Xianxia. Zhuofan nodded, totally chill about it as he took his time to explain. She is the holy maiden of Tianyu, expert in piercing the veil of fate and any mind tricks. Coming at her with illusions is like putting a target on your head. Elder Lu exclaimed. So that's why. I've heard Tianyu had some strange clans. Now I see they're anything but normal. But kid, why are you telling me all this? Don't you care if I take her away and turn her into my guinea pig? As if the dead can't research shit. Zhuofan's mouth took his trademark evil smile. I told you all this because I know you'll keep it a secret. The dead are known to be the best in the business. Elder Lu cracked up. You sure know how to talk big. Now that I have you right where I wanted you, you think you can just take my life. Hi. I got your body, didn't I? Taking your soul as well. I would hardly break a sweat. Large and colorful wings spread from Zhuofan's back, sending a hazy glow. Old coot, you should know by now that no illusion could ever come close to reality. My sea phantom wings will send you into an illusion as well the moment you enter their haze and break your own illusion. Zhuofan flapped his wings, sending the haze for Elder Lu, who mocked. Damn brat, you're like a brainless monkey with all the right skills. The sea phantom wings are rare, yes, but they only affect the body. I am just a soul, so it does not work on me. Ha. Zhuofan frowned, having just noticed this flaw as well. So he withdrew the wings, his right hand flashing red instead. Humph. No illusion is real. But this fist of mine couldn't be more true. An illusion is set up based on the reality surrounding us. I'll just ruin the place around us and see how your illusion will crumble along with it. Zhuofan's eyes flashed, his red hand glowing brighter, as he punched the ground. Boom! The earth quaked and then settled soon after. The red glow, Zhuofan, was blown away and sent flying, spitting blood as he flew. Ha. Had enough? No matter how much brawn you have, there's no way you'll ever break my illusion. Elder Lu cackled again. Zhuofan stood back up, shaking his head in doubt. Can't be, the recoil has to be an illusion. My fist had to have ruined the ground. A few more punches and the illusion should fall apart. No sooner said than done. Zhuofan started punching all over the place with boundless power. Yet every time the area he hit shook a bit, then turned the attack pack. In just 5 punches, Zhuofan was a sorry mess. He was so wounded one could hardly think he was human. Elder Lu snickered at the side, enjoying his struggle. No matter how strong you are, this time you're finished. This is my world. In here, I'm God. Looking like the very personification of the king of hell, Elder Lu was laughing at him. The space warped and turned, with Zhuofan's legs sticking into a pool of blood. Along with the howls and shrieks only ghosts could come up with, thousands upon thousands of specters came at Zhuofan. They were hideous and bloody, with eyes flashing with cruelty and bloodthirst. Zhuofan, give me back my life. Zhuofan, give me back my life. There were many among those specters that Zhuofan had killed before, now coming to take his life. Zhuofan squinted and cried, Impossible. This is an illusion. I will just break you again to pieces. Zhuofan roared and tried to punch again, only to find his arm was caught. Zhuofan looked back to see the ghosts crawling over him and chewing on his arm. The incredible Qilin arm was gnawed out completely, bone and all. Zhuofan shook his head in disbelief. No, this can't be happening in an illusion. This isn't real. True, it's an illusion. But when someone dies in an illusion, they die in the real world as well. Ha. Elder Lu cackled with unbridled joy. Zhuofan roared as he felt the bites on his body. Then the pain, yet could do nothing to stop it. Watching his body eaten alive one bite at a time. He found to his despair that he was sinking in the pool of blood until it swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Xuefan was just standing there with his eyes closed. There was a deep frown on his face as he winced in pain. His legs shook yet could not budge from their spot. A blue butterfly floated around him, covering him in a hazy glow while laughing like mad. Dumb boy. You were wrong from the start. My soul is that of the dream butterfly. I send people into nightmares, not illusions. No matter what you're trying to do, nothing will help, because I am in control of your nightmare. In that world, I am God. Go ahead. Fight as hard as you like. It won't help you at all. The fist in the dream is not the same as reality. The only thing that connects you to reality is life. If you die in the dream, you die out here as well. But even that is under my control. I will make you go through a world of suffering for killing my sex disciples. Ha ha ha. Too bad you'll never succeed. A chuckle sounded in his ears. He shook all over as the dream butterfly turned to the body whose mind was now stuck in a nightmare. He cried, "Why, you're awake? I never fell asleep to begin with." The pain on his face eased and relaxed, replaced with Xuefan's smirk. Dream butterfly is a truly rare soul form, good at catching the other off guard. A shame you had to face me, your bane. Elder Lu looked everywhere, to find the blue haze of his still on. No way. You're telling me you woke up from my nightmare? Ha ha ha. Haven't you been listening? I said I never even fell asleep. Xuefan grinned, and his figure faded away. Elder Lu gasped in fright. Another Xuefan not far away from here was leaning on a tree, laughing to himself. His right eye had 3 golden halos flashing, while around the dream butterfly that was Elder Lu, there was an invisible barrier that rippled now and then. Divine Eye of the Void's 3rd stage, Mirage World. As he said this in his mind, the halos took a bizarre glow. The world around Elder Lu was shaking as the bright sky turned dark and a blood moon like a huge eye crept higher and higher. It released an eerie glow as it overlooked all creation. Elder Lu gasped, his heart tensing. This is an illusion. You mean to tell me I was the one who fell for it? Hi. You guessed it, old coot. A sinister cackle came from above the clouds. Even before you unleashed your nightmare, I caught you in my illusion. Just like you said, this is my world, and the one to die is you. Ha ha ha. Elder Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. When did you find out I was hiding? You don't need to know. Xuefan watched the panicking butterfly from afar with a twisted smile. The blood infant let out some creepy and sharp giggle as well as it floated down on his shoulder, and the two snickered together. To be fair, when Yongning pointed out this place, Xuefan had sent Blood Infant ahead to scout, and lo and behold, Elder Lu lay in wait. So he set up his own snare, using his power of Mirage World to create an illusion there so that it only looked like he arrived there, while in fact he was over here. Elder Lu took it as if his prey bought the bait and sprung the trap, never realizing Mirage World had taken hold of him in his moment of elation. From the start, everything went as Xuefan planned. Elder Lu only lived a fantasy in his illusion. Roar. The earth shook violently and draconic roars broke the tranquility of the forest. With a loud explosion, the earth was torn apart as hundreds of dragons shot into the sky. Elder Lu was overwhelmed, trembling in fear. Xuefan taunted, Elder Lu, no matter how great your nightmare is, it's damn useless without a target. While in my Mirage World, it's nigh impossible to escape it. Ha ha ha. What do you want? Elder Lu tensed, flustered and cornered. Xuefan snickered. Picking up where you left off, only this time to you. Didn't you say something like any that died in a dream or illusion died in the real world as well? You best hold on tight and try to hold on through the torture, or your soul would just fly away. Wouldn't that be funny? Ha ha ha. You dare. The soul shook as he cursed. You dare kill someone in the double dragon manner? Humph. Since you could, why can't I? If you wanted me dead, I can't very well not return the favor. Now can I? Xuefan's tone grew louder. Old coot. Have a taste of being gnawed at by thousands of dragons for a change. Roar. Inside the illusion, the countless dragons roared at the sky as they converged on Elder Lu. Elder Lu gasped and turned to run away. But where? He only got 3 meters away as a dragon took a large bite out of his wing. Next came the others, biting from all over, and tearing his soul to pieces. Elder Lu felt his end was nigh, howling in pain. Ah! The dream butterfly shook harder and harder and let out a wail of despair and agony. Xuefan just kept on watching with a vile smile plastered on his face. Having formed the Heaven Dragon Soul, his soul was stronger than when he was in Tianyu. The last time he pulled this off on a peak radiant stage, all he managed to do was to trap him. While now he was actually having an easy time destroying an ethereal stage expert. Looking closer, he could tell based on soul strength alone that Elder Lu was in the 4th layer ethereal stage, who could do nothing against him, as helpless as a babe. He was confident this power would let him have an easy time around the average experts, despite still not being quite there to go wherever he wanted through the Western lands. At the very least, the common elders and venerables of a sect could do nothing to him. Xuefan laughed at that. Aren't I perhaps a little too strong for my age? Those old geezers can't hold a candle to me. Ha ha ha. In his narcissistic moment of vanity, a voice came from behind. Oh, you caught Lu so easy? Ha ha ha, he got what was coming to him. Kid, you got some skills. I see now how you wiped out his sex team. By the looks of it, the lower 3 sex stage is too small for you to show your stuff. Xuefan squinted and cried. Whipping around, he saw an old man with black hair. Those deep eyes were fixed on him, bearing a faint smile. Whoosh. The shock had broken Xuefan's concentration on the illusion, and Elder Lu's soul was left gasping on the ground from that endless torture. Xuefan had no time to mind a nobody, getting his guard up around this old man. To come at me from behind yet still not notice him speaks volumes of his power. The vibe he got from him was the same way he felt around Dan Qingxin. They had to be on the same level. To be on the same ground as the best in Western lands told Xuefan he wasn't one to mess around with. So he cupped his hands. May I ask Senior Dash? Exalted He Ran? Exalted He Ran barely lifted his weary head and lit up seeing the old man. Exalted, you arrived in the nick of time. This boy dared to attempt murder in the Double Dragon manner. Please exact punishment. Exalted. Xuefan raised an eyebrow. Exalted He Ran? Ha ha ha. Correct. Elder Lu mocked, finding a shoulder to lean on. Damn kid. You're finished. You don't even know the great Exalted He Ran? Then let me put it another way so that your puny mind can understand. He is one of the exalted double dragons, the peak of demonic cultivation in Western lands. Exalted He Ran. Exalted double dragon? Xuefan squinted and gasped, looking at the old man in shock. He was one of the 2 exalted double dragons the Western lands saw as the strongest after Dan Qingxin left. Exalted He Ran chuckled and waved it off. Kid, there's no need to panic. I did not come for you. In fact, I came to help you. But from what I saw, my help wasn't required. Ha ha ha. What? Elder Lu gasped. Exalted sir. He broke Double Dragon Manor's rules. How can? Shut it. Exalted He Ran's eyes turned sharp as he stared him down. Elder Lu, you take me for a fool? Why did you kidnap those girls then? He pointed at the unconscious Shuang'er and Yongning leaning on a tree. Exalted He Ran snorted. We have come to a decision regarding yesterday's incident at the lower 3 sex stage. Yet you dare disobey Double Dragon Manor's rules just to pursue some petty vendetta? Ignorant mongrel, we treat the sex with courtesy out of respect, not trample them for their weaknesses. Exalted He Ran snapped at Elder Lu, who shook and stammered. But, whoosh. Exalted He Ran merely flicked and a ball of air shot at Elder Lu's soul, bursting it to pieces, now gone from this world. That was all it took for Exalted He Ran to kill Elder Lu. It was so fast that not even Xuefan could react. I thought I told you to shut up. Yet you still go on yapping? His cold eyes roamed over the soul wisps. Zhuofan felt a shiver down his back. Facing this exalted double dragon left him feeling meek and powerless. Exalted Ren turned a bright smile to him after sizing him up. You truly are a marvel. So much power for someone so young. How fortunate for Western lands. You're even better than that disciple we had to expel. Senior, you're too kind. Zhuofan's eyes darted everywhere. Expelled disciple? Is that Dan Xingxian? It has to be. Though the question was, did Exalted Ran say that with joy or anger? If it was the latter, would it not mean the Exalted would take it out on him? Though if he was still fond of the old master and disciple bond, the joy might be greater and Zhuofan could keep his poor little life. So which is it? Looking straight at Exalted Ran, he was feeling anxiety, unable to discern if the smile was a sneer or one of cherishing. Ha ha ha, kid. No need to fret. I told you I wasn't here for you. And you saw how I killed the old thing for you, so it can't be any more obvious that I'm on your side. Exalted Ran chuckled at Zhuofan's stumped look. Zhuofan did not dare to believe him just yet. Until he had a grasp on the Exalted's character, he would keep his guard up. And besides, the old man was a demonic cultivator on top. Every man out there knew demonic cultivators were weirdos. What if the Exalted liked to toy with people, then get you once your guard was down? It had nothing to do with strength but character. So Zhuofan was just as respectful, while on high alert for any of his gestures. Thank you for saving me, Exalted. I told you already, I came to help, but it turned out to be for nothing. Fine, you're one cautious kid. Exalted Ran noticed Zhuofan did not unclench and knew he was on guard. Zhuofan said, Exalted sir, may I take my leave? Zhuofan got the girls under his arms, ready to get the hell out. Come back. Exalted Ran was annoyed by his attitude. Am I that scary to run away in panic? Exalted sir, didn't you say you came to help me? Now that you saved me and the culprit is dead, what more would sir want from me? Zhuofan spoke casually. Exalted Ran rolled his eyes and nodded. Kid, you just want to run away? I came to protect you and you want to leave? You think that's proper? Ugh, Exalted sir. It's you who said you came for nothing. Regardless if you acted or not, I could take care of myself. So, thank you for your concern, sir, but I can't return the favor. Zhuofan got more confident the more he read Exalted Ran's character. He figured out the old man came for him specifically and with a job in mind. Why else would he nag on and on about saving him? They decided on this course of action, but could not just spill it either. Exalted Ran's eyes lit up and said, I helped you deal with Elder Lu, so that would mean I helped you in turn. It's not meddling at all. Think about it, if he died by your hand, you'd offend beast-taming sect. But since I did it, I carried out the rules and the beast-taming sect can't say anything. Yet they'll still take it out on me. So what's the difference? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Unless you level beast-taming sect, then we have nothing to talk about, and can't return the favor. Exalted Ran's face twitched in anger. Ha ha ha. I did not let our precious disciple do it when he wanted to do the same to stabilize Western lands, and you think I'll do it for you? Then there's no favor to return. Bye. Zhuofan waved him off and ran. But Exalted Ran snapped. Hold it. Get back here. I am not done talking. Zhuofan spun around, beaming back with a broad smile and a straight back. Here it comes. Let's see why you really came for me. On any other day someone came to him for a job, he'd made sure to get the other party's weakness. No matter how tougher the other was than him, he'd control the negotiations. Seeing Zhuo changing tunes at the drop of a hat, Exalted Ran frowned and laughed. Kid, can you cut the act? I'm not asking you the world anyway, just to give you a ban. You are not to fight in the lower 3 sects and middle 3 sects stages. That is all. Ugh. Zhuofan cocked his head. That's it? And you decided this by yourselves without asking me? Ha ha ha. You think we'd consult with a junior? Exalted Ran sighed. No rule can be overcompensating. The Double Dragon Gathering had always received the other 9 sects' approval. What is more important is the fact it was conducted with fairness. How else would we gain the trust of every power in Western lands? The populace would be in a mess and the Western lands in chaos. Even though you had made no mistake, we had to put you under this ban without any real grounds. Or it will affect our reputation. You're just too damn strong, going way over the limit of even what a middle three-sex genius could do. If you go out there, they won't step on the stage and we won't get to measure the sex potential. It will lose its meaning. That is why we wish for you to withdraw from these stages. It will only be until the superior three-sex fight. The demon scheming sect would be lost without you in that stage. Shuafan raised an eyebrow. How do you know we aimed for being a superior three sect? Ha ha ha. All of demon scheming sect's sex strength are qualified for it. Exalted Hei Ran laughed. Shuafan's frown deepened. He was not hesitating because he was afraid for those disciples in getting to the superior three-sex battles. You pegged him all wrong. He was pondering how to fleece this great expert before him of some goodies. Exalted Hei Ran scratched his beard, sneering. I've known for some time of Lu's plan. I did not act because I wanted to see what you were capable of. And just like that elder said, you're a monster through and through. You are a threat to the lower three-sex. Something that should not exist. Exalted sir, are you threatening me? Shuafan cut him off. As an exalted of the double dragon manner, you can just strike at any sex disciples as you want? An exalted could not, but Elder Lu's hatred for you ran deep, even laying a trap to kill you. And then the double dragon manner found out the truth, so we executed him on the spot, giving you justice. So you tell me if Humph. That does sound quite logical. Shuafan gnashed his teeth and nodded. Fine, I agree. I won't be joining any of the following fights. Shuafan grabbed the girls and was gone. Exalted Hei Ran nodded. Ha ha ha. The kid is a sneaky one. I planned on appealing to his human nature to return the favor, but I still had to threaten him in the end. Exalted Hei Ran sighed, then shouted. This is about Double Dragon Manor's honor. I don't want a word of this getting out. Not to worry, your filthy affairs are safe with me. Having a clue how the Double Dragon Manor operated. Shuafan didn't give a damn about their reputation and started cursing them out loud. Since you love preaching justice so much, I just have to stay clear of breaking your rules, and you can do nothing to me. Humph. Exalted Hei Ran got angry then chuckled. The kid is too smart for his own good. He was cautious to the extreme until he grasped the situation. Now that he did, he has no fear. He isn't one to be bogged down by trifles, his eyes ever looking at the bigger picture. But his temper does bear a striking resemblance to Shang's arrogance. Won't we be in a deep mess again? An aged voice said, and an old man with white hair appeared in front of Exalted Hei Ran. He was the other Exalted. Exalted Hei Ran's face twitched and sighed. By May, did we not handle Double Dragon Manor for the sake of the cultivators in Western lands? To make cultivation fair? So that those that could cultivate would be able to pursue enlightenment without worry. But as time passed, more and more people focus on resources, while true cultivators dwindle by the day. It happens to demonic cultivators and righteous cultivators. They have become too greedy and have forgotten the core principle of cultivation. As did we. For Western lands to be a fair place, we cast out our prized pupil. Thinking about it now, he and that girl's dream of creating a free world, was that not his path? Across the ages, the rare occurrence of someone with a clear pursuit appeared, and it happened to be our disciple. Yet why did we have to squash his aspiration? Maybe we no longer are the cultivators that did so anymore. Now we control Western lands as the exalted double dragon. Exalted by Mayside, we have changed as the Western lands changed. Exalted Hei Ran nodded. Unable to hold to our aspiration means forsaking the pursuit of Tao. We are nothing more than monarchs in the secular world. Ha ha ha. No wonder Sheng surpassed us so quickly. We hardly make a move in ages because we strayed farther from the true path. Now that we had met another such person, will we do the same thing again? Bai Mei remained silent. Being the highest power of Western lands, they were tied to its interests. Their duty was to protect Western lands' stability. No matter who posed a threat to it, they would dispose of it even if the whole of Western lands found them in the wrong. Just because they were the strongest exalted double dragons of Western lands. He Ran glanced at Bai Mei. If Shang returns, I want to give him the sword. Let him follow his aspirations. Bai Mei pondered for a bit, then nodded. 3 days later, once the shock died out from Zhuofan's punch and exalted double dragons ruling, the lower 3 sects stage resumed. Only this time it was just between 2 sects. Even so, the delegates from every nation looked more excited than ever. Zhuofan and Demon Scheming sect had given them a nice surprise, and the news spread like wildfire to other sects. To the point every sect was here when the fighting resumed, to this unprecedented grand occasion. Look, Demon Soul sect is here. Han Yunfeng came with a dozen other people, taking their seats with self-important attitudes. They even had their elders along. He didn't come with his brothers alone this time, since Zhuofan's power concerned his entire sect, while also letting his juniors see what they would have to face later on. They just took their seats when another cry came. The new group came right for them. In the lead was a guy with a wide smile. That's the strongest middle 3 sect, Sword God sect. One Tao. Han Yunfeng squinted and fixed his eyes on the leader, the nice and elegant young master, whose smile never seemed to fall, looked over with sharp eyes, the only feature of his face that changed. Yet the same eyes sent fear in any that met them. Second young master Han cried, Gentle Sword Wen Tao? He's actually in the 4th layer ethereal stage. Not even outdone by the geniuses of the superior 3 sections. He is another genius, the adversary in our generation. Han Yunfeng huffed. In other words, if Zhuofan had been out of the picture, they would be focusing on Wen Tao, the best talent in the middle 3 sects. He acted like Han Yunfeng's hostility wasn't even there, laughing as he cupped his hands. Young Master Han, it's been a while, and I see you made progress to the 2nd layer of ethereal stage. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. Are you mocking me? Is that it? You who have 2 layers over me. Han Yunfeng was outraged. Wen Tao waved him off. Oh, you misunderstand me so. I was being honest here. I heard you were here when the lower 3 sects fought 3 days ago. Is that kid that got the exalted to come for really that amazing? Will he be a threat to us? Humph, watch, and you'll see. Han Yunfeng refused to answer him. Wen Tao scratched his nose, looking at him with glum. I was only asking. No need to be so petty about it. Like I don't have any other means of knowing. Wen Tao pulled a stern youth over. Junior brother, tell them of your relation to that guy. I am Xia Tianshang, from Tianyu. I once fought alongside Zhua. His face was as grave as before, his eyes flashing. Zhuofan would have flipped his lid if he knew. The hell are you doing here when you should be helping out Luo Alliance back in Tianyu? Wen Tao laughed, his face all smug like, see that? I have way more info than you. How about an exchange? Han Yunfeng's reply was a sneer. Look, Heaven Trailing Sect is here. Another cried. Wasn't Heaven Trailing Sect the head of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects? We should be asking them for info on the Demon Scheming sect. Wen Tao's eyes darted around, waving Han Yunfeng off as he went for Heaven Trailing Sect. Forgive me. We'll be leaving now. We'll talk later. Ha ha ha. Han Yunfeng's face sank. Second young Master Han was stunned. Is Wen Tao really the best genius from the middle 3 sects? He doesn't look like much. Just your average scholar. You know nothing. Han Yunfeng snapped. Wen Tao is called Gentle Sword because he is a wolf in sheep's clothing. One that uses a heavy hand with a soft touch. You never fought him, so you don't know his style, his scholarly air hiding a savage beast. He combines 2 sword styles in one, which is why is called Gentle Sword, for being gentle on the outside while hiding a sword behind. Finding out you were taken out in the gentlest way is the worst. Dazzling and beautiful is what hides the power of his strikes. Shuddering on the inside, second young Master Han gasped. Get lost. Han Yunfeng's group smiled. Superior 3 sects are here as well. The kid's strength touched every one of the sections. All are here to see him. They must all feel threatened. Ha ha ha. Under the shock of all, Yan brought Hellion Flame's disciples to his seats. Even Elder Xianxia was here. The people darted out of the way, not wanting to curb their lives short. You saw him, right? Is he that strong? Why else would there be so many people here? How is he compared to Brother Yen? Air. Hellion Flame's disciples were all asking the only one who had seen Zhuofan in action. But when it came to this question, she was put on the spot, looking at Yan Mo for an answer. Yan Mo ahemed, and that was it. Ha ha ha. Yan Mo, it's been ages, right? How have you been? A lively voice came in time to save her from answering. Ultimate Clarity Sect. Wu Qingqiu. Yan Mo squinted, turning to the group coming over, with a youth in blue leading them. Yan Mo cupped his hands leisurely and then mocked. So the great best talent in Western lands knows fear after all. Are you scared the kid is going to steal your precious title? Ha ha ha, not at all. Ultimate Clarity Sect focuses on clarity. Being free and elegant, to not let fame and fortune weigh us down. The title means nothing to me. You are welcome to take it if you want to. Humph, I will do just that once I beat you. Saying this now is like mocking me. Yan Mo glared. Wu Qingqiu sighed. That is hardly my intention. Today's fame might be another's tomorrow's. Why should one even care? Moreover, the new always replaces the old. In this world, one cannot just keep his position forever. Wu Qingqiu glanced over at the youth in gray next to him. Yan Mo squinted at the youth. Then he felt his heart thumping, feeling danger for some odd reason. What the hell? Who on earth is he? Why do I feel so scared? The youth met Yan Mo's shocked eyes and smiled, cupping his hands. I am Yi Lin, Zhuofan's only rival. No one else is worthy. Yan Mo shook to the bone, staring at the youth, yet nothing came out of his mouth. He was so overwhelmed he couldn't even retort. Just like how a beast would meet the king of beasts and would instantly bow down. This was a feeling not even Zhuofan gave him. His scalp felt numb and soaked, his heart frantic. The unshakable fear shocked him even more as to who this guy was. The world's justice can only come from us. Righteous sect. A shout announced the coming of a dozen disciples in yellow, strutting on the scene like they owned the place. The leader was an imposing and charismatic man, tall and sturdy. When a demon rises, my justice shall prevail it. I, Zhao Dezhu, will grasp victory. Wu Qingqiu's face twitched watching them strut and sighed. This has always been universal righteous sect style, zealous in its bigotry, taking it upon itself to purge demons from this world. Now that it knew the demon-scheming sect had reared its head, they came to destroy them. Hump. Purge demons? The last of the superior three sects always ends up losing against my Hellion Flame. Yet they dare preach about purging demons. Yan Mo mocked. Universal righteous sect only knows how to run their mouths. Zhao Dezhu? Who on earth can he take on? Wu Qingqiu laughed and nodded. With his narrowed righteous path, he can't hold anyone on it. Not to mention, Exalted Heiran is also a demonic cultivator, ha ha ha. Whoosh! The judging elder appeared on stage, his presence demanding silence. He bowed to no one and said, Please take your seats, Exalted. Whoosh! The Exalted Double Dragon appeared in their highest seats and the crowd bowed at once. Bai Mei waved. No need for courtesy, people. Are the participating sects present? Mystical Heaven Sect and Demon Scheming Sect's disciples. Enter. The judge nodded and shouted. The two sects' disciples walked in, with everyone's gazes fixed on the one leading the Demon Scheming Sect's team. Yet Zhuofan did not go on stage, opting to go to the Demon Scheming Sect's resting area and plop his butt down. The crowd started. Then Zhuofan lifted a finger and with a flash, words appeared on the wall. Witness the peak and the pinnacle me, gathering geezers 3 by 3. The wine shall be endless. All night we could revel. If only there was one who could get on my level. Such crass. The disciples of all sects glared in fury, while Universal Righteous Sect was positively berserk about it. Zhao Dezhu even rained down profanities. Accursed demonic degenerate? Where do you come from talking like this? My universal righteous sect will crush you where you stand, pulverize your every cell. The other sects, who on a good day would be revolted by universal righteous sect's incessant and unsound zealotry, had to agree with them on this point with a most outstanding thumbs up. The punk is too outrageous. He needs some sense beaten into him. Hard. Wu Qingqiu chuckles. He won't fight yet wrote those taunting words. He wants everyone to fight him. Witness the peak and the pinnacle, me, gathering geezers 3 by 3. The wine shall be endless. All night we could revel. If only there was one who could get on my level. I am ready, having set the wine, so throw your pesky ants at me if you got what it takes. I'll take them all on. Yilin translated the lines. Senior brother. That's his intent. Wu Qingqiu nodded. Ha ha ha. Who can get on my level? Junior brother won't go on stage unless there's someone challenging him. But you won't be drinking wine with him, instead you'll have to endure all he gives you. Alas, now all sex experts are itching to put him in his place. Just as he said, when Tao and the others exploded with bloodthirst. Yan Mo noticed as well, but he disdained having already fought with Shuofan. Who among them will make it? It'll be easy to get him on stage, but to fight him? Wu Qingqiu, even you'll have a hard time. Wu Qingqiu gave him a deep look, his heart tense. It was a first to see this proud man say such words. Then he smiled. That hardly matters. What's important is that we have someone to fight him. Wu Qingqiu patted Yilin with a vague smile. Yilin did not mind, his eyes fixed on Shuofan. Shuofan shuddered and looked among the crowd, searching. Him. The two's eyes finally met. This feeling of meeting an age-long enemy filled them with the joy of reunion, hostility, and thirst for battle. I'll wait for you on the superior 3-sex stage. Yilin mouthed. Shuofan's brow shook and nodded. Yan Mo shuddered, noticing their fixed gazes. This only happened among people of similar power. It only proved that this guy was as strong as Shuofan, if not stronger. Yan Mo's heart felt heavy as he sighed. Curses. Another abomination cropped up. The exalted double dragons chuckled on the inside. This kid is more outrageous than Shang by a mile. I told him he can't go on stage yet, and the brat set the stage for others to do it for him, and all by merely taunting the other 8 sections. Such dauntless courage had them admiring him. Only a man with true aspiration can pursue the truth. By May. Is he good for Double Dragon Manor now? Ha ha ha, more than good. Exalted by May took out a roster and wrote Shuofan on the very distant line. And so, the first candidate for Double Dragon Manor's disciples was set. Let the drawing begin. The judge brought the boxes with numbers back, unaware of the Exalted's agreement with Shuofan. Demon scheming sect? You only have 9 fighters? What's the point of all fighting against them? Fiend Yang mocked. Mystical Heaven sect gnashed their teeth in hatred. They're after us. Unaware Fiend Yang and his disciples' brains were mush. Ever since Shuofan came back with the girls, he decided all by himself that he would not go up there unless the challenger was worth his time. This stumped the 3 venerables. They did not force the issue, since even without Shuofan, their team had enough oomph to get them through most fights. Who the hell was strong enough to fight him anyway? That would mean one of your fights will be a forfeit and -2 points on the evaluation. The judge reminded, leaving beast taming sex incident aside, Mystical Heaven sex fight would be an automated win. That would make their score equal to yours at 20 points. It's fine. Like a true big shot, Fiend Yang did not care and laughed. Let them have those measly points, we'll just get them back with interest. We'll win the remaining 18 points and that is that. 18 versus 2 points would hardly make a difference in the long run. Mystical Heaven sex team was itching to punch Fiend Yang into the ground. Though all they could do was sigh. They do have the power to back it up. Only Elder Yun squinted with an insidious plan cooking in his eyes. The judge shook his head. Since you're so great, please draw first. Each sex disciple got his opponent in no time. But looking at the lineup, Elder Yun lit up. Good, we might still have a chance. Qingqing, I'll propose a 4-on-4 fight to the judge, so you can use the formation you're most familiar with. You need to pay attention to Wuxia the most, the other three won't matter. Chu Qingcheng tightened her grip on the sword and nodded. Fiend Yang was frowning. Taiying, Kuei Gang, you'll be up against their strongest fighters. The odds aren't certain of success. Then there's Jade Sword Fairy Shui Ruohua, the leader of Mystical Heaven Sect's Four Swords, in the 9th layer Radiant stage. Kuei Gang, can you handle it? No problem, we are geared up. Kuei Gang sounded a bit forced but was not going to back down. Fiend Yang shook his head and sneered. And you think they aren't? Shui Ruohua's Dipper Sword is a 7th grade spiritual weapon. In the end, it'll come down to strength after all. Ugh. Kuei Gang paused. Shuofan smiled. It's fine since we have 6 in the ethereal stage. We just need 6 wins and you 3 losing won't matter. Yes, master. Kuei Gang and Yuer lit up, relaxing. Fiend Yang rolled his eyes. Speaking of, our odds would be the best if a certain big shot would go up there. Wouldn't you think? What am I supposed to do after being threatened? Shuofan rolled his eyes. He could not just spill the beans on this or the exalted double dragons would wipe them all out. That would mean breaking their rules and, while not important, it affected their name. Western Land's strongest reputation had more weight than thousands upon thousands of lives. Shuofan kept mum about it, taking upon himself the role of the arrogant bastard and waving them to get a move on. Don't hold back. Crush these ingrates. Fiend Yang roared. Demon Scheming Sect's team went forward with cold smiles, filled with the intent to kill. Mystical Heaven Sect's side felt a chill on their backs. Bam! Qi Chonglong struck once and sent a Mystical Heaven Sect disciple out of bounds and out of this world. The judge shouted. The first fight goes to the Demon Scheming Sect. The Mystical Heaven Sect's team's face fell. They could feel the Demon Scheming Sect was out for their blood. They must be pissed for throwing them away earlier. Young Master Qi, what are you doing? Who told you to cut it so short? You're supposed to torture them. Grind their bodies until they'll think again about crossing us. Fiend Yang raved as Qi Chonglong came off the stage. Qi Chonglong shrugged. Sorry, I'm not a sicko with weird hobbies. Shit, and you call yourself a demonic cultivator? Where's your passion, the drive? Fiend Yang sighed. I have none. Bai Lian came over, patting his shoulder and walking on stage. She kept it just as brief and just as casual in taking the other's life and coming back down. I used to be like that, but not anymore, sorry. Gue, who in the 3rd match was much more reserved, no longer leaking his savagery all over the place. His heart was calmer as a result. He did not even kill his target, just send him off with a heavy wound. Coming back, he was met with Fiend Yang's baffled face. He shrugged. I didn't feel like doing it. What the hell does that mean? What's that got to do with killing? Fiend Yang was stumped. Shuofan smiled. Elder Yuan's teaching didn't go unheard. A tiger hunts with all its strength when it's hungry. So why go all out if the situation doesn't demand it? 4th match, Mystical Heaven Sect's Chu Qingqing against Demon Scheming Sect's Wuxia. The judge announced. Elder Yun jumped to his feet. Elder, Mystical Heaven Sect requests a 4-on-4 battle. 4. Fiend Yang started. Does that mean he has a formation for 4 people to use? When speaking of a sect's power, experts were valued, granted, but a formation, a combination of forces resulting in power beyond the sum of its part, was even more sought after. Thus Double Dragon Gathering came with an exception. The formation took priority, to observe its pros and cons. Double Dragon Gathering had a formation as well, for Scheming Demons and Impermanence 5 all practiced such types of arts. A pity they did not make the cut for Double Dragon Gathering. And this was Mystical Heaven Sect's sole chance for a comeback. A formation. Declare your formation. The judge turned to Elder Yun. Elder Yun bowed and presented a jade slip. This is the 4-element cycle array the sect leader had worked with hundreds of elders and venerable to create. It harnesses the power of the world, drawing on the elements to form a flawless domain in all directions. It requires 4 maidens of special and different constitutions to practice it, to harness the primal chaos, and combine yin and yang. When they join hands, nothing can stop them. I await your orders, Exalted. The judge vanished and reappeared high above on the stands, presenting the jade slip with a bow. Exalted Hay ran inspected it first, then gave it to Exalted by May with a smile. How curious. It's worth a look. If the might of the formation is adequate, it will be Western Land's fortune. Exalted by May nodded. The judge returned to the arena and flicked his hand. Mystical Heaven Sect is to prepare the formation. Demon Scheming Sect, present your fighters. Chu Qingcheng stepped on the stage with permafrost. Shui Ruohua took Danner and a girl in blue after her, all holding swords glinting in a different light. Fiend Yang's eyes shook, gnashing his teeth and turning around, to Taiying, Kuei Gang, and Yuer. What a blunder. It never occurred to me they'd have a formation. Double Dragon Gathering is the most susceptible to formations that can boost one's power. As long as a sect comes up with one, the Exalted will allow it. While the drawing of numbers determined the formation's opponents, coming forward to test it out. This was like a 4-on-4 battle. But unlike a disorganized team of 4, a formation would crush the opposition. Especially since they had Wuxia as the sole fighter in the ethereal stage, while the rest were in the radiant stage. Even a soul battle would be uncertain of success, now even more so. If the other side won this, they'd get 8 points, placing them right next to them at a tie. OL, Yun. Has this been your plan all along? Fiend Yang flared his nostrils and spat. Wuxia. It's all on you now. Show no mercy. No worry. Going easy isn't in my vocabulary. Hi. Wuxia's eyes glinted an eerie green, taking the other 3 radiant stage teammates on the stage. Cupping her hands, Shui Ruohua stepped out. It was our fault last time and I understand your resentment. But you killed 2 of our fellow disciples. Now you're begging for mercy. Ingrates? It's a little late for that. Wuxia cut her off with little care. Shui Ruohua was about to continue when Chu Qingcheng said, Senior Sister Ruohua, it's fine. In any case, fighting in the Double Dragon Gathering is unavoidable, regardless of grudges. Ha, you're not Steward Zhu's old friend for nothing, so you do get it. Though can I not go easy on you as well? Wuxia mocked. Watching Zhu fan from afar, with his stern and unfazed expression, Chu Qingcheng chuckled. You're afraid of him? It's fine. We already decided that we each have our own life and live with no remorse. Wuxia peeked at Zhu fan and eased up seeing his uncaring attitude. Doesn't look like he gives much damn about this chick. That suits me just fine. Wuxia snickered. Hope you won't hold it against me for striking the fairer sex. Wuxia's aura exploded with the might of the 3rd layer ethereal stage as a light green miasma shot for the girls. It's his soul attack. Get in formation. Shui Ruohua cried. Then Chu Qingcheng and the rest gathered around, holding their blades pointing downward as their edges flicked in a bizarre light show. With a humming sound, a barrier formed on the spot. The relentless force slammed into the barrier, yet it was akin to a breeze caressing a still lake, merely causing it to ripple. Wuxia was bug-eyed, not expecting a formation so simple to take on a soul attack. The crowd was just as astonished. It was common knowledge a radiant stage expert was nothing to an ethereal stage expert, yet to still fight back was more than a little bizarre. Exalted double dragons were impressed. This combination art has some value. Amidst all the shock the people felt, they failed to notice Zhu's face tensing the instant Wuxia's soul attack struck. He leaned forward and a golden halo flashed in his right eye, ready to come to the rescue. The instant he saw them fine and Chu Qingcheng bore the same calmness, he eased up. No matter what he said before Double Dragon Manor, that he and Chu Qingcheng had broken all ties, his heart could not bear it to see her suffer. The dissonance had his mind in a serious battle to follow his lone path or, damn Wuxia, he went for the kill. Zhu fan's thoughts switched to Wuxia, glaring at him. Change formation to sword cycle. The 4 girls split up, now standing in 4 positions and their swords shining. Strange energy came from around them, linking them together. Chu Qingcheng was the first to attack, going after Wuxia, 10 meters away. The coldness of her permafrost thickened with every step. Lucia's heart tense, feeling increasing danger, overwhelmed from shock. The four of them together are a threat to me. No way. He was in the ethereal stage. The fact the girls could take on a soul attack in the radiant stage, even with the formation, it was already praiseworthy. But threaten him? His instinct could not have been lying to him, though, as his brow got more sweaty with the increasing danger. Profound ranked martial art, blight. Wuxia struck a palm at the four girls, unleashing an all-encompassing thick green cloud in the form of a tornado as it made its way for them. It also contained his soul power. If it hit, the girls were done for. Shuofan tensed once again, but Chu Qingqing's icy eyes restored his peace of mind. This attack won't work on them. Chu Qingqing shouted, and the other girls pointed their swords at her. 3 rays of light shot into her body, and her permafrost shine grew many times over. Elements combine. Moon cutting cold edge. Whoosh! Chu Qingqing's slash released all its frigid power into the green tornado. With a resounding explosion, the green tornado was split apart, the frigid wave continuing unmarred for Wuxia. Wuxia was stumped that the 4 girls could attack him. He was so caught up in the moment that all he could do was resist the sword strike. Bam! Wuxia was flying, blood trailing behind him, and his hands now had a layer of ice on them. On impact, the frigid strike exploded around as well, damaging his 3 teammates. They had no chance as they got flung out of the stage and out of the fight. Fiend Yang held his head in helplessness. They knew the trio was useless, but there had to be a limit as to how much that was. It was fine even if they ended up as mere bystanders to Wuxia and the girls' fight, but get taken out by the aftershock. Talk about humiliation. This just proved the formation was deadly, bridging the gap between the radiant stage and the ethereal stage. Fiend Yang patted Shuofan's shoulder. It would have been best if you were there. Thank God I am not. Shuofan glanced at Chu Qingqing and chuckled. Fiend Yang picked up on it and his face fell. He pressed hard on his shoulder while cursing. You infatuated brat. Now I see it is best you didn't go up there, or you'd thrown in the match by now. The audience witnessed this impressive display with a gaped mouth. Exalted Double Dragon nodded as well, intrigued. The Double Dragon Manners candidates list came out once more. Only Wuxia picked himself off the floor with a pissed look. The 4-element cycle array blends primal chaos and the elements, excelling in both offense and defense. Even an ethereal stage expert's soul attack will only get neutralized in the cycle's power. It's truly mystical. Such fortune upon mystical heaven sect, who is a lower 3 sect, to create such a wondrous formation, ha ha ha. Wu Qingqiu praised. Yan Mo disdained. The formation is fancy enough, but so are its requirements. Not just anyone can use it. The leader must have the rare primal spirit constitution. Shui Ruohua has a metal element body, the girl in red has a fire element body, and the one in blue wood. Then, with the heavy and imposing earth element in the middle, heaven and earth become one, releasing such a natural and devastating power. Giving it to some average people, the elements won't combine and the formation would crumble. True, the formation had some harsh conditions, unsuited for everyone and ill-equipped to help a sect rise to power. Nevertheless, to those 4, it is a sharp weapon they chose to use to enter Double Dragon Manor. Wu Qingqiu nodded, then pointed out Chu Qingqing. You mean she is the one with the water element? Why does it feel right and wrong at the same time? Metal endears water, water endears wood. The water element body can at best connect with 2 people, so why does she look to be the core of the formation? Everyone's power, even the condensed power of Earth, is focused within her. Yanemo sneered, mocking Wu Qingqiu. Is that all the amazing best talent in Western lands amounts to? Don't you see it? See what? Wait, you do see something? Wu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. With a smug grin, Yanemo nodded. Of course, the girl has no water element body, but the empty spirit body. She can use all elemental cultivation methods. She only practiced a water cultivation method just so it would match the formation. The legendary supporting constitution, empty spirit body? Wu Qingqiu stared hard at her, shocked beyond belief. He sighed after a pause. I see. I was wondering why the formation was so strong. It was because of her. With the rumored empty spirit body, she could transform all kinds of different energy types. It is the closest constitution to the primal chaos. It's a real miracle such an amazing physique came from a tiny lower 3 sect. She would be the most sought-after disciple by all the leaders in any sect. Yilin nodded, but Yilin smiled. Ha ha ha. A rare body indeed, but weak still. To lone wolves like us, she's just as average as the next person. Once she gets a little stronger, then we'll see if she'll make a fine adversary. But by engaging in dual cultivation with such a body, your cultivation will soar. Yilin stared at Yilin, speaking solemnly as if he was talking to Wu Qingqiu. He saw this mystery guy as someone worthy of his respect without even realizing it. Yilin sneered. Dual cultivation, by definition, comes from 2 halves. One which isn't yours and never will be. It's just too flat. Of the 10 heavenly Taoists, none relied on dual cultivation. The minute one does, he strays from it. The 10 heavenly Taoists? Yan Mo and Wu Qingqiu asked at the same time. Yilin bore a mystical smile. This is too soon for you to bother with. They're the 10 ancient emperors, though you've never heard of them, I'm sure. Ha ha ha, it's fine, since all you focus on is the strength in the now. The ones pursuing the end of the path are me and him. Yilin's eyes flashed as he watched Chuafan. Yes, him. Of the entire continent. Just the 2 of us know of that place and are working towards it. Startled, Yan Mo and Wu Qingqiu paused, not understanding anything he said. All they could feel was how far away the 2 were from them. Meanwhile, exalted double dragons found the oddity around the formation as well, placing another name right under Zhuofan's, Chu Qingcheng. By May, the lass has no water element, but the legendary empty spirit body. Exalted He Ran was grave. Exalted by May nodded. The empty spirit body, a container of everything. There is no way otherwise for the formation to unleash such natural energy. In other words, the reason for the formation's power surpassing the elements is all due to her. I am amazed the mystical heaven sect found her. Chu Qingqing is a true rarity, but so are the other 3. Since the formation needs all of them, we will accept them all. Exalted He Ran wrote down the other 3 girls as well. Exalted by May nodded. While the exalted were chatting over candidates, the audience was a sea of noise, all discussing what they just witnessed. Most gaped in awe and some mocked Wuxia for ending up beaten by 4 girls 1 stage under him. These jeers were made to reach his ears too, making his face fall. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at his opponents with a poisonous glare of hatred. Wuxia sized the formation up, removing all the early contempt he had before and seeing it as a real opponent. He soon noticed how the formation flowed, centered around Chu Qingcheng and painting a target on her. Grinning, Wuxia shook and a 5-meter-tall and green image of a spider formed around him. His cruel eyes reflected its 4 targets. Showing his soul meant he was going all out. Everyone turned serious now that his soul lay bare. Even the audience. It was a rare occasion for an ethereal stage expert to go all out. Chu Qingcheng and her teammates' mood was heavy. Encompassing poison net. Wuxia grinned and the huge spider spewed out green gas. The columns of gas slithered like reptiles for the 4 girls. But when they touched the 4-element cycle array's limit, they went around it. Just like a massive spider web, it trapped the girls within. Zhuofan knew what the kid was after. The 4-element cycle array looked impregnable, but enough force trumped everything. In face of true power, no matter how intricate the formation, it would fall like a tower of cards. It all came to how strong this force was and how it was used. Wuxia's first head-on attempt didn't work, so now he used his head. The girls were solemn now that their adversary was getting serious. Whoosh! The huge spider shook and sprung for the girls. This great aura made it hard to breathe. Shocked, they sent all their power to Chu Qingqing. Permafrost in her hand shone ever brighter and ever colder. She lifted her sword and sent a white wave. The instant the attack was about to hit, the spider turned to green smoke and scattered. The white wave hit nothing. The smoke moved around the formation's barrier and tightened. The audience could now see that the gas was no poison, but minute threads. Thousands upon thousands of spider threads spun around the girls. Wuxia grinned. Soul poison explosion. Boom. The string of endless explosions obscured everyone's sight of the girls. All they could see was endless green smoke and hearing the stage's barrier rumbling. Xuefan tightened his fists, more worried than ever. The spectators were first stunned and then amazed by Wuxia's meticulous plan. His insidious gaze easily found out the formation's weakness. The formation used the power of the world itself and seemed perfect by all means, but it needed for people to work together to blend their powers into one. So just now, the spider faked an attack to force them to pour everything into Chu Qingqing, thus a shift in balance. As Chu Qingqing got stronger, the rest weakened. Wuxia dodged her attack at that moment, going after the three girls instead at their worst moment. Wu Qingqiu and everyone else watched with bated breath. Wuxia smirked, going forward to clean up the pieces once the booming stopped. What welcomed him was a white cold flash coming from the thick dust. Before he could even react, it reached as close as his neck before it stopped. Wuxia looked in shock, only to see the three girls he targeted bleeding from the mouth. As Chu Qingqing alone, with her cold eyes, was pointing her blade at his throat. Around her was a crystal-clear ice formed, and not just her, but all the girls as well that kept the poison at bay. At the same time, the power of the world came from the girls and into Chu Qingqing, brimming her with the power to fight an ethereal stage expert. This can't be. Wuxia wasn't the only one so shocked. Wu Qingqiu, Yan Mo, and all geniuses from the superior three sects bore the same incomprehensible look. Exalted double dragons eased a breath. It's incredible how the last controlled the entire world's energy all by herself. Exalted by Mei sighed. Exalted He Ran nodded, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Most of the people below had no clue what just happened, or what incredible feats Chu Qingqing could do. A mere radiant stage cultivator yet had an uncanny control over her strength. The formation required 4 members to run it, for people that had complete trust in each other to unleash its power. But since 4 people meant 4 wills, it was impossible for them to always work with one mind. That was where Wuxia struck, using explosions to exploit their weakness by attacking all of them at once. He needed just one of them to feel fear, panic, and not cooperate with the others, and the whole thing would fall apart. That was the truth of it too. Shui Ruohua and the other 2's heavy wounds proved it. The formation had fallen that instant the bombs went off. That's when Chu Qingqing came in, taking it all onto herself, availing herself of her empty spirit body to take and give the power as she wished to keep the formation up. At that sole moment, the 3 girls had no other use than as batteries, supplying Chu Qingqing with yuan qi. They turned a shocked and dull gaze towards the upright and gentle figure. The 4-element cycle array needed 4 of them to use, but now it seemed Qingqing was enough. The trio was filled with admiration and disheartened like someone stole something from them. Wuxia glared in hatred at Chu Qingqing, but as he noticed the endless roaming world power, fear crept in. This woman is a frickin' monster as well. How the hell did a person like her exist on this God's green earth? Wuxia gnashed his teeth, glancing at the people doing a poor job at hiding the sneers, and his heart blackened. The cold blade edge was still breathing down his neck as Chu Qingqing said, "You lost. You did hurt my sister, but since you are with Steward Zhua, I will keep my hand from doing the same." Chu Qingqing glanced over to Xuefan, who just happened to find the clouds far more interesting. He was sulking like a little child, thinking the fact a woman was looking up to him was shameful. His mind, however, eased up on the worry. She won at last. Fiend Yang was outraged. That rotten Olyun played us. Now we're at a damn draw. I guess luck wasn't with us. 6 in the ethereal stage, yet only 1 ended up fighting those broads. If only 1 more was around, there was no way they'd win. Patience is also a weapon. Xuefan smiled. Oh well, Yun was waiting for this moment. One that had little chance of pulling off. If 4 ethereal stage experts ended up being drawn against the girls, the formation was worth nothing. He had everything in place, lacking only luck. Now that luck has sided with him, nothing can be done, ha ha ha. Fiend Yang glanced at him. Our win just fell through, so why are you so calm about it? I knew from the start that you had no intention of winning this round. If you had just gone up there with 4 more points, the loss of this match wouldn't matter. What's the big deal anyway? We still have a team match that will surely win. Oh please, individual battles, team battles, and overall scores are rewarded differently. All the more reason it doesn't matter. Worst case scenario, we'd end up tying in individual battles. I don't want to tie up with them and split the reward. Ugh! Fiend Yang ranted and grumbled. I just can't take it seeing them win anything. Petty much. Zhuofan smirked. The judge noticed the outcome on stage and said, the 4 individual fights go to Mystical Heaven Sect. The din of the crowd grew louder at the outcome, with some even openly jeering. Was this ethereal stage expert the weakest of the demon-scheming sect? The weakest? Weakest? Wuxia's face was twitching all over from rage, his fists tight. Chu Qingcheng withdrew the blade at the judge's declaration and let the world's energy scatter. Wuxia struck Chu Qingcheng's shoulder with a palm attack then and there. She spat blood as she got thrown away by the impact. Qingcheng, Shui Ruohua cried, rushing over to help her, only to see her white as paper and in a heavy frown from pain. The judge jumped in front of Wuxia, blocking him from attacking again. Boy, what do you think you're doing? I already gave the verdict. I haven't lost yet, Wuxia roared. The judge glared. The outcome was obvious, and fighting after that will only mean death. What's there to be so indignant about? Who wouldn't be? The shout this time came from the demon-scheming sect, and everyone turned to see Zhuofan's dark face coming over. Wuxia woke up at that moment and shook all over. Patting his shoulder, Zhuofan looked at the judge and then at Chu Qingcheng. The true winner is decided by death. As long as there's still a breath in the opponent's body, he can make a comeback. So on this particular stage, unless the other side killed this one or knocked him out of bounds, there is no winner. Elder, haven't you been a little hasty with the verdict? Well, the judge had no idea how to answer. Danner was outraged. Sister Qingcheng spared him because of you. Why else do you think he's still standing? For me, you say? I am from the demon-scheming sect, you are from the mystical heaven sect. Once we entered the Double Dragon Manor, we were nothing more than bitter enemies. The slightest weakness will get you killed. Your fault, not mine. Zhuofan snorted and turned away while hinting to Wuxia to follow. We are in the Double Dragon Manor and follow their rules. Since the elder judged the match, so we also shall accept it. But the next time they end up dead cause of their mercy, don't come crying to me. Bastard! Danner was furious. Chu Qingcheng held her hand and shook her head. She turned one last delicate smile for Zhuofan as her world darkened. Qingcheng! Qingcheng! Shui Ruohua cried, seeing Chu Qingcheng's right shoulder seeping black smoke. Oh no! She's been poisoned! Faltering, Zhuofan's fists clenched, and his eyes turned cold. But only for a moment, as he took back his seat with the same tranquility. The ever-nervous Wuxia breathed easier at last. It seems Steward Zhua doesn't care so much about those women. Shui Ruohua glared back at Zhuofan, filled with fury. Every demonic cultivator is heartless. We were wrong for thinking otherwise. Holding Chu Qingcheng's unconscious body, the mystical heaven sect team was overcome by anger. They could understand the demon-scheming sect's anger of before, but this time, they were lenient only to receive a despicable blow. This was not something they could just swallow. Elder Yun took this chance to admonish them. See that? That is how a demonic cultivator operates, changing their attitude in a blink of an eye. You must never go easy ever again. Let Qingcheng be a lesson to all of you. They looked at the pale Chu Qingcheng and nodded, their eyes burning with anger. The fighters for the 8th match walk on stage. After a short commotion, the judge declared once more. Mystical Heaven Sect had a handsome youth fighting in this match, vowing to take revenge for senior sister Qingcheng, as he took firm and large steps on stage. Only when he met face to face with Yu Ling in the ethereal stage did reality come crashing down on top of him and was this close to begging for mercy. His puny skills were worth jack squat to get Qingqing's revenge. Bam! Yu Ling slapped him out of bounds, never to get up ever again. Yu Ling strolled away, bored to death from the opponent being so weak. Fiend Yang was barking. That's more like it, no mercy. They cheated 8 points from us and now we'll make them pay for it. No worries, Venerable, the next fight will be a cinch. They don't have any ethereal stage experts after all. There's no way they can pull another formation. Ha ha ha. Kuei Lang laughed, ready to go on stage. Fiend Yang nodded. But seeing who it was, Elder Yun's face bloomed in a nasty grin. It's Kuei Lang. Elder Yun's shifty eyes scanned Kuei Lang as he walked on stage, saying to Xianxia, "Young master, I would have never let you go up there even if it was to forfeit. You're too important. But since it's Kuei Lang, ha ha ha, I have the perfect counter. Take Qingqing's permafrost sword, and when you walk on stage you—" Elder Yun's voice lowered as he whispered in Xianxia's ear. The youth bobbed his head now and then with a cunning look glinting in his eyes. Per the elder's instructions, he took Chu Qingqing's permafrost from her unconscious body and went to meet his opponent. Kuei Lang mocked. Well, if it isn't the great young master of mystical heaven sect. You're looking for a thrashing as well. Ahihem. Do you know who I am? Xianxia began. Kuei Lang replied in his most sarcastic tone. Is there anyone in this world who does not know the crippled young master from mystical heaven sect with the elements in him out of whack? Are you looking for a whopping coming up here? Sect leader Xian must be sick of you, I guess. Wonder if he found this the best chance to get rid of you, or maybe you never were his son to begin with and he sent you here to die, ha ha ha. That set the whole crowd into a round of laughter. Only mystical heaven sect's side glared back in anger. I am on stage to fight. Xianxia ignored the taunts. His hand shone as he held permafrost. This sword's previous owner, I hear, vowed never to harm a single person from Demon's scheming sect. I wonder if the sentiment was mutual. Kuei Lang started, his face solemn. Permafrost? Isn't Chu Qingqing the one wielding it? What are you doing holding it? Think it will be your good luck charm in this fight. Ha ha ha. I am the great mystical heaven sect's young master. I don't cower behind anything. I am holding this sword only as a reminder. Xianxia's mouth took an evil smile. His lips moved, but no words came out. He was sending a message. Kuei Lang squinted, his face twisted in shock. Then he turned pensive for a moment before sighing. I surrender. The entire arena burst into an uproar. Even the judge was taken aback. An ethereal stage expert surrendered to a cripple? How come? Fiend Yang started raining curses like a madman. Kuei Lang, you damn freaking useless bastard. A slap, that's all it would have taken. What damn surrender? Why is this always happening? Are you all trying to make me look bad? Demon Scheming Sect's team looked at Kuei Lang, waiting for an explanation. Only Zhuo Fan, who witnessed it all, knew what happened. Mystical Heaven Sect pulled out all the stops in dealing with the Demon Scheming Sect. I bet they must have found a way to twist his arm. Kuei Lang's face darkened as he left the stage, leaving Xianxia with a sinister smile and pride for pulling such a glorious achievement with this win. Brother, what just happened? I was afraid that fiend would hurt you. How is it that he just surrendered? Shui Ruohua asked hurriedly. Xianxia put on a vague smile, downplaying it. Can't say. This was Elder Yun's plan and a little secret between us. Ha ha ha. The two laughed out loud, leaving the girls out of the loop. Kuei Lang lowered his head as he took his seat among his teammates. Even as he got everyone's questioning gazes on him, he never once spoke about it, just giving them a guilty look. Even his son, Kuei Gang, struggled to understand what could drive his father to do this. Kuei Lang, you made the entire sect pay a heavy price with your loss. Because of your forfeit, we are now 4 points behind. We lost the individual fights. You better have a damn good explanation, or I will put you down per the sect's rules. Zhuo Fan glanced over. The others rolled their eyes at the threat. You're one to talk since you started all this forfeiting mess. Zhuofan took out Xie Wui's token, dangling it. By the power vested in me by the sect leader, I am, for all intents and purposes, the sect leader here. No matter what I decide, the sect won't make a peep. Got it. Yeah, you're awesome, sir. They all sighed, even the venerables. Great then, Kuei Lang. You have some explaining to do to prevent such a mishap from happening again. If you find your mouth glued, it might be easier just to send me the explanation. Zhuofan pointed at his ear. Kuei Lang ground his teeth, but due to his trust in Zhuofan, he chose to whisper in his ear. Zhuofan's face lit up. Oh, so that's why. You're excused. Now that the matter has passed, none of you will speak of it again, nor start spreading it back at the sect. Thank you, Steward Zhua. Kuei Lang cupped his hand in gratitude. The rest were more stumped than ever. Kuei Gang could not fight the question. Dad, what happened? What made you step down? Even if you were up there, you'd do the same. Kuei Lang hesitated. Zhuofan snorted, then took out the token. What did I say just now? Are you disobeying the sect leader's orders? No. Everyone bowed with respect. Zhuofan nodded, pleased, while Kuei Lang was puzzled. The judge shouted the verdict to all the matches. Mystical Heaven Sect has 8 points, Demon Scheming Sect has 4. This round goes to Mystical Heaven Sect. The crowd gasped, none of them seeing it coming. Against all logic, Mystical Heaven Sect, the weaker one, pulled a fast one on Demon Scheming Sect. Everyone was baffled. Mystical Heaven Sect's formation was a neat trick but nowhere near enough to turn the tides, which made the outcome more surprising. Mystical Heaven Sect's disciples were smug, while Demon Scheming Sect's side was glum. Next is the team fights, which are conducted in another area. The judge began. Elder Yun butted in with a bow and a smile. Ha ha ha, Elder, we, the Mystical Heaven Sect, forfeit this round. Zhuofan's brow shook, and he spared him a glance. Yun here is devious, all right. Confident in victory, he sacrificed his disciples over points, all just to turn it around. Now that his forces were cut down to size, fighting would be pointless, thus forfeiting altogether. Such confidence in one's choices was a rarity. At least better than most other fools stumbling with their problems. Zhuofan glanced at Fiend Yang, who was stomping around and cursing from the mischance to get back at them. Hey, Yun, now that you caught us unprepared, you're running away? Do you think it's that easy? You played us well in the singles. Now fight us if you have the guts. Fiend Yang rambled and blustered about. Zhuofan had enough and left with a shake of his head. The other left as well, leaving only Fiend Yang hooting. When he woke up from his frenzy, he rushed after them. Hey, why didn't you wait for me? I'm still your venerable. The comic relief helped the crowd lighten up and even laugh. The lower 3 sect stage came to a close with Mystical Heaven Sect having won the singles, Demon Scheming Sect winning the team battles, and the overall score placing them in first place. Though everyone knew Mystical Heaven Sect played the rules in their favor to squeeze a win against the deadly Demon Scheming Sect. Zhuofan, the best in Tianyu, you should be fighting in the middle 3 sect stage. Ha ha ha. When Tao grinned, Tianshang, he called behind him. Where is he? Zhuofan took the Demon Scheming Sect's disciples to their lodgings. They were all in a foul mood after today's fights. If we fight again, I'll break their formation. Wuxia justified himself to Qi Changlong and Bai Lian. The two only sneered. The outcome was quite evident. Did he have to die for him to admit defeat? Bam! Following the loud crack, Wuxia's face kissed the pavement with a crunch. He returned from the hard touch of the ground with blood running down his lips and 2 fewer teeth. The others jerked, looking back to see Zhuofan's angry face glaring at Wuxia. Boy, I have had it with you. Zhuofan was fuming now. Even the venerables looked shaken up. With a heavy step, dark energies swirled around Zhuofan as he made his way to Wuxia. His eyes flashed with bloodthirst. Wuxia froze, shaking all over. Steward Zhua, what's the meaning of this? I haven't done anything wrong. The rest were tense but not enough to make them talk. PFF. Shuafan got next to Wuxia and clutched his throat, lifting him off the ground. The overwhelming aura made breathing hard as he demanded, "Where is the antidote? Antidote?" Wuxia's brow shook with understanding. Shuafan still cares about that broad. He used to think Shuafan's cold front implied he did not give a damn about that woman, but he was holding it in to settle the accounts now. Wuxia's heart was filled with indignity as he croaked, "Steward Zhua, you can't do this to me. I have given my all for the sect. You didn't punish someone that forfeited, but you go after me for harming some woman? Where's the fairness in that?" Shuafan, Wuxia had fought hard just now. "I understand you want the antidote, but you can't just demand it like this." Fiend Yang found an excellent excuse to try and talk some sense into him. Shuafan snorted, "This is my business. Any that interferes will be severely punished. I will be the judge here about what is excessive or not. You have no say in this. Don't think for a second Venerable Sure can protect you. You have always gone against me all the way here. Ignorant fool, hand over the antidote now, or else. There isn't one." Wuxia's brow trembled, feeling the power in Shuafan's grip. "My poison isn't deadly. She will suffer for 49 days, and that's it. The judge had given his verdict, so I didn't dare kill anyone. I'm also afraid Double Dragon Manor will interfere. Otherwise, the other side's elders would have also asked for the antidote, don't you think?" Shuafan's eye twitched, and his heart filled with rage. His body was flooded with a raging power current as the black energy roamed all over Wuxia before entering his body. Wuxia felt like a tight black net robbed him of all movements as it ate away at his body. He had never felt such danger before, sweating buckets in fear. Shuafan was going to kill him over some woman. Shuafan's icy eyes felt like a sucking abyss. His voice eerie. "Hand over the antidote, or you'll get out of my sight for good." "Wait, Shuafan, he just said there isn't any. The woman is in no danger as well. This is still the Double Dragon Gathering, and we need all the help we can get. You can't just kill him." Fiend Yang tried to reason with him. Shuafan wouldn't hear it. The black energy coiled more and more around Wuxia, moments away from enveloping him in complete darkness. The Venerable was panicking yet still didn't make a move to stop him. Wuxia could no longer hold it and cried, "Wait, wait, I have the antidote." Wuxia's hand shone, and a vial appeared. Fiend Yang stood agape and then glared at him. The prick had the antidote all along. He could have just handed it over from the start, but he had to make us all worried for nothing. Bam! Not even sparing him a glance, Shuafan flung him away. As he slammed to the ground, he spat blood, and the vial in his hand soared through the air and into Shuafan's hand. Shuafan eyed the rest with a cold gaze. Every poison user has an antidote for their poisons, lest they get poisoned as well. Maybe some extremely deadly poisons do not, so the enemy will never survive, but as for the milder ones, especially used in torture, they are bound to have an antidote. The next time I do something, stay out of my way. Ugh! Fiend Yang was embarrassed, then glared at Wuxia. This bastard was faking it all along so much that we even bought it. Shuafan ignored them, walking away, but just after a few steps, he stopped again, looking baffled. "Long time no see, Shuafan." A familiar figure stood in the doorway of their courtyard. Xianxia came along with two girls, Shuanger and Yongning. The girls looked from Wuxia, bleeding on the ground, to Shuafan's dark expression and gasped. They had never seen him so furious before. Xianxia hardly cared, evident by his smile. "Ever since what happened to Ninger at the esoteric debate, I never saw you so out of control. Edifice Lord Chu must have made some progress. I see. Ha ha ha. Xianxia, why are you here? Are you representing Tianyu as well?" "Not at all. While you did not notice me in the sex stands, I had a clear view of your arrogant and overbearing self. Ha ha ha, you haven't changed a bit after all these years." Xianxia's gaze sharpened. "Shuafan, do you remember my old goal? Since you left Tianyu, then I did as well. I am now a disciple of the Sword God sect, competing in the middle 3 sections. I'll be waiting." Zhuofan frowned and gave the nod after a pause. He flicked his sleeve and threw the vial. Let's leave that aside for now and help me with this. Xianxia caught it and chuckled. Just like always, exercising extreme caution, never doing it yourself. All right, I'll deliver the antidote for you. Xianxia turned around and walked for a few steps before looking back at the girls. How about you two come along? You haven't met with Edifice Lord Chu yet. Have you? Come on. If you know your enemy and yourself, you'll surely win. Ha ha ha. Xianxia went on with a faint smile as the girls tensed. They shared a glance, then looked from Zhuofan to the disciplined Wuxia, bleeding on the ground. Their eyes lit up and rushed to follow. They didn't even greet Zhuofan. Zhuofan grumbled for a bit, then left as well. With them gone, the heavy mood slowly returned to normal. Fiend Yang sighed and couldn't help but a curse. You idiot! Are you that blind to not see how much Zhuofan cares about that woman? And you struck her? You must be damn lucky you got away from Zhuofan in one piece. But didn't they break it off? Didn't they both say they'll go all out the next time they meet? Wuxia gnashed his teeth. Kuei Lang sighed. They said one thing, but their hearts thought another. In this world, when a man meets a woman, what they say and what they feel are opposite. They might say they won't hold back. But who is to say that will truly happen when they meet again? The girl didn't skewer you because of Steward Zhua. And Steward Zhua almost killed you because of her. This is called saying one thing and doing another. In any case, you just had a brush with death. Shit! Why the hell are they faking then? And why am I taking the fall for their duplicity? Wuxia was raging mad. Venerable, I was just following your advice. To be ruthless to those bastards that burn bridges. No, you're not dumping this on me. I was talking about the others and did not say that girl specifically. You could have at least come to this conclusion yourself and thought of Zhuofan. Fiend Yang was waving all over as he tried to get out of this mess. Zhuofan was right in the end. He had put up with you for too long. You not once showed an ounce of respect all the way here. Everything else he may overlook, but this time you have struck where it hurt him the most. Did you not see how he dealt with Yenmo? You got what was coming to you this time. I have been around more than you and can tell. In matters between a man and a woman, it's best not to get involved, or this is how you'll end up. Fiend Yang finished his reprimand, and Kuei Lang followed, making him sullen and angry. What the hell did I get into? I was just beaten up and now seen as an outsider. And that Zhuofan, he was going to kill his teammates over some woman? How is he fit to lead us? But then he looked around, and all he saw were faces saying he got what was coming. He was fuming mad. God damn it, Zhuofan. Just you wait. You haven't seen the end of this. Mark my words. Wuxia gnashed his teeth, his eyes sinister as he looked at everyone around him. These people, teammates for lack of a better word, were Zhuofan's lackeys, taking every one of his words as law, even ignoring the good of the sect. His heart just could not accept it. This resentment was bound to be the seed of calamity. Xianxia, how are you feeling? The cramped room was now crowded with Shui Ruohua and others all looking worriedly at Chu Xianxia, sitting cross-legged on the bed. The floating light green traces from her body made her body tremble and her face contort in pain. Xianxia gnashed his teeth as he cursed. Those repulsive demonic cultivators even resorted to sneak attacks, and heavy-handedly too. We don't even know if Sister Xianxia will be all right. She took so many pills and antidotes, but none of them worked. Danner shouted in anger. Everyone gave a nod of worry. Only Elder Yun waved his hand, his voice calm. It's fine. You guys don't need to make such a fuss. I inspected Xianxia and found her life wasn't in danger. This is Double Dragon Manor. How can anyone just resort to murder? Just that these days, Xianxia will be in suffering and pain. Humph! Damn those demonic cultivators, making junior sister Xianxia suffer so much. I will never forget this. Xianxia gnashed his teeth. The rest were just as angry. Young Master, Elder, Xianxia of Sword God Sect has paid a visit. A shout came from outside the house. The first middle three sects? The two looked at each other. then wondered, what is someone from the first middle three sects doing here? While they were wondering, the pained Chu Qingcheng opened her eyes. She had a faint smile as she said, show him in. He is an old friend from Tianyu. He must want to see me. Another old friend. Xianxiao's mood darkened. Not another shady pursuer, is it? He said, junior sister Qingcheng can't receive guests in her state. It's better if you don't see him. Wait, young master. Elder Yun spoke first, advising. A simple old acquaintance of Qingcheng could be sent off. But he has the sword god sect behind him. We can't ignore them. It's best to receive him still. Xianxiao was annoyed by Elder Yun's idea but could only nod, even as his mind was frantic. Xie Tianshang brought Yun Shuang and Yongning along. After greeting Elder Yun, he noticed Chu Qingcheng sweating and pale. He cupped his hands. Edifice Lord Chu, it's been a long time. Have you been well? Enough of your crap. Can't you see she isn't well at all? Danner rolled her eyes as she grumbled. The others fell silent. He only said that in passing, yet you got annoyed so fast. Chu Qingcheng patted her shoulder. Xie Tianshang chuckled and bowed again. Forgive me for my crudeness. Edifice Lord Chu, I have witnessed how you got poisoned, and I have brought a secret antidote from my sect that should alleviate the pain. Xie Tianyang presented the vial. Chu Qingcheng's eyes lit up and she nodded. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Xie. Please, we have the same homeland. There's no need for that. Xie Tianshang smiled and handed it over. Shui Ruohua gave it to Chu Qingcheng, who was still trembling in pain. Young Master Xie. Qingcheng had taken many pills, but none helped. Could it be that this? It will work. Xie Tianshang smiled with conviction. Chu Qingcheng smiled as well. I believe so as well. She opened the vial and took the pill. She remained cross-legged, meditating quietly. The others were still looking at her nervously, but after 15 minutes, something magical happened. Chu Qingcheng's trembling stopped. Her face became rosy, and the green energy around her slowly faded away. Young Master Xie, your pill is amazing. It actually worked. Danner's eyes lit up. Xie Tianshang simply smiled in reply, while Xianxiao and Elder Yun were amazed by the middle three sects' power. I don't know what that poison was, but it was removed so easily. Is this a universal antidote, I wonder? Chu Qingcheng revealed the answer soon enough. She opened her eyes and smiled. Ha ha ha. He's still the same, never wanting to take credit for anything. You knew. Of course, such a specialized antidote can only come from the poisoner himself. Chu Qingcheng was filled with happiness. Shui Ruohua asked curiously, Qingcheng, you said the antidote belongs to the poisoner. Does that mean it's demon scheming sex Lu Xie? Yes, it's his, though I bet he wasn't so keen on giving it. Xie Tianshang spoke like she knew everything. Xie Tianshang smiled and nodded. Edifice Lord Chu, it's like you're him to know him so well. Just as I went to see him, he was beating up the guy to force him to give the antidote. But you know his style. He would never admit to doing such a kind act. He's just as stubborn as always behind that cold face. I've seen him do it too many times in the esoteric debate. Chu Qingcheng's gaze wandered, recalling the fond memories. The girls were even more puzzled. Danner asked, Senior sister, you can't mean that Zhuo Fan gave you the antidote, can you? He had even been scolding you on stage to be crueler and forget the past. And? He only did it because he pitied me, not wanting me to be in danger again. In fact, I was quite happy to hear him say that. As for his coldness, ha ha ha, he's always been like this. Chu Qingcheng did not mind it in the least. The girls were speechless. What is it between these two exactly? It just feels more complicated by the day. Xianxiao was very hateful right then. The antidote came from him again. He would have surely stopped it if he knew. He could never allow the two to contact each other, even if it meant offending Sword God sect. Xie Tianshang nodded and sighed. Edifice Lord Chu, you have changed over the years. You used to be so forceful and tough. Sometimes you'd be so scared by that arrogant and almighty Zhuo Fan you'd never see him. Really? Danner looked intrigued at Chu Qingqing, but she flicked the girl's nose, gave her a deep look, and the girl shied back. Chu Qingqing sighed. I used to want an explanation from him at all cost, but after I saw how far he went for Ninger, I knew. This man has his own path, and I should let him take it. Ninger! Chu Qingqing was roused by the voice and looked at Yongning. You know Ninger? Then you aren't Sword God sect disciples either. Xia Tianshang smiled. Let me introduce you. She is Tianyu's princess, Yongning, and this is Tianyu's holy maiden, Yun Shuang. They are both Edifice Lord Chu's main rivals. You should be careful. Yongning and Shuanger were put on the spot. Chu Qingqing simply smiled at Xia Tianshang. Who'd have thought the great martial fanatic of yesteryear would crack jokes? Then she looked deeply at Yun Shuang. You're Shuanger? Peony Overseer said in her messages that Zhuofan declared in front of everyone that he wanted you. I must say, with your pure look, you sure bear a striking resemblance to Ninger. No, please don't say that. Shuanger panicked, her face going beet red. Then she said quietly, I was only his pawn. Nothing actually happened. A pawn? The girls looked at each other, and anger appeared on their faces. To treat such a nice girl as a pawn, that Zhuofan is a cold bastard. Xianxia used this chance to fling dirt. Hear that? That vile demon only knows how to deceive innocent girls. Qingqing, you must see him for who he is and not buy into his lies. He first had you injured and now sent someone with the antidote. He clearly wants to get to you. You must not let him. I know him far better than you ever will. Chu Qingqing sneered, her smile icy. Besides, as long as he is safe, I don't care if I become his pawn. What I fear is that he'll abandon me without even finding a use for me. The girls watched Chu Qingqing in shock. This prideful ice queen wanted to become someone's pawn, forever by his side. Was this still the same cold and determined beauty of before? While Elder Yun shook his head, Xianxia was fuming mad because of this. The poor lass had fallen victim to a vile, demonic cultivator. Qingqing, wake up! You've been taken in by that demon. Shui Ruohua shook Chu Qingqing and shouted at her. Chu Qingqing shook her head. Senior sister, I have been taken in, but that is because I wanted to. Nonsense. How is it logical to let yourself be bewildered? Shui Ruohua did not believe it. Chu Qingqing gave up, turning to Shuanger and gesturing the two to come over. Shuanger and Yongning tensed in front of their arch-rival in love. She won't do anything to us, will she? But the two relented at Chu Qingqing's bright smile that looked like an angel's. Chu Qingqing smiled. I know you both want to be by his side, but to do this you must understand him. You must also know what happened to Ninger. I heard from the Luo clan that Zhuofan saved her in the end, but she forgot about him, so he let her go. Yongning said. Chu Qingqing nodded. You know some, but not everything, not what he went through to do it. I was still stubborn back then, forcing him to accept me. Chu Qingqing began narrating the days of old, from how the Seven Houses conflict started, to Zhuofan's cruel path, of Ninger's death, of Zhuofan's fall to madness, of his struggle and his white hair. She had told them everything, every little detail, well, except the part about her and Zhuofan separating because of it going to different sects. Whether it was telling her story or Zhuofan's, she always had that reminiscing smile. It was then that I knew this man was far from dead inside. He is only holding himself back, is all. The path he threads is destined to be cruel and cold. So how could I want to be an obstacle? That's why I left. So that he would never fall into such despair again after what happened to Ninger. If he is safe, I will be content. Chu Qingqing smiled at Shui Ruohua. I'm so happy to find that he still cares about me. That's why I was glad when he asked senior sister about me. The girls were taken aback. They would never have imagined a cruel and cold demonic cultivator like Zhuofan would go through such pain and agony. When Ninger woke up, he did not cling to her, but let her go for her own good. Chu Qingqing had made the same choice then as well, all for him. They all sensed that even by walking different paths, righteous and demonic, they were actually so similar. To them, the factions had no meaning, not when they knew each other completely. The girls instantly had the desire to play matchmaker. Yun Shuang and Yongning lowered their bashful heads, coming to see just how little they knew Zhuofan compared to Chu Qingcheng. What right did they have to be with him? Xianxia had long since been grinding his teeth in silence. The two had too many deep memories. It was impossible to make her forget about that bastard. So what was left to be said about his chances? I see. So that's why Edifice Lord Chu does not cling to him, because you trust him completely. Xia Tianshang sighed. But by the looks of it, he will always be conflicted. Which is more important, the demonic path or love? This will be his final trial. I only hope he will be able to overcome it quickly and get stronger with it. That way I can also follow my goal by following him forever. The girls raised an eyebrow. That's some bromance. Xia Tianshang noticed their quirky looks and was baffled. What? Did I say something wrong? Outside of Mystical Heaven Sect's courtyard, in a remote corner, stood a tall man, Zhuofan. Ever since Xia Tianshang entered, he had been standing here for 6 hours. He only wanted to see him come out, proving that Chu Qingcheng was all right. Whoosh! Someone flashed behind him and said in a familiar tone, spreading a strong scent of alcohol, "Ha ha ha! You just can't let her go, can you?" Zhuofan looked back to see the drunk Dan Qingshun smiling at him. "Senior, how are you still here?" Zhuofan asked. Dan Qingshun said, I told you, there's no place that can bar me on these lands. I can go wherever I want." "What, you have a problem with people coming from behind?" No, you can do what you wish." Zhuofan's face twitched. Dan Qingshun gave him a long look, then snickered. "Why does love exist in this world? To teach people about the meaning of life? Kid, if you want that lass, just go get her. What's there to be conflicted about?" "Senior, please don't joke. You know as well that this isn't my path." Zhuofan sighed inside. Dan Qingshun nodded. "Oh, quite true. That only means you're fickle. You had 2 girls and now you got a 3rd one. You don't deserve her. What about all those bachelors? Leave some for them." "Senior, don't joke. You know what I mean." Zhuofan's face twitched again, and he sighed. "I walk the demonic path. A dead road filled with cruelty and no emotions. How can I let emotions take me? If I do, it will harm me and especially her. So why bother? The past is a living testament to that." Dan Qingshun gave him a long look, then said, "Then what are you standing around here for? Since you're dead inside, kill all emotions. Standing out here, spying on a girl's window is doing neither of you any good." "Senior is right. But after all that has happened, I just can't let go." Zhuofan sighed. "I never owed anyone a favor. I have only had others owe me. The minute I owe someone, it would be very hard to pay it back." Dan Qingshun grinned. A story. I just love stories. Come here and tell me. Maybe I can help you solve your troubles." All right. It's my fortune to have senior's care." Zhuofan began narrating the 7 houses conflicts, the esoteric debate, in every detail. "Saving Ninger was my problem. She had nothing to do with it. In the end, she was forced to go to Mystical Heaven Sect so I could save Ninger. I don't even know what kind of conditions she had to accept either. I just don't know when I will ever be able to return the favor. If I don't, then I will never know peace for as long as I live." Zhuofan shook his head. Dan Qingshun turned serious as well. "A strange girl indeed. To save your friend, she trapped herself. Now I understand why you regarded Wuxia's attack as if he attacked your friends. This is a heavy debt. The only way I can see it returned is if you give your heart and soul for her." "Hey, senior. I'm a demonic cultivator here." Yeah. A dead and cruel path, yada yada." Dan Qingshun said casually, then turned solemn. "Kid, I may not be a demonic cultivator and don't understand your way, but all paths lead to the truth, the Tao. That, at least, I do know. Even on the emotionless and cruel path, you need to feel first before you can squash your emotions. How else can you remove something that wasn't there to begin with? Just like us righteous cultivators who pursue justice, where would justice be if not for evil? How would you know justice without understanding evil? Here's an example. That universal righteous sect, they just love preaching justice left and right. But how many do you think are aware of what that even means? Is justice fighting some demonic cultivators? That's not even breaking the surface. Xuefan pondered, having noticed the wisdom but had yet to unravel its profound meaning. It seemed there was a thick shroud covering his sight, never lifting. Kid. Danqing sighed. You have so many girls around you. Yet only that lass is a bit special. I thought you were serious about her, but after hearing your story, I'm having second thoughts. Do you feel guilty about her? Or is it really love? Xuefan frowned and shook his head. I do not know. Ha ha ha, you're still naive. Danqing shook his head. Then let this old man teach you. Close your eyes and recall that perfect moment of bliss and happiness. Xuefan did so and relaxed, his mind at peace. Through the stream of memories, he only found two that fit the old man's question. I have two peaceful memories. One is in the All-Beast mountain range, with Ninger and Xia Tianyang. Ha ha ha, 3 people's happiness. Danqing shook his head. But they are nothing more than your precious friends. That's not the one. There's no such thing as happiness between 3 people. One always finds himself a third wheel. Ha ha ha. Then there's the other in a run-down house. How many? Danqing asked. 2. Man? Woman? Woman. Who is she? Danqing shouted now. Xuefan opened his eyes and his face grew grave. Danqing laughed. That one is where your heart is. Whether or not it is this lass. Only your heart knows. Ha ha ha. Danqing was gone with that last laugh, leaving Xuefan alone and sighing. What am I supposed to do? 3 days, that was how long Xuefan was cooped up in his room, with one leg over the other and not moving a muscle. He had been at this ever since he saw Xianxia coming out of that courtyard, showing that the antidote was effective and Chu Qingqing had recovered. Today was when the middle 3 sex stage began, yet he did not feel like inspecting his enemies, letting Fiend Yang take the disciples to watch the fight. Xuefan frowned deeply. His mind was uncertain, filled with Danqing's words. How did one remove love when it wasn't even there? This was one question he had never thought about. Maybe he had been on this lonely road of demonic cultivation for so long that he had gotten used to being alone and everything going his way. But heaven played a sick joke on him, bringing him back and tying him down again and again. He could no longer go back to just being a demonic cultivator. Was it heaven's way of taunting him or maybe a trial? Maybe Yun Xuanji was right. This is my chance to restart my demonic path. It was just that this path was too foreign that he did not know how to proceed. Unlike the breezy demonic path he trod in his previous life, he didn't know if this new path would bring him to the pinnacle of Tao. Just what am I to do? Demonic cultivation emphasized a dead heart. Once emotions sprouted, they would drag him back. But how was one supposed to remove them when one had yet to experience them? This is so messed up. If one took those emotions to train in the demonic path, would these emotions remain pure? Could they be called the feelings one had at first? They were nothing more than a means to an end. But if one fell to emotion, how could one just up and cut them off? If they could be removed so easily, why then still call it true love? Holy shit! If I see it as a trial, that means no path is the right one. Xuefan face-bombed, hesitating if he should insist on going down this road. Better go with the flow and trust where my heart takes me. If it were so, would he ever return to his demonic path? I'm only getting further and further away, feeling powerless. Xuefan just did not know what to do. He had been in his man cave for these 3 days, struggling with his greatest problem yet. It just goes to show my previous path was too plain. Xuefan. Another dark horse showed up. I don't think we'll even get to pass the middle 3 sex fight now. A shout came from outside the courtyard. Xuefan rolled his eyes at Fiend Yang's distraught voice, turning over and resuming his conflicting thoughts. Bam! He was in for a rude awakening as Fiend Yang just would not let him, smashing the door open, rushing over, and shaking every bone in his body. Damn brat, Don't you know anything besides sleeping? You'll get all the sleep you want when you're dead. We have more important things to worry about right now. What's the hurry? Aren't we challenging the middle three sects tomorrow? Just leave it. Leave your ass. Zhuofan's lazy attitude ticked Fiend Yang off. Damn brat. You did not come to see the middle three sects stage. Do you know how it ended? Don't wanna. Why you? Fiend Yang's face twitched in rage. He worked hard to keep it bottled up and prevent it from leaking into his voice. You wouldn't be so relaxed if you had seen what happened at the middle three sects stage. I bet you'd freak out more than me. Sword God sect is a freak of nature. All 10 of its disciples are in the ethereal stage, even your old friend. Zhuofan recalled his old friend, then nodded. Oh, right. I never paid him much attention when he came. But now that you mention it, his aura did place him in the ethereal stage. He's always been a martial fanatic, a genius cultivator. But for him to enter the ethereal stage so fast is beyond my expectations. The middle three sects sure are rich. Well, congrats to him. Congrats your sister. You still have the free time to care about someone else? He is our greatest threat. Fiend Yang was itching to smack some sense into this sloppy Zhuofan, but he reined it in. Dude, you're our leader. Can't you show some interest? Sword God sect's lineup is as strong as a superior three sects. Do you know how they fared in the matches? They won all of them, both singles and teams. Demon Soul sect and Heaven Trailing sect haven't won once. Zhuofan looked at him curiously. That amazing? Yes, that amazing. Fiend Yang sighed. Sword God sect has always been the top middle three sects. But the other two sects weren't this far behind. Even with the superior three sects dominance over the middle three sects, none of the superior three sects could guarantee such a complete victory. Fiend Yang's worry grew as he sighed. And then there's that gentle sword. He showed great power, but I am sure he didn't go all out. The entire Sword God sect came prepared. Then they even gave us taunting looks. They clearly aren't afraid of us, or more particularly you. They must have something ready for you. That's what worries me the most. Oh, then we should be more careful. Zhuofan nodded, finally getting serious. I'll just have to use my foolproof strategy to make losing impossible. Fiend Yang lit up. You have such a thing? Tell me. We don't fight them. We can't lose if we don't fight. Zhuofan grinned. Or we'll just have to settle being a middle three sect. Fiend Yang's face twitched, and his eyes were burning with a newfound rage he could no longer contain. Zhuofan, is that how you don't lose? Shit. Who was it that said we'll challenge the superior three sects? It was you who proclaimed such great design. But now that you met the Sword God sect blocking your path, you shy away? You're nothing more than... With an unbridled yawn, Zhuofan walked away as Fiend Yang was in the middle of his rant. He had more pressing things to worry about, like his inner conflict. Other stuff was just extra. He cared even less about some good of the sect motto. Getting them in the middle three sects was enough to fulfill his end of the bargain with Xianxia. Superior three sects. Ha ha ha. That's your problem. Fiend Yang felt powerless at Zhuofan's disinterest. This young master is so damn stubborn, only doing things based on his mood. If he were in good spirits, he'd be arrogant and fight everything under the sky. If he were in the dumps, he would rather sit back. What a pain in the ass, and there's no way to deal with him. Steward Zhua, venerable. People from the Heaven Trailing sect have come to see you, Kuei Lang shouted as he entered. Looking at Fiend Yang's red face and Zhuofan's laid-back attitude, he knew what had happened, so he bowed and declared. Fiend Yang glanced at Zhuofan. We've been here for so long already and haven't paid each other any visits. So why is it today they come to us? Punk! This isn't over. We'll talk when I get back. Fiend Yang slammed his hand hard on Zhuofan's shoulder and left in a huff. Zhuofan had a faint smile on his face. Kuei Lang did not disturb him and closed the door behind him. Zhuofan then recalled something and shouted, Hey! Kuei Lang! Come back! I want to ask you something. Steward Zhua, is there anything you need? Kuei Lang bowed. Zhuofan waved his hand, turning dead serious. Kuei Lang, you and your one must have a deep love for each other, right? Why else would you forfeit knowing it could kill you? She keeps me at peace. She chases my fears. All right, I got it. You don't need to mention it. Kuei Lang looked at the sky sorrowfully, but Fan cut him off right as he started. I just wanted to ask. You know demonic cultivation is emotionless, so why do you do this for? Kuei Lang gave him a long look, then sighed. Steward Zhua, I know the sect has a rule not to fraternize, but love is like a torrent, sweeping anything in its path. I have been around and understand this better than most, both its sweet and bitter sides with all in between. All I can say is that I have no regrets, even when I got cast down to being a laborer. You misunderstood me. This isn't about the sect's rules. I'm talking about the demonic path. Now that you've known love so much, it's hard to progress. Why did you dive in without hesitating? Kuei Lang had a strange look. Steward Zhua, I may be a disciple on the demonic path, but I haven't once thought about it. I only followed what others did and did not break the sect's rules. That is all. When I got close to her, I wasn't thinking about anything, just that we might be exposed and suffer for it. Fan paused for a moment and nodded. An ordinary cultivator like Kuei Lang was still at the start of the demonic path and probably would never traverse it to reach the Tao. So he didn't consider things too much. Fan shook his head, feeling foolish. What was I thinking asking him? He doesn't know the difference between a path and a demon. All he does is follow the herd. Because of this, Fan admired him. Faced with simple-minded choices, one did not have regrets. You can go. I need some peace and quiet. Fan shooed him. Kuei Lang nodded and bowed before leaving. But just as he was at the door, he said, Steward Zhua, I don't know if it's my place to say this. My insight into the demonic path is way shallower than yours and Elder Yuan's. But there is one area I know for certain. I chose the demonic path over the righteous because of their many restrictions. While I do not know what is on your mind, I get the feeling you are also restricted by yourself. Why must you do so? I have been around, and when it comes to emotions or love, I won't hesitate. Why do you suddenly sound so wise? Fan shook, and a realization struck him as he gaped at him. Kuei Lang scratched his head. I can never be wiser than Steward Zhua that I know. All I can say is that I know about feelings. Ha ha ha. Freedom of action stood at the base of the demonic path, but one could feel restricted by walking down this path. Such a contradiction. Fan started, returning to the old unanswered problem plaguing his mind. Damn that Ren Song. How dare he look down on me, like it's beneath him to talk to me. This is bullshit. Just when Fan was finally alone with his thoughts, a loud voice complaining sounded. A bang followed, and the door was slammed open again. Fiend Yang stomped inside and saw Fan. You, the heaven-trailing sect, is asking for you. Go see them. Me? What for? Fan raised an eyebrow. You're a great venerable, aren't you? You're not enough. Of course I am, but those sons of she-dogs have holes for eyes. Fiend Yang grumbled, then sighed. But they want to meet you specifically, so you must go. They are the head of Tianyu's 3 guardian sections. We have to show our respect. Fan rolled his eyes and went. Fiend Yang led the way to the front of the courtyard. Stood inside, looking around while Gue Hu and the others accompanied them. Your place sure is tiny, but what can you expect from a lower 3 sect, ha ha ha. A young master in silken robes fanned himself as he laughed. The 2 youths in green around him laughed as well, looking at Gue Hu with derision. The grizzled old man said nothing. Gue Hu was angry, but the 2 fiends left here stopped him and the other disciples from shouting. Fan saw this and asked Fiend Yang, is Heaven Trailing Sect here to look for trouble? Quite the tone they have. I'm not sure. However, there hasn't been any issue between our sections. Just go there and you'll know. Fiend Yang rolled his eyes. The 2 approached. Gue Hu's side bowed before Steward Zhua and stood aside. The 4 instantly set their eyes on him. The young master snapped his fan closed and barked. So you're the dark horse of the lower 3 sects? I saw you when your sect fought with Mystical Heaven Sect. But why did you not participate? I am not sure how tough you are, but you sure know how to be cocky. You know I'm cocky, yet you come at me with that attitude? Are you itching to be pummeled? Zhuofan rolled his eyes. That makes two of us. Why have you all come here? And for me in particular. Ha ha ha. We heard you're running rampant and that the sect cherishes you. The venerables must have exaggerated. So we came to see the truth. The young master showed a nasty smile filled with contempt. Zhuofan's eyelid twitched. Now he got the gist of what they wanted. They came for a fight. A puny middle three sect wants to waste my time? Ha! The young master took Zhuofan's silence for fear and grew more courageous. Ha ha ha. Now don't be so nervous. I came with good intentions. I presume you also saw the middle three sect stage today and should already know what to do. I only came here thinking you have been complacent and thought of reminding you how things stand. Demon scheming sect's disciples knew where he was going with this, and their faces fell. Only Zhuofan played the fool, sporting the same baffled look. How was the result in today's stage anyway? Please tell me. Zhuofan smiled. The young master's face twitched and turned dark. He glared. Are you mocking us when you already know? Humph, we may have had poor results this time in double dragon gatherings, ending up last in the middle three sect stage, but nothing a puny and insignificant lower three sect could ever compare to. Oh, so you're the runt. Afraid you might end up kicked further down, you came to beg for mercy. Is that it? Zhuofan snickered. Ha ha ha. What a good little doggy. Wag your tail for master. But you're missing the right attitude when begging. You'll never get any attention if you keep barking and snarling. Bastard! Two shouts sounded in unison, one from the young master and the other from the elder. Who? Pressure had come at Zhuofan. The elder was furious and shot a palm attack toward his head. Zhuofan only squinted, standing his ground like a statue and awaiting this reckless old fool's death. Humph! You've gone senile if you think you can beat me in the fifth layer ethereal stage. Bam! The old man's attack never reached Zhuofan, as Fiend Yang blocked the palm. They both staggered 5 steps back before stopping. The old man glared at Fiend Yang, who hurriedly waved his hands. Ha ha ha, Elder Qi. Zhuofan hasn't been at the fights today. He doesn't know your sect's situation. He wasn't trying to offend your great sect with his ignorance. Please forgive him. Ignorant? Then what did he mean by his last words? What dog? Elder Qi grunted. Put on the spot, Fiend Yang chuckled. Zhuofan had the same stoic face as he said, Then why have you come here? We came to warn you to know your place and don't participate in the challenge stage. Just stand aside and watch before you humiliate yourself. The young master mocked Zhuofan. Zhuofan sneered. Isn't that the same thing? Why would you bother coming here to run your mouths if you aren't scared of us? That only means you're scared. If that is the case, try to at least act like it. Stop with the tough act. I ain't buying it. Why you? The young master was burning with rage and shot his 2 green friends a signal. The 2 nodded and went for Qi Changlong, Bai Lian, and Wuxia, the strongest disciples. The trio was on guard, knowing they couldn't be careless against these 2, having the same cultivation as them, 3rd layer ethereal stage. But then the 2 vanished and appeared behind them with a palm attack. Bang! 3 explosions sounded, and Qi Changlong with the other 2 was sent flying, bleeding from their mouths. As for the 2 in green, they were back in their spots. Zhuofan's heart tensed. A combined attack again? Humph! Let this be a warning to you. If you dare meet us on stage, I won't care if we're sects from the same empire. We'll slaughter you. The youth flicked his hand, and he left with his friends in green and elder. Qi Changlong and the others barely got to their feet, their eyes filled with hatred. Zhuofan calmed down and said, Will you let them have it? We'll give them shit. Why the hell would we do what they want anyway? We'll be the middle 3 sect when we throw them back. Fiend Yang snorted. Zhuofan, remember this well. That cocky kid is Ren Kong. He is sect leader Ren's son. You can teach him any lesson you want except killing him. As for the rest, you decide. But those 2 in green are Zhongshan and Zonglin. They train in the mountain and forest shadow. Their location isn't constant, and they are hard to avoid. They almost scored 2 wins from Sword God sect in today's battles. But they met with Gentle Sword Wen Tao. If not, just by score alone, they would have Demon Soul Sect beaten and in second place since Demon Soul Sect only had 1 point over them. Thank you, Demon Soul Sect, for bringing him to me. See how I'll kick them out of the middle 3 sections. Zhuo Fan snickered and turned to the rest. Tomorrow, we'll be fighting together. Roar. The others cheered. After taking a round off of fighting, Steward Zhuo was back in action. Hump. Cocky brat of heaven trailing sect. Your days are numbered. Meanwhile, Ren Tsong and the other 3 looked smug about their success. Elder Qi, the kid isn't much after all. You went to attack, yet he just stood still like a moron. Song Shan and Song Lin attacked those disciples, and he still didn't help. Our fears were unfounded. Ha ha ha. The 4 came to the demon scheming sect to warn them and test the waters. They hadn't seen Zhuo Fan fight and came to probe him. A shame their testing not only ended up fruitless but even managed to yank the enemy's chain into biting them back harder. They failed because of their stupidity. But the biggest irony was they were oblivious of it. But they say that Zhuo Fan obliterated beast taming sect's disciples with 1 fist. Even the elder. It can't be that he could not even react to my palm attack. Elder Qi found it suspicious. Ren Song saw it too but waved off his suspicions. Ha ha ha. No need to think too hard about him, Elder Qi. Zhuo Fan is only at the 3rd layer radiant stage. How strong can he be? The rumors must be exaggerated. Why else would he suddenly sit out when every sect was there to see him? I bet he was scaring the middle 3 sects' disciples into surrendering when it came to fighting him. Only petty people resort to petty tricks. As for beast taming sect's elder's death, Exalted Double Dragons already announced he broke the rules for attacking the guests and was executed by Exalted Hei Ran. It had nothing to do with that punk. I bet it's just another rumor he instigated to scare others. But not me, yours truly won't fall for it, ha ha ha. Elder Qi regarded Ren Tsong and nodded in the end. Young master is wise. I must have gotten too old to fall for a kid's trick. The new is replacing the old. Ha ha ha. Ren Tsong was extra full of himself, looking at the 2 youths, Song Shan, Song Lin, in tomorrow's fights. If the others bought it, make sure you kill Zhuo Fan at once to break their spirit and show everyone what a liar he is. Leave the rest for after. All right? Understood, young master. The 2 nodded. Ren Tsong's smile grew wider. Tomorrow, everyone would see how they fell for the kid's inflated lies. Only I, Ren Tsong, from Heaven Trailing Sect, saw the truth. Since strength can't beat him, I'll use intelligence. On the morning of the 2nd day, the arena was packed. Even though it was the middle 3 sects challenge stage, the superior 3 sects also showed up. Only this time they were curious about 2 people. One was the darkest horse of all times, hailing from Demon Scheming Sect, Zhuo Fan. The other was one who they paid even more attention to since not just him but his entire sect was the strongest among the middle 3 sects, Gentle Sword Wen Tao from Sword God sect. Ha ha ha. The ever-dauntless superior 3 sects for thousands of years are now stirred. But the one to climb isn't Demon Scheming Sect, but Sword God sect. I wonder who is going to take the fall. Wu Qingqiu chuckled, watching the flood of people coming in. Yanemo was there too. What's the point in asking? The most likely sect to drop is the Universal Righteous Sect. That's what it gets for always being last. Are you so sure it's going to be last this time too? Wu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. Yanemo nodded without delay. Of course, it has always been like this. The number 1 spot among the superior 3 sects was always fought between us 2 sects, while the Universal Righteous Sect was just the wheel. I don't mind if they were last or even if we are last. I just hope that guy gets to fight with me already. That's all I wanted. One can never find peace unless he fights one's destined rival. Yilin was bored to death, looking for his target from the audience. Yanemo asked, "Hey, I feel like sparring with you." "You?" Yilin mocked. "No point now, Shu." "You?" Yanemo choked, and Wu Qingqiu laughed. Whoosh. The judge once more made his appearance on stage, bowing before the empty air. "Welcome, exalted! Welcome, exalted!" The rest of the people bowed as well. Exalted double dragons appeared in their seats of honor and gestured for them to be seated. Exalted Ran spoke. "Begin! Middle 3 sects and lower 3 sects. Enter the arena." The judge shouted. Sword God sect, Demon Soul sect, and Heaven Trailing sect walked into view. After them came Mystical Heaven sect and Demon Scheming sect. Seeing Zhuofan in his team's lead, he did not look like he would be sitting back this time. The people lit up, knowing he would be fighting. Yanmo, Wu Qingqiu, and the others were excited as well. Wu Qingqiu really wanted to know what this kid could do to earn his freaky junior brother's high evaluation. When Tao grinned at Zhuofan, filled with fighting spirit, "Zhuofan, your reputation precedes you. We'll finally get a glimpse at your skills. I wonder if you'll live up to your name. Fight me and you'll see." Zhuofan rolled his eyes. When Tao paused, then nodded, "I'll be waiting." Han Yunfeng stared at Zhuofan, then finally said, "Well met, Zhuofan. I am Demon Soul Sect's eldest young mustache. Big young Han." Zhuofan cut him off, earning a few snickers from Demon Scheming Sect and Demon Soul Sect. Star Reader. Play on the words big equals eldest. Han Yunfeng coughed and said, "I am Han Yunfeng. Because of my father's harsh teachings, he only gave us 3 brothers' names after age 5, depending on our strength. Only the strongest earned his name while the rest didn't have one. That is why only I have one. They are the second son and third son." "Oh, your dad sure is cruel. That's a demonic sect leader for you." Zhuofan nodded. Then a question nagged at him. If the sect leader is cruel to such a degree, does he not feel any love for his sons? Ugh. The demonic path is filled with mysteries. Han Yunfeng said, "I planned to fight you in the Double Dragon Gathering, but I reconsidered. It's unwise to do something you already know you'll fail. So despite some regrets, if you want to challenge us, Demon Soul Sect will have to refuse your invitation." Zhuofan's brow shook, giving him another look of admiration. The kid knows when to call it quits like a true man of ambition does. And he is a sect leader's son too. Quite unlike a certain someone. Zhuofan's eyes drifted to Ren Song, who had a constant sneer on his face. "Fool. He has you believing a lie. You're still falling for his bluff." Zhuofan shook his head, scratched his nose, and gave him a moment of silence in tribute. Exalted double dragons saw Zhuofan on the scene and were startled. They shared a glance and nodded. They were under the impression Zhuofan was too strong this early in the competition, but after watching the middle 3 sect stage, they realized the disciples this time were anything but weak. Without Zhuofan's help, Demon Scheming Sect would have nothing to fight with today, effectively going against their fair judging of the sect's potential. Therefore, they allowed Zhuofan to fight. Zhuofan glanced up and noticed their faint nod, knowing he was free to let loose. He was on a roll. In the lower 3 sects singles, the Mystical Heaven Sect won. In the team matches, the Demon Scheming Sect won. By the Double Dragon Gatherings rules, Mystical Heaven Sect can take the initiative to challenge another sect only in the single matches, while Demon Scheming Sect can only challenge other sects in the team battles. "Sects, who will you challenge?" The judge turned to the teams. Elder Yun bowed. "My Mystical Heaven Sect has always been under the Heaven Trailing Sect's guidance. And while we had the fortune to take first place in this time's lower 3 sect stage, we only wish to hold our position and not offend any middle 3 sect. Mystical Heaven Sect refuses to make a challenge." Boot liquor. Everyone there felt like retching at this slick old man's words. He's kissing ass at his age? Has he no shame? What Heaven Trailing Sect guiding you? You're just its dog. The girls blushed in shame under the contempt of the crowd. They looked at Elder Yun filled with resentment. "We're still a sect. So why must we sell our dignity and become someone else's lapdog?" Only Ren Song felt like he got even more full of himself, nodding like it was natural. Zhuofan found Elder Yun's action admirable. "He has no damn ounce of shame, just like me back in the day." Since he turned the loss into a win, Zhua Fan had noticed Elder Yun's patience and scheming mind, playing the innocent while the play was in disfavor, then striking when the moment was right. He might look like he was ingratiating and shaming himself, but he was, in fact, the heaven-trailing sect's most dangerous servant. When the master lost its focus on this dog, the dog would definitely go for the master's throat. That's the definition of flexible. The judge turned to Demon Scheming Sect. Zhua Fan stepped out before Fiend Yang could speak. Fight, of course! While the Mystical Heaven Sect could only submit, the Demon Scheming Sect had gone beyond this level, ready to kick these rampant middle sects off their throne and take the crown for ruling Tianyu's 3 guardian sects for itself. Zhua Fan's determined voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the arena, filling them with excitement and expectations, especially the nation's representatives. The 9 sects in the Western lands had been stuck in their respective rankings for thousands of years. It all became foggy. When exactly was the last time an underdog tried punching above its status? Now they were witnessing history in the making. Everyone was thrilled and eager for a good show. The teams from every sect had known this was coming and were watching in anticipation. Only Run Tsong's face fell, glaring at Zhua Fan like he was an abomination on this earth. A tiny demon scheming sect like you dares to challenge your superiors? Humph, you're going to pay for it. Mark my words. Turning to Tsong Shan and Tsong Lin, Ren Tsong nodded and gave them the signal. In all honesty, they were shaken by the Demon Scheming Sect's team for a good reason. With 6 in the ethereal stage, their side only had himself and the twins. In other words, besides him, in the 2nd layer ethereal stage, and the brothers in the 3rd layer ethereal stage, the other 7 disciples in the radiant stage could hardly pose a challenge. They were the only 3 who could put up a fight and score a win. So why was it that even though Demon Soul Sect had only Han Yunfeng and the 2nd Young Master Han as their sole 2 ethereal stage experts, they were still above them in rank? It was their overall strength that made all the difference. The hope of keeping their name rested entirely on Tsong Shan and Tsong Lin dealing with 6 ethereal stage experts. As such, striking first and hard to cripple the enemy's morale was a tested tactic through the ages. The Tsong brothers' eyes flickered coldly, fixing Zhua Fan in their sights. Zhua Fan raised an eyebrow. His thoughts were mocking them. It's obvious that their target is me. He shook his head and sighed. Ignorance sure is bliss. Since the Demon Scheming Sect has decided to challenge, please enter the Sumeru dimension. First will be lower 3 sect Demon Scheming Sect versus middle 3 sect Heaven Trailing Sect in a team battle. Star Reader. Sumeru is the center of all Buddhist cosmology's physical, metaphysical, and spiritual universes. The judge shouted at the crowd. Then, 2 familiar figures appeared on the stage. They were none other than the elders posing as gatekeepers of Double Dragon Manor. Their hands worked through the gestures quickly, and with a bang, they shot their hands forth. The space in front rippled like a curtain about to be lifted. As the ripples took form, the 2 elders grabbed what looked like seams and pulled with all their strength until the veins on their arms bulged outward. Creak. The space was split apart with a heavy sound to reveal a new world. The view presented a magnificent valley with a tall and imposing mountain behind it, covered in a lush and beautiful forest. This world's limits were so vast that one could not even see the edges. Such a considerable expanse could easily accommodate a battle against armies in the hundreds of thousands, not just a measly 20 people. Turning back to the audience, the judge said, "The disciples of the 2 sects are to enter. You are free to fight to your heart's content." Zhua Fan nodded and was the first to walk forward, but someone gave a taunting snort just before he entered the barrier. "Ha ha ha! What a grand world. I bet this will be your first time seeing it since you've never had a team battle. But don't even think about hiding in this vast world. We've been here so many times. We know it better than you." Ren Tsong snickered at Zhua Fan. Zhua Fan mocked, "You took the words right out of my mouth. Not like if you hide it will change anything. It will just be taking a little more time. Come to think of it, I can't remember the last time I played cat and mouse. I should relish the moment. Ha ha ha. We'll see who plays with who here." Ren Tsong just had to have the last word. But those who knew Zhua Fan's real strength looked at him like he was an idiot. I say, I don't think I've ever seen anyone so quick and excited to die. Life must be tough for him. Shuofan shook his head with a mocking smile as he entered the world. His team snickered and followed right after. Rensong gave the Tsong twins a signal and the two nodded. They shot into the barrier, soon followed by the rest of their team. Soon, everyone entered the fray, leaving behind a faded image from inside to let the audience know how it progressed. Whoosh! Shuofan was the first to appear in a small valley, with demon scheming sect's disciples behind him, gawking. The spiritual energy in this valley was thick, tens of times better than in Double Dragon Manor. Cultivating here was paradise. Double Dragon Manor is the strongest sect in Western lands to have such a great place. However, Shuofan raised an eyebrow as he looked around in curiosity. The spiritual energy is too thick. There's no way a simple spiritual gathering array can do this. It seems there are world crystals here. Maybe. Shuofan's brow furrowed. In a dark corner of this world, Danqing Shun's eyes stared over with a flickering gaze. Whoosh! Suddenly, as the demon scheming sect team was stunned by the world around them, two familiar men appeared in front. They were Tsong Shan and Tsong Lin. But they did just keep on coming at Shuofan, who just cocked an eyebrow. They did not attack, passing through him and coming before the 6 ethereal stage experts. Mountain and forest shadow the mountain, Tsong Shan growled. Star Reader, Shan equals lit. Mountain. As he finished, his body glowed in an earthly yellow light, his strength surging so much at the same time it felt like he was pushing the heavens aside. The others squinted and cried, hurried to fight back the twin attackers in the form of a combined palm. In an instant, the 6 ethereal stage experts' powerful palm attack rolled at the twins like a huge boulder. Tsong Lin's eyes flashed, and he made a sign. Mountain and forest shadow the forest. Star Reader. Lin equals lit. Forest. A green image formed, draping over the two like a curtain, starting with a green glow spreading around. Just in time to welcome the 6th attack. But instead of pushing through the green image, it only grew weaker as the curtain wiggled and swiveled, nullifying the attack's momentum. Then, with a bounce, it kicked back the 6 palm strikes at the attackers. At the same time, the lofty yellow power also fused with it. In an instant, a prismatic attack of incredible power came for the 6 people. They were caught off guard by the attack and scattered around like bowling pins, up to 100 meters away. Eyes squinting, the 6 could hardly believe what had happened. They were astounded how 2 ethereal stage experts could push back 6 others. While it looked like each side was taking their time in moving to strike just now, it all happened in the blink of an eye. In other words, in just one move, the 6 were defeated by 2 people with the same cultivation as 3 of theirs. Even the audience outside was shocked by this development. The combined attacks of the twins were indeed impressive. They were at an advantage against 6 enemies. Only Sword God Sect and Demon Soul Sect, who fought them, understood how deadly the duo was. No way your average ethereal stage expert could fight them. They could fight as many as 10 opponents. In other words, while in singles they could get 4 points at most, their full potential had no limit in a team battle. For Demon Scheming Sect to challenge Heaven Trailing Sect to a team battle was entering their domain. Mountain and Forest Shadow combines reality with illusion, switching between force and flexibility. It is as strong as a relentless assault, crushing anything in its path, and as flexible as a raging torrent blowing them away. The two make a truly rare team. Looking at the screen, Wen Tao squinted and smiled. When we fought the duo, we also seem to have taken a long time to win. Tianshang, how long do you think it will take your old friend to beat them? Wen Tao asked Xia Tianshang, who turned pensive for a moment before he shook his head. Shuofan is a monster, exceptionally gifted and advancing at unimaginable speeds. I haven't seen him in years, so I cannot tell how strong he has become. 15 minutes at most. The voice startled Wen Tao. Looking over, he saw Demon Soul Sect's Han Yunfeng with his eyebrows raised. Wen Tao chuckled. Brother, would you be kind enough to share what you know? It's not anything of real value anyway. We have fought Shuofan and the Tsong twins before. And even though we lost in both cases, we knew who was the true master among them. Han Yunfeng took a deep breath. Song Shan and Song Lin used at least 90% of their power when they fought us, while Zhuo Fan less than a third, maybe just a fifth. Every move of his was casual yet unbelievably intricate. If we were to compare, the twins would be a lake while Zhuo Fan the sea. We cannot imagine anyone among the disciples here who can make him go all out. Oh, then I'll make sure to watch closely. If I'm not mistaken, Song Shan and Song Lin's attack on the 6 ethereal stage experts is a feint while their real target is him. What this brother said is true. When Tao's eyes shone like he knew everything. And sure enough, after the 6 were blown away, the twins turned around and went for Zhuo Fan. Oh ho, so they're after me, is it? They wanted first to take care of the pesky flies before they came for me. Ha ha ha. Despite the two coming at him with murder in their eyes, Zhuo Fan replied to their savage glares with a faint smile. For the audience, it was the moment they had all been waiting for. When Tao and Han Yunfeng were also eager to see how Zhuo Fan would put the tough and flexible twins in their place. Whoosh! Darting around a few times, the two closed in on Zhuo Fan as their hands weaved gestures. Mountain and forest shadow, the crushing mountain. Boom! With Song Shan's shout, a yellow light shot straight for Zhuo Fan like a raging bull. Such destructive power was enough to pulverize even the body of an ethereal stage expert. Mountain and forest shadow, the spreading forest. As green light pervaded and rippled forward, Song Lin's eyes flashed, his hands making signs as he followed his brother to strike down Zhuo Fan. When Tao's brow shook, the two sure are paranoid about being so cautious around Zhuo Fan. They're using a different attack than they used on the 6. When dealing with the 6 ethereal stage experts, Song Shan used power to shake the 6 attack's momentum, while Song Lin used time to store up the attack as we saw. So the 6 palm attacks were all guided under the green ripples, turned back at the attackers. So in truth, the 6 did not lose to the 2's power but their own. Han Yunfeng nodded. But this time, they switched tactics. Song Shan became more forceful, like an earthquake, while Song Lin forwent deflecting attacks for dispersion. If Zhuo Fan came at them with force, his attack would be useless, being redirected away from them. This combination is truly a great blend of power and flexibility, covering attack and defense. When Tao smiled and nodded, it truly is a pesky little tactic, but do you know why they decided on using it? Fear. Since storing power has its limits. Having not seen Zhuo Fan's attack, they at least heard of it. So if the power was truly that overwhelming, Song Lin had no way to contain it, leaving them crushed. To make sure that didn't happen, he chose to deflect. Han Yunfeng analyzed. When Tao sneered and nodded, right you are. No matter how amazing their skills are, even they pale against relentless force. It depends on Zhuo Fan's punch and how strong it is. Will he withstand Song Shan's brutal attack after Song Lin's deflection? By the way, you've seen Zhuo Fan's punch, so what do you think of it? See for yourself. The Han brothers returned to the screen. Stingy. When Tao shrugged and kept watching the events unfolding, Song Shan and Song Lin were right in Zhuo Fan's face. The mighty yellow power was seconds away from blasting him. Yet Zhuo Fan wasn't doing anything, just standing there. The audience was at the edge of their seats for what was about to happen to Zhuo Fan. Will, the legend of the darkest horse in history, fizzle out here and now? The Song twins sneered. I knew it, the punk was nothing but talk all along. He's nothing. We are almost upon him, about to rob his life, yet he doesn't do anything. This proves the rumors were exaggerated. He's either scared to death or can't even react. He's no expert. What expert would just let himself be pushed in a corner anyway? While the two were giggling to themselves for having this in the bag, a soft buzzing came, and the two's scalps tingled for some odd reason. The earth started disintegrating 100 meters around Zhuo Fan from the high-frequency vibrations. Song Shan's yellow attack was just about to strike. A pity disintegrated the next moment into nothing. At the same time, Song Lin's green light curtain started sporting black lines. running through it like a spiderweb before it collapsed. The two's eyes shook, and their hearts fell. They jumped back at once, looking at the still unmoving Zhuofan in shock and awe. They watched as the rest of their attacks crumbled before their eyes. Even before they got out of the 100-meter range, it had vanished. Moreover, two wails of pain pierced the skies as, in that instant, their attacks fell through. They were also just one moment too late to clear the area. One hand from each of them was chipped away at high speeds before they also vanished. All that was left behind was blood dripping from the stumps, a testament to the vibration's power. What the hell was that? Success. Watching how everything in 100 meters of Zhuofan was pulverized, the audience gasped at the spectacle. When Tao and company were even bug-eyed. Even exalted Double Dragon's eyes twitched in amazement. Just what is this astonishing martial art? It is beyond belief. Zhuofan's right eye flashed with 4 golden halos, and his mouth perked into a condescending smile. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, Absolute Domain, Space Crusher. The twins looked at each other, and their gazes hardened. Zhuofan had been keeping to himself to a ridiculous degree. Who the hell is he? It's not just about strength. Just how the hell does he know such baffling skills? Glossing over their obvious shock, Zhuofan closed one eye and stopped the attack. His mouth traced a wide, bright smile as he jumped straight for the two. The twins thought about running away. Zhuofan's left hand turned into a dragon claw as it pursued Song Lin, while his right eye flashed golden twice with void annihilation, aiming for Song Shan. Song Lin felt a chill down his spine. He's not just what the rumors painted him, but far more terrifying. They had no chance whatsoever. Though it was a bit late for regrets, they could only choke on it since they bit more than they could chew. Helpless, Song Lin had no other choice than to fight, shouting, "Mountain and forest shadow, the spreading forest, Another ripple traveled from Song Lin with a green hue. Wraith Style's second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. Zhuofan snickered and went straight for it with a grab. However, Ghostly Dragon Claw's power faded just as the ripple grew unstable. How amusing! Zhuofan smiled and let purple lightning flicker through the claw. As the purple lightning passed, the already strong claw gained an edge. Crash! With a huge bang, the green light around Song Lin's body was decimated, along with Song Lin's frail body. Blood splattered everywhere, gore squelching as it touched the ground. Zhuofan's claw had turned a human being in a shower of blood and giblets. Ah! The audience gasped and cried. Yi Lin's eyes squinted, piqued by the appearance of purple lightning. I was right, after all. That's... Zhuofan stepped again with one down and closed in on Song Shan. Watching his brother reduced to fertilizer, Song Shan was scared out of his mind. But even if he ran, could he escape the likes of Zhuofan? Seeing Zhuofan upon him, he could only stake it all. Mountain and forest shadow, the crushing mountain. Boom! He pushed out both his palms as he shouted. With a loud rumble, the yellow power rolled forward, like a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, straight for Zhuofan. Such a blow would render anyone's body to a pulp. A shame he wasn't dealing with just anyone. In the face of Zhuofan and his soaring Qilin arm famed through the world for its unmatched strength, he might as well be attacking with a toothpick. Zhuofan's mouth split into a nasty grin. His right hand flashed as he punched. Boom! The earth-shaking sound came from Zhuofan's sacred arm striking the yellow power the same way towering waves fell upon a sand castle. It crushed it to harmless motes of light. What came next was a relentless gale that ripped at Song Shan's body. His figure was gone and replaced with a red cloud, raining down thick crimson droplets into red rivulets. It was clear to all this was the miserable ending. The once excited audience gawked. With how many of them were seeing Zhuofan's handiwork for the first time, they were still reeling over how such a monster existed. His power was out of this world. Everyone bore testament to the twins' strength last time. They were no less than the level of the superior 3-sex disciples that proved to be a thorn in many of the middle 3-sex disciples' sides. Yet these brave and bright geniuses were squashed to nothing at Zhuo Fan's hands with the lightest of actions and in the most horrendous way possible. Zhuo Fan's display had everyone shaking in their seats. Even those that witnessed Zhuo Fan's punch were still unnerved. That strike was unintended and random, while in this fight, the strikes were done with purpose and resolve. The constant show of baffling martial arts had left the people thrilled. Every time I see him, it feels like he's a new man, a new abomination. It puts all my effort into cultivation over the years to shame. Even if I were to fight him, I still can't beat him. Xie Tianshang shook his head and sighed. When Tao's face twitched, Tianshang, what the hell had your friend been eating to end up like this? He's inhuman. And you, Han Yunfeng, didn't you say he's going to take 15 minutes against the twins? He barely took a second. How should I know? Han Yunfeng rolled his eyes. I told you he's terrifying. I bet the last punch wasn't even his all. I just can't imagine where all his strength ends. How could a freak like him be allowed in the Double Dragon gathering anyway? How are we supposed to compete with that? When Tao eyed him and gave a firm nod of approval, then his face fell as he spoke bitterly. For crying out loud, I had confidence that many of my plans to deal with the demon scheming sect would work. But how the hell will any of them work when they have such a freak? Humph, ignorance is bliss. That so-called confidence was nothing but blind faith. Han Yunfeng mocked. When Tao glared, then sighed. Others had it worse. Heaven Trailing Sect's elder thought the challenge match with Demon Scheming Sect would still go to them. Now though, victory was the last thing on his mind. His team was going to be slaughtered. That valley was a hell's cape, fraught with one certain and imminent danger that would pull everyone in, Zhuo Fan. And to make matters worse, their leader Rensong is completely oblivious to it. And that was the truth of it. In that world, Rensong had warned the twins to go for Zhuo Fan from the start, rather than picking up the leftovers from Demon Scheming Sect. However, the fight was already over. This mighty young Master Ren and the other disciple had not received any message either, a testament to how brief the fight was. Elder Qi was most worried that the young master was still stubbornly holding on to his belief that the enemy was showboating. That's suicide. Elder Qi felt like crying, his heart in a mess. The rumors were true, if not failing to live up to his power. The punk is a terrifying existence. Wu Qingqiu took a deep breath and sighed. His reputation precedes him. Zhuo Fan is outstanding. There might not even be many from the superior 3-sex who can take the twins on. Yet this guy did it like nothing. You haven't seen anything yet. Wait till he becomes a true savage. That's when you'll see his power. Yan Mo recalled his miserable experience and sighed. We didn't even get to see his soul yet. Wu Qingqiu cried. Soul? He's in the radiant stage and already formed his soul. Oh please. How the hell is he supposed to fight an ethereal stage expert if he didn't have a soul formed? I figured he has some defensive soul treasure on him. That and his incredibly strong body are what helped him score wins. At least that's how it looked until now. But if he has a soul formed... Wu Qingqiu's face was heavy. Glancing over, Yan Mo sighed. Here's a newsflash for you. He doesn't just have a soul form, but it is also something incredible. How do you know? Did you see it? Wu Qingqiu looked at him hard. He nodded, then shook his head. What I mean is, I sort of saw it and didn't. At that time, he only half released it. Yet that was enough to almost take my life. If not for the girl in his arms stopping him, I wouldn't be here talking to you. You fought him and lost? Wu Qingqiu gasped. He knew just how strong Yan Mo was, while not better than him, of course, but he was a true expert in the Western lands. The best genius in Western lands could beat him, no problem, but getting him to leave his life was another matter. It was this expert that almost got culled by Zhuo Fan's power. Just what level is this guy at anyway? Wu Qingqiu turned a startled face at Yi Lin. Junior brother, your opponent is freakishly strong. Of course. How else is he to match me? Yi Lin grinned excitedly. I told you, none of you are worthy of fighting him except me. Because we are destined rivals, he... Xianxia gave him a long look, then nodded. Meanwhile, Zhuofan finished dealing with 2 flies and started looking around with a devious smile. Zhuofan's eye twitched and charged forward. He clawed at some bush and grabbed a mote of green, Song Lin's soul. Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden again, and the mote vanished. Then he disappeared again, appearing high on a tree's branch. He swiped his hand and caught a yellow mote this time. It was Zongshan's soul. With one last disappearing act, Zhuofan was back to his original spot, but this time with an extra nasty grin on his lips as he said to the 2 motes in his hands, "Go ahead, run. Did you think I didn't see you slipping away when your bodies were pulverized? And you, Songshan, what the hell were you doing perched up there under a bird's butt? Are you trying to become a chick in your next life?" Demon scheming sex disciples snickered over. The 2 souls were shaking in fear. "You picked the wrong guy to mess with this time. You up and challenged Steward Zhua and got what's coming to you. Ha ha ha." Kuei Lang patted the 2 souls and mocked them. The others laughed along. The Tsong twins were ashamed, crying out in anger. "You destroyed our bodies, and now you dare kill us? We are from the Heaven Trailing Sect, the head of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects. Head my ass. When we kick you down a notch, we'll be the head. Ha ha ha." Zhuofan grabbed the 2 and knocked them into each other so hard they saw stars. The rest were laughing even harder now. In flashes of light, Rensong and his gang entered the stage. Seeing the demon scheming sect team laughing and joking, Rensong looked around, puzzled. Where are Zongshan and Zonglin? Did they get sent to a different area? The plan was to go after Zhuofan to catch him off guard the minute they got here. But now there was no sight of them, and the chance was lost. As for the 2 in question being defeated, that never crossed his mind. He wasn't one to entertain such flights of fancies. The 2 managed to make it hard against all other middle 3 sects, so how would they get done in a flash? But the cruel reality was he couldn't even register what was before him. He just had to mess with the wrong person. "Are you thinking they should have been on me the moment they came here?" Zhuofan mocked. Rensong's brow shook, and he looked at Zhuofan incredulously. "How does he know that?" Zhuofan grinned as if he had read his mind, then shook his head as he extended his palms holding the 2 motes. "Because they did it just now. A shame they lost. Ha ha ha." Zhuofan squeezed, and under Rensong's shocked eyes, he watched as the 2 cried their last and scattered into the air. From now on, the head of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects has changed. Zhuofan squinted. Qi Chonglong and the others behind him snickered, strutting for Rensong's team with taunts and jeers. From now on, Tianyu's first guardian sect was taking a rain check. Rensong squinted as he jerked in fright. It blew his mind, and all his understanding, that Zongshan and Zonglin should charge one enemy only to be squeezed to nothing in the enemy's hands. Such a display left him crushed, and with his hopes gone, that left nothing but fear when he looked at Zhuofan. He never saw Zhuofan in action, but this was enough to get it through his thick skull that the rumors were true enough to get him killed. He is a monster I can't mess with. A shame he had done it already. However, he had more present and serious matters to worry about, like the ever-approaching Qi Chonglong and his friends with cold smiles. Now even without Zhuofan's help, the 6 ethereal stage experts against the only ethereal stage expert on his side, him and damn radiant stage experts, the rest could do nothing to curb the fear they all felt. Rensong was sweating buckets, his mouth fell, and he teared up. His teammates looked at their young master with pleading gazes, even as they knew their young master was in the same boat as them. Qi Chonglong was coming down on them with a savage grin, snapping his finger joints as he made fists. Rensong kept staggering away, filled with sweat. "Young master, run. Who is the cat and who is the mouse, I wonder?" Zhuofan snickered. Rensong gnashed his teeth and turned red in anger. "The punk is mocking me." Zhuofan shook his head and smiled. "That's right. I'm here to shame you, but on account of your exquisite manner yesterday, I am inclined to give you a chance. In a team battle, the rule says that the door outside will open after 6 hours, and the fight finishes regardless of the outcome. So didn't you say you're quite familiar with the area? So be a good mouse and scurry along for a hidey hole. And if we find you all in the next 6 hours, then it's only right that the cat gets to eat its prize, ha ha ha. Demon scheming sect's disciples cracked up, filled with contempt for them. Steward Zhua wanted to toy with them to their last breath. He's the same as Yen Mo. The audience chuckled and sighed. Such is the way of demonic cultivators. All demonic cultivators are the same, I see. They just love making a show out of their savagery. Ha ha ha. When Tao shook his head, Han Yunfeng glanced over and said, "This is called absolute power. You think you'll see something like this in an equal match? True cruelty only shows when one side has an overwhelming advantage. Maybe Zhuo Fan is telling the others through this act that they shouldn't mess with them, no matter how strong they are." When Tao sighed, Han Yunfeng grinned. "Then will you still stand in his way? Regardless of the outcome, I would be happy to know I could fight such an expert." Han Yunfeng's heart shook and fell silent. When Tao's words cut deep, fighting a losing battle was unwise. From the sect's standpoint, retreat was welcomed against an impossible adversary. However, to a cultivator whose nature was to go against the natural order, they should fight regardless of adversity and brave any dangers. Having been close to the leadership of a sect, he had forgotten this simple truth, the basic nature of a cultivator. If he balked in fear against this mighty opponent, how would he progress in his cultivation? Suddenly, his eyes focused and flicked in Zhuo Fan's direction. "It seems I was mistaken." When Tao eyed him and nodded with a smile. "That's how a demonic sect's young master should be." 10, 9, 8. Zhuo Fan lifted his arm and started the countdown. Kuei Lang and company grinned in Run Song's direction, waiting for them to flee like rats. I have never been more insulted in my entire life. Yet when it came to choosing between dignity and life, Ren Song could only think of himself as he ran like the wind under the audience's ridicule. The other disciples thought even less, going after their young master like good gophers. 3, 2, 1. Zhuo Fan's counting was slow, but it ended either way quickly. Kuei Lang and the others grinned as they began the hunt. They sure loved playing around at another's expense. But just as they started, Zhuo Fan's smirk started. "People, let's all relish the game." They looked at each other and nodded before vanishing. Zhuo Fan smiled and was gone as well. The little valley regained its tranquility once the game of cat and mouse began. The two gatekeepers closed their eyes, changing the screen outside the dimension by switching through the monitoring arrays already set up inside in search of any movement. It didn't take long for a heaven-trailing sect disciple to appear, frantic in his run for his life. He barely made a few steps as Wuxia came from behind. He pointed and green light shot his ankle. Then thick green energy spread from his heel to the rest of his body. "Hi hi hi! Run, kitty, run! The faster you go, the faster the poison spreads. And when it reaches your innards, you're done for." Wuxia cackled. The guy felt his heart beating out of his chest, and he was so scared he was close to soiling himself. Wuxia, however, was enjoying the moment of tormenting the poor devil. "Ah!" Noticing the green energy was almost at his thigh, he could no longer tarry. He instantly chopped his leg off and started jumping around in an attempt to flee. Wuxia sneered and shot another green light on the other leg. He was again forced to choose between his leg and his life. The guy was horrified and crying in indignity while Wuxia was taking his sweet time to see what he'd decide. To relish in his sweet torment, it took only half an hour for the guy to be without arms and legs. Finally, Wuxia cackled one last time and wiggled over. The audience sighed in sorrow. Exalted double dragons did the same, but out of boredom. Such an event was happening all over the place in that world. This was no longer a team battle, but a one-sided slaughter. Just how on earth did heaven-trailing sect offend the demon-scheming sect to incur such cruel revenge? Holding their foreheads, the two exalted no longer bothered to watch and closed their eyes. However, none noticed that no matter how the view changed, Zhuo Fan was nowhere to be seen among the tortures. He had been gone ever since the hunt began. It was as if he was no longer in there. Whoosh! Deep in the forest, a figure appeared. The proud Zhua turned around and nodded. Good. This must be the blind spot in the monitoring arrays. Then his hand held a sparkling and pure crystal, a sacred stone. The black energy curled from his hand around the sacred stone and slowly dissolved it. Zhuofan focused on the drifting spiritual energy, following its every shift. Then his eyes lit up in glee. Over there! He was gone once more. This time, Zhuofan was sidestepping the monitoring arrays while following the flow of spiritual energy from the sacred stone until he arrived before an unending mountain. The spiritual energy was so thick here it felt like the previous valley could not compare, to the point that the entire mountain range was like a bright azure dragon as it emitted spiritual energy. I knew it. This is a Western land's sacred mine. Who knew they'd sealed it up in here? Watching the distant mountain range, his heart shivered. The instant he got here, he was convinced that this place had to have a sacred mine. But since this was someone else's home, it was closely monitored. Looking for their treasury under Double Dragon Manor's nose was asking for the noose. So, the ingenious Zhuofan used heaven-trailing sex hunt to cover his tracks and let him inspect in peace. That was why he kept telling the disciples to take it real slow, to give him time to have his share of fun. Now that he was here, his doubts were cleared. From what Wuxia said, the 5 lands' sacred mines could only be exploited at the edges. Most of their ores are being protected by a strong array that can only be placed by the likes of experts from the sacred domain. Who then, besides him, blowing himself up and ending up in the mortal domain would fall so low. Moreover, the path to descend from the sacred domain was closed shut. Even a saint would find it hard to breach it, to say nothing of the others. In that case, the answer couldn't be more obvious. Squinting, Zhuofan pondered. This must be related to the 5 sacred beasts. Kuanping had him look for the other sacred beasts while keeping young Sanzi hostage. That has to be it. Zhuofan looked around the place, then his brow shook. The sacred mine is so important that there are tens of monitoring arrays just 100 meters from it. Not to mention they are all discreetly set up. A shame you guys met me. When it comes to arrays, yours truly is your great-great-great ancestor. Humph. Grinning, Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden. Besides, you should now be drawn to watching Wuxia and the others' actions and have no attention to spare on me. Whoosh. With a snicker, Zhuofan vanished. He kept showing up and disappearing all over the mountain range, but all were spots where the monitoring arrays could not reach. Whoosh! Zhuofan finally stopped before the dimly lit mouth of a cave. As he entered, he did not trigger one of the hundreds of monitoring arrays outside. He sighed in relief. Zhuofan looked at the cave's walls filled with sparkling crystals shining in a faint light. The sheer density of the spiritual energy was so great it gave him goosebumps. His eyes lit up at the sight. This was the entrance to the sacred mine, and these crystals were the sacred stones the vein formed. All sacred mines had to be formed on top of a world array to condense such a high concentration of sacred stones. That meant that apart from the sacred array, the sacred mine was not suitable for setting up other arrays, or it would end up disturbed by the natural power of the world. Thus, Zhuofan was not worried there might be any monitoring or defensive arrays here, unless, of course, they could set up sacred arrays, which was an impossibility in the mortal domain. So Zhuofan just waltzed in curiously. He wanted to see who this expert was and what kind of an array he set up to protect the sacred mine. He barely took a few steps, and an ear-piercing ringing came. His eyes shook, and Zhuofan stopped. What's going on? Is there someone inside? Carefully walking deeper, Zhuofan noticed that the ringing intensified. When he reached the end, he was stumped. A 2-meter-long sword covered in a prismatic haze floated just above the cave floor. It would sometimes shake and release a mesmerizing ringing sound. The rich spiritual energy from the sacred stones converged on the long sword. Like a newborn pup growing on the sweet milk, the long sword was also sustained under the sacred stone's care. Is that a sacred weapon? Zhuofan squinted and cried out. By the looks of it, it's even a 6th-grade sacred weapon. the strongest of the sacred domain. Above the 12-grade spiritual weapons were the sacred weapons. Only a person from beyond the mortal domain could unleash this weapon's true might. And since sacred stones were needed to refine them, making such beauties was an extremely complicated process. They were a rarity even in the sacred domain. At least, when Zhuofan was the grand leader of the 8 emperors, he could only refine a 3rd-grade sacred weapon, and that was only in theory as well, having never actually done it. The materials weren't available everywhere either. Just going by the requirements of the sacred stone alone, he did not know just how many lands of the Shine clan he had to cheat and how difficult it was to get them off his tail in the process. He never expected the tiny mortal domain to contain such a beauty, the legendary 6th-grade sacred weapon. Such a wonder made his little heart flutter. He had plenty of sacred stones on hand but no sacred weapon. Since he stumbled onto one, was he just going to pass by? Zhuofan grinned and walked towards it. Ha ha ha, I know that all sacred weapons have a conscience, so you must be able to understand me. Look, this place is so damp and gloomy, with no sunlight ever getting in. Aren't you bored sitting here all day? Every day? Why not join me out to play? The sword understood Zhuofan's intention and shook faintly before emitting a sharp light. Wait! Zhuofan jumped back at once and waved his hands. I mean no harm and don't intend to take you for myself. I know sacred weapons need sacred stones to shine and replenish their energy. I have plenty of them with me. If you come with me, you get to soar in the endless sky as we travel the world and have your fill of all you can eat. I'll make sure to make you content. Zhuofan was like an uncle swindling children. He showed such an obscene smile too. His hand flashed and took out a sacred stone. See, I'm not lying. I can replenish your energy just as well in my ring. The only difference is that you can also come out to stretch your legs. Would you like to check my ring for yourself? If you don't like it, you're free to come out. You're a sacred weapon, and I can't lock you up. Zhuofan tentatively showed his thunder ring in enticement. The long sword looked hesitant. It hummed and went still. Zhuofan knew he almost had it and was bursting with excitement. Holy hell! I'm about to have the strongest sacred weapon. This is both of my life's dreams come true. His trip to Double Dragon Gathering had paid off hundreds of times over. Even if he weren't forced by Xia Wuyue's task or Kuanping's threat, he'd have come here ages ago for this sweet trinket. However, just as Zhuofan was about to hoodwink the sacred weapon, a blue flame flared up from his thunder ring. At the same time, Zhuofan's forehead sported the same azure flame. His body crackled with purple lightning, and his right arm flashed crimson. What's going on? Startled, Zhuofan was stumped. A chilling bloodthirst swept the cave, and Zhuofan's heart tensed as he looked incredulously at the long sword. What just happened? We were getting to the good part, so why the sudden hostilities? He didn't have time to think as the long sword ruthlessly attacked him. Whoosh! With a cold glint, killing intent shot out of the long sword and reached Zhuofan in a blink. Zhuofan squinted and hurriedly raised his right to block it. PFF. The most astonishing thing happened. Zhuofan's invincible Qilin arm offered no resistance to the sword's attack. In a flash, gurgling blood flowed out of it, but Zhuofan was too stunned to realize it. How can this be? That was just sword energy, yet it pierced through a sacred beast's body. Just what on earth is a 6th-grade sacred weapon made of to be so strong? Whoosh! However, he had no time to ponder as the sword shook and rushed at Zhuofan, its blade shining in a dazzling light. Zhuofan was horrified. For the first time, Zhuofan was scared to death. Its sword energy was enough to pierce a sacred beast's body. So now that it came for him, how would he stop it? It was going to make mince meat out of him. Zhuofan panicked, not knowing what to do. Just as the long sword reached him, he was hit by a stroke of genius. Since you can't beat them, flee! His right eye flashed golden, and Zhuofan had moved 100 meters away in a blink. As for the long sword, it lost its target and searched for him, unable to find him. When Zhuofan appeared again, the sword closed in on him in a blink. He cried out on the inside but did not dare to leave the cave, or those monitoring arrays would spot him. Shuofan had no choice but to stay in this narrow cave and dodge the sword's attacks. This couldn't go on forever since his yuan qi would run out if he kept this up. At the same time, the sword would keep replenishing its stores in this sacred mine. Could go on forever. A fight for attrition was his worst gamble. For God's sake, I'll make another tunnel since there's no other path. I could use it to escape the monitoring arrays and take to the skies. With that thought in mind, Shuofan dodged one more time, and his right eye flashed with 2 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. Bam! The space shook as the attack struck the cave wall, yet it bounced back. All the attack did was give the whole mountain range a good shake. Shuofan narrowed his eyes and panicked. Does that mean that since this is a sacred mine, breaking the space is still not enough to break the layers of sacred stones? But that wasn't the end of his shock. The long sword was in front of him once more. Damn! Shuofan narrowed his eyes and paled as his scalp went numb. At this very moment, the long sword was already on top of him, just a hair's breadth away. With void annihilation fizzling out, he had no more time to employ shift. His only fate was to be skewered to death. Well, there was one option left, to use the void annihilation that had yet to disperse and rout the longsword. Like that's ever going to happen. Regardless of void annihilation's strength, it couldn't compare to the Qilin arm. If it got pierced by this thing's sword energy alone, how could a mere void annihilation block the longsword's attack? Shuofan was at the end of the road. However, watching the long sword just about to tear him a new one, Shuofan could only grit his teeth and risk it all. It's worth a shot, even if it's for nothing. Shuofan's right eye flashed golden again. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. Shuofan's right eye shot out a spatial ripple that collided with the longsword. Clang. It was like it hit metal. The longsword was pushed back by the blow. It flipped twice in midair before plunging into the wall filled with sacred stones. Shuofan was stunned. Then he looked at his right arm, still bleeding heavily. With a flick of his hand, he smashed a big hole in the wall next to him. Sure enough, the Qilin arm is way stronger than Void Annihilation. So why couldn't it defend against this sword while the latter could? Crack. As he was sinking into his thoughts, the cracking from the wall jerked him away. The long sword twisted around in the wall and was fricking wiggling out of the stone and charging for Shuofan one more time. Shuofan narrowed his eyes, his face solemn. He no longer hesitated to use Void Annihilation on the spot. Bam! The sword was spun through the air again on impact. With a deep frown, Shuofan was curious why the puny Void Annihilation succeeded where his prized Qilin arm failed. Maybe they're naturally opposites. Shuofan pondered over some more, and a realization struck him. Since Void Annihilation could handle it, what about the other skills of Divine Eye of the Void? Whoosh! The longsword was back again with a ferocious and far more savage attack than before. Shuofan narrowed his eyes, and this time Shuofan no longer panicked. He was like an old fox biding his time for his prey to fall into his trap. Finally, the longsword was within 100 meters, and Shuofan's right eye flashed golden 4 times. Divine Eye of the Void's fourth stage, Space Crusher. The whole cave shook, and the sacred stones littering the walls fell to the ground. But that was a mere jiggle, unlike how it usually behaved outside, where it pulverized everything. It shows that a sacred mine is tough beyond reason. Shuofan nodded inside, then returned his attention to the incoming longsword. It was also shaking all over as it stopped approaching. All it could do was tremble and shake in the air. Couldn't even get near Shuofan to strike. Just as I thought, Divine Eye of the Void can restrain the sacred weapon. Shuofan's eyes narrowed, and his right eye flashed again in 3 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void third stage, Mirage World. Suddenly the vibrations stopped. Only the longsword was enveloped in invisible fluctuations, preventing it from stabilizing itself. It spun around in place, unable to make heads or tails of what was happening around it. Humph, since you don't want to work with me and even tried killing me, there's no need for you to have consciousness. Zhuofan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He knew fully well that sacred weapons had a mind of their own, and this one was no different, housing a spirit that controlled it. Now he and the sword spirit were at odds. He would have to crush the spirit if he wanted to obtain the sword's recognition. Therefore, he was using illusions to control the sword spirit and calm it down. If a sacred weapon lost its sword spirit, its quality would fall sharply. He had to put another spirit in its place. Zhuofan looked around, pensive. A flash of red came out of his body and sank into the long sword. Zhuofan started making signs while shouting, "Demon transformation art. Turning the sword as one's own body. Sword spirit renewal." Whoosh. Black tendrils of energy flashed over the long sword along with Blood Infant's creepy snicker. A cry of fear echoed out of the sword. It was the original sword spirit. However, because Zhuofan suppressed its divine sense with Mirage World, it had no way to fight back even if it wanted to. As Zhuofan used the demon transformation art along with the void annihilation, the sword spirit slowly disintegrated, becoming nourishment for the new sword spirit. With a light ripple, the hovering long sword started trembling, and its previous glossy and impeccable blade now slowly took on a black color while crimson stripes spread over its surface, making it let out a sinister aura. Stopping Mirage World, Zhuofan beckoned, and the sword fell into his hand. Looking closely at it, Zhuofan smiled in satisfaction. Henceforth, the world has lost a 6th-grade sacred weapon, but it has gained a sacred demonic sword. Little guy, you shall now be the spirit of this sword and my blood infant, the strongest 6th-grade sacred demonic sword of the sacred domain. How awesome is that? How annoying I can't unleash even a fraction of what you're capable of. Not as I am now at least. The sword shook. Then it flew from Zhuofan's grip. It spiraled in the air, and Blood Infant appeared in a flash of light. Then Blood Infant shot into Zhuofan's body without so much as a peep. Zhuofan started. Then he shook his head. Little guy, are you trying to say that even if I can't use the sword, you're still one with me? Blood Infant simply rested in Zhuofan's body, like a child having gone to sleep. No wonder you've been my blood infant for so many years. You're so much better than some sword spirit. With you controlling the sacred weapon, I can rest easy. Ha ha ha. Chuckling, Zhuofan's hand flashed, and a dozen sacred stones appeared, bringing them to his stomach. Though this sacred weapon needs sacred stones to replenish. Eat up, little guy. Eat up and grow strong. Whoosh. The sacred stones vanished, and when he looked inside, he noticed Blood Infant had taken them. Zhuofan chuckled. With so many sacred stones in me, I hope I won't get kidney stones. Ha ha ha. Wait, with so many sacred stones around, why the hell am I forking them out of my purse? Looking at the ground, it was now littered with sacred stones from all the shaking. He sighed. I'm so stupid. No harm was done since he would just take these pickings, which would be all the same. Zhuofan had no shame whatsoever. But then he noticed his still bleeding right hand and frowned. Returning dragon's roar. Roar. Following the roar, his hand was covered in a flash of green, filled with life. Yet the Qilin arm was still wounded like before. Startled, Zhuofan frowned. Is it that the Qilin arm can't be healed? Or maybe the wounds from a sacred weapon can't be healed? Since this was his first injury to the Qilin arm, Zhuofan was a little unsure. Never mind, I'll just let it recover with time. After so many years, I ended up bloody wounded in action. I best keep this under wraps, or my actions here will be revealed. Holding some bandage, he wrapped it tight around his arm. Then he let his sleeve hide it before he went deeper into the cave. In the end, his main objective was to investigate the array. He wouldn't be at ease going back with just a sacred weapon. This is the place where the sacred mine is sealed. The cave couldn't be dug any further since it must have hit a wall. Touching the end of the tunnel, Zhuofan pondered. He noticed light flowing along the wall, like some kind of barrier, covered in all kinds of symbols. His eyes widened. I knew it. The one who set this array up must be a master. It's so ingenious I can't find the slightest weakness. It's as if. Shuofan narrowed his eyes. It is just like Lightning Canyons who trapped Soaring Qilin. Can't be the same person or expert that set it up, right? That would mean this was another remnant of an emperor. Just what on earth happened in the mortal domain in the past? Why would such an expert leave his mark here? Even with the 9 Serenity's secret records, breaking through this ingenious array was impossible as he was now. He only got to enter the Lightning Canyon because Soaring Qilin used its life to make a hole. As for the other 2 forbidden zones, he wouldn't get in even if he risked his life. Their arrays were intact. Forget about even getting in touch with those sacred beasts. Not when he couldn't open the door. Tracing his fingers over the wall, Shuofan was mulling over something. Then he opened his eyes wide, and 2 golden halos flashed in his right. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. Bam! The spatial power struck the wall loudly. Then it was over. The barrier didn't even shake. Though it did flash a bit after as if to mock Shuofan that he was all bark and no bite. Shuofan sighed. This array is ridiculously strong. Not even Void Annihilation, specialized in breaking arrays, can do a thing to it. He would never get it open as he was now, a mere ant against the world. My only choice is to wait until after I go beyond the mortal domain to try again. Shuofan gave up the search and was about to return to the valley. However, he made sure to spruce this place up with how messy it was. And so, without further ado, he picked the walls clean of any and all sacred stones. By using shift now and then, Shuofan popped all over the mountain as he avoided the hundreds of monitoring arrays. All he left behind was now a bare, dark cave like he was some thief who couldn't get enough. It was a good thing the exalted double dragons didn't see him, or they'd be spitting blood right about now. Those sacred stones were tens of times the reward the double dragon gathering offered the 9 sects this time. It took 1,000 years to form, and yet they were gone just like that. May you rot in hell, Shuofan. How fortunate indeed. The 2 exalted were oblivious. Of course, Shuofan could never let them know, though his wounded right arm was a giveaway. Shuofan frowned and held it close. It was its first wound and he was a little worried. In the last few fights he had, no one could even scratch it, so coming out wounded all of a sudden would definitely attract the exalted's gazes. That'll be bad for sure. Squinting, Shuofan was pondering on a solution. Whoosh! An hour later, Shuofan reappeared in the valley. Alas, gone was the natural beauty and lush scenery, now covered in ever-flowing blood that gave it a nasty stench. One should not forget the constant symphony of wails and cackles that accompanied such a view. It brought this work of art to life. Bang! Don't hit me, please. I give. Just let me go. Damn you. Now you know when to surrender? What were you doing before then? Where'd your arrogance go? What about yesterday's cockiness? Hi. If I don't set you straighter than an arrow now, then I'm no demon-scheming sex disciple. Kuei Lang's laughter echoed through the valley, filled with the promise of brutality. Shuofan looked around, and he saw punches and kicks raining down on one helpless victim. Kuei Lang, and the rest were dishing out all the beatings they could, like a master lashing out at his servant. As for the one who wailed beneath their feet, that was Rensong. Yuer and the girls stood aside with a thick, loathing gaze on their faces. When they noticed Shuofan, they bowed. Steward Zhua, welcome back. Did you get the prick? Shuofan asked. The girls turned to the others and nodded. Bai Lian bowed a bit as she reported. Steward Zhua, heaven-trailing sex disciples have all been killed. Except Renkong based on his status, we can't kill him. So we captured him, sealed his cultivation, and let the others thrash him until now. As you should have. Rensong can't be killed, or it will force heaven-trailing sect to desperate action. Shuofan nodded, then he showed a nasty smile. Though that doesn't mean we shouldn't put him in his rightful place. Since he liked showing off yesterday, let's show him how it's truly done. By the way, How come you aren't enjoying the kicking festival along with those guys? The three girls blushed and fell silent. Zhuofan paused, but then he noticed something. Ha ha ha, I get it. A lady is to be reserved and shouldn't lower herself to such barbaric and vile actions. But as someone treading the demonic path, you should learn to let go. Come, let's kick him a couple of rounds. It'll make us feel better. Zhuofan waved as he strutted over. But the girls still hung their heads in the same spot. This isn't like you at all. Zhuofan looked back with an odd gaze. Especially you, Yuling. When you were the boss of the labor office, you were more arrogant than ever. Why the sudden shyness over kicking someone? Steward Zhua, it's better if you see for yourself. Yuling blushed harder and pointed at the crowd. Zhuofan was intrigued now. Going over, he looked from behind the kicking frenzy. Ahem, brothers, please make way. Allow me to join. Steward Zhua is back. Make way. Steward Zhua wants to let off steam. Kuei Lang looked back, and his eyes lit up when he saw Zhuofan. The others moved away with bright smiles, letting Zhuofan have his fun. Now the scene was revealed in all its glory to him that had him stumped. He gave an odd look to the rest, especially those shy ladies. Now he got the gist of their reluctance. Rensong was nothing more than a curled-up ball of bruises and wounds, twitching and even whimpering. That wasn't the least of it, though. He was stripped of clothes, and blood was also gathering underneath him. Zhuofan couldn't help sneering at them. You should know not to take it too far in your games. You even stripped him naked. He is, after all, the young master of the heaven-trailing sect. Doing this in front of thousands of people, he won't have the shame to get out of his room. Hee, that's just what I wanted. I bet he won't be able to get out of his home even back at his sect. Kuei Lang snickered. He pointed at the blood under Rensong and followed the trail of blood. Look, Steward Zhua. Zhuofan did look and was speechless before crying out. You sure have unique tastes. He gave them a funny look, then gave a loathing handshake. Next time, don't talk to me. I am not a sicko but a perfectly normal human being. No wonder even Yuling, with her nasty temper, stood behind. You guys just aren't normal. The three girls from afar shook and covered their ears, trying anything to stop hearing his words. The curled-up Rensong twitched on cue, and his sobbing increased. Kuei Lang's face twitched. Steward Zhua? Who do you take us for? We're not sick, at least not to that degree. Didn't we vent for you? The prick had gone overboard yesterday. So, we used a club to. Kuei Lang lifted a bloody wooden stick. Zhuofan hurriedly held his nose and jumped back a couple of steps. He glared at them in disgust. Put that away, you filthy animals. Animals, woo. Rensong shook as he cried. For the first time ever, he agreed with Zhuofan. Giving him a long look, Zhuofan shook his head, sympathizing with him. Then he turned to Kuei Lang and the others, barking, You're the ones who've gone overboard. Ever heard the saying, death before dishonor? The guys were stumped. They did not get Zhuofan. Didn't they do what he asked? Why was he angry? Rensong lifted his wretched and crying face and gave Zhuofan a strange look. Was he the rescuer among this band of scumbags? However, Zhuofan's next line made his mouth twitch. Couldn't you have just gotten rid of the flesh and taken a round with his soul? That kind of pain is the most exquisite. Moreover, it's far less nasty and messy. I should have known that all vile demons are the same, Rensong thought. With a plop, the club fell to the ground. Zhuofan spoke with deep loathing. The others were stumped for a moment, then cackled. That's the Steward Zhua we know. Even if left alive, it won't do without scarring him good. You're the best team leader ever. Kuei Lang snickered and patted his chest. Rest assured, sir. We shall have no compassion, no shred of sympathy, and we'll be sure to make him pay. Thrashing him was going too easy on him. It's just that you said we should take our sweet time. So there's plenty of stuff we haven't yet tried. Ha ha ha. I told you to take your time so you could buy me time. It wasn't so you could turn him into your punching bag. Then again, the result ain't half bad. Recalling his haul, Zhuofan grinned. Then he looked at the shivering mess on the ground. afraid the act was about to resume, and Zhuofan shook his head. This beating will leave a deep trauma in Rensong's psyche. He's done for. Well, not my fault he had to prance in my face. Hold on. Zhuofan squinted suddenly. Then he looked at his right hand. All right, brothers, get rid of his body, and let's have a go with his soul. One last push, and we're done for today. Gui Hu looked at everyone. He got Zhuofan's implied meaning and acted accordingly. With a nod, everyone returned to Rensong with a sinister smile. Rensong was so scared he was shaking like a leaf. However, with a spatial ripple as the only sign, a white pillar sprouted in front of everyone. At the same time, an aged voice echoed, "All right, kids, that's enough playing around. The 6 hours are up. The team battle between Demon Scheming Sect and Heaven Trailing Sect is over." Over? Isn't it too fast? Kuei Lang looked baffled. We still haven't destroyed this prick's body. How come it's over when we're just getting started? The others' interest fell at this point since the time was up. Zhuofan snickered at Rensong's scarlet butt and added, "Good things never last long. Now that the time is up, we must abide by Double Dragon Gathering's rules and stop. When it's all said and done, Brother Ren, you are still the young master of the Heaven Trailing Sect, the head of the Tianyu's 3 guardian sections. We're rivals on the battlefield but friends outside of it. Friendships come first and rivalry second. Do you think you can make it back? Or do you need me to get someone to help you?" Hypocrite! Every face in the audience twitched, scoffing at him on the inside. They bore witness to the true essence of a demonic cultivator. Cruel to no end and a hypocrite to the core. And Zhuofan seemed to be the culmination of all evil. Rensong's face sank, silently taking out a shirt from his ring to put it on. Then he barely got his feet under him. He clenched his ass cheeks as he wiggled towards the saving light, soon vanishing. Looking at each other, Zhuofan and Kuei Lang laughed at his expense. The girls only blushed harder and glared at them with a shake of their heads. Zhuofan's gang followed into the light right after. Their vision shifted from the mountains to the Double Dragon Manor's arena. Yet the welcoming committee was not in the least bit happy, showering them in scornful looks rather than applauses. The team battle between Demon Scheming Sect and Heaven Trailing Sect was not as intense as the crowd hoped. Instead, it was completely one-sided. And at Zhuofan's behest, it devolved even more into a sick chase for torture and pain. No, a sick game is more accurate, because Heaven Trailing Sect's people weren't killed but toyed with instead. If one could still call it that, this fight was nothing more than a show of Demon Scheming Sect's endless capacity for brutality and savagery. Heaven Trailing Sect's young master Rensong would have gone through even more cruelty if not for that title shielding him from death. Not like this outcome was any better. Shuddering, Rensong, with Elder Chi's support, stood opposite of Demon Scheming Sect's team. But his head was still lowered, fear having twisted his character from an overly proud man to the shell he was now. He was unable even to look his torturers in the eye. Elder Chi saw his young master's appearance and gnashed his teeth in hatred, glaring at those demons. Not like Zhuofan and company ever cared. They still bore that twisted smile from before. Bring it if you dare. The judge's cold eyes swept both sides as he spoke. In this team battle between Demon Scheming Sect and Heaven Trailing Sect, the former had sent in 10 people and 10 returned while the latter had sent 10 and only 1 returned. A battle won by an absolute margin. Demon Scheming Sect, do you wish to keep challenging? Your next opponent is the second place in the middle 3 sects, Demon Soul Sect. Damn right we are. Zhuofan blurted out without even thinking. Judged had expected this kind of answer and continued. Then you are free to decide whether it will be right now or after a rest of 3 days. We didn't even break a sweat. We fight now, of course. Zhuofan snickered. The judge nodded and turned to Demon Soul Sect. Do you accept the challenge? If you don't, it will automatically declare Demon Scheming Sect as the winner and you the loser. Han Yunfeng squinted in thought. Zhuofan paused, giving him a long look. Didn't he say he'll give up earlier? Why the hesitation? We accept. However, at this moment Demon Soul Sect suddenly decided to fight. Turning to Zhuofan, Han Yunfeng was filled with battle intent. The best choice is not to fight, but it will only leave us with regret. But don't think for a second you can humiliate us as you did to Heaven Trailing Sect. Demon Soul Sect is filled with battle demons. We'll rather die than be shamed. Humph, we'll just see about that. Wuxia snorted in contempt but was stopped by Zhuofan. Zhuofan gave him a long look and nodded. Good. But you better come prepared. We're not ones to go easy. Humph, we don't need your pity. Han Yunfeng scoffed. Zhuofan's nasty grin resurfaced. Turning to his team, Demon Soul Sect is unlike the Heaven Trailing Sect. They won't balk under fear. We can't mess around with them and have to take them seriously. But they only have 2 ethereal stage experts. Why so serious? Kuei Lang paused and gave the opponent an odd stare. Zhuofan smiled. Look at their eyes, and you'll see they have made peace with death. You might want to have fun, but they are serious. They won't let it go your way. That is why it's better to face them head-on and give them proper respect. They have come to the gathering fully aware that they might never return and are ready to go all out if they do. The true spirit of a cultivator. They are nothing like kicking around some wastrels. We need to act according to our opponents. Some are to be toyed with while others should be shown respect. Startled, the gang turned in Demon Soul Sect's direction. Sure enough, although they were around the level of the Heaven Trailing Sect, they were determined to see this fight through one way or the other. Despite witnessing how they trashed Heaven Trailing Sect, they still showed no fear. They really must be taken seriously. Kuei Lang took a deep breath and nodded. His face was solemn. Looking at them, they were suddenly reminded of themselves from before. If not for Zhuofan bumping their strength, they would probably be at the level of Demon Soul Sect and could only throw their measly lives away in this double dragon gathering. They all let out a sigh of lament. The judge turned from one team to another. Disciples, please enter the Sumeru dimension. The second challenge of the middle 3 sects challenge round begins. Zhuofan led his team towards the gateway. Han Yunfeng followed as well. Whether intentionally or not, Zhuofan paused for Han Yunfeng's team to catch up. Just like that, the two walked abreast, entering the valley simultaneously. The prick sure has his charm. Not always an insufferable bastard. Wu Qingqiu couldn't help but smile. Yen Mo's eyes shook at the side, and he had to nod. Indeed, Demon Scheming Sect is at its peak, and he should be brash and wild. But when he entered the valley, he chose to wait for Han Yunfeng to catch up and go in at the same time. It is a sign of respect. That is true. Respect me, and I shall do the same. Insult me, and I'll make you pay 1,000 times over. It seems to me the fact that he drove Demon Scheming Sect into butchering Heaven Trailing Sect is justifiable. But all we saw in that battle was Demon Scheming Sect's cruelty, and not Heaven Trailing Sect's arrogance. That is why we all labeled the Demon Scheming Sect's men as thugs. This is why demon cultivators earned their bad name, ha ha ha. What a world. Eyeing him, Yen Mo nodded. Who'd have thought a righteous disciple would know the toils of us demonic cultivators? Ha ha ha, it's because I'm a righteous cultivator that I need to have tolerance. Demonic cultivators are paranoid yet not necessarily wrong. I will not be prejudiced. Wu Qingqiu chuckled and said to Yen Mo, by the way, I don't find this Zhuofan that unreasonable. Just that he acts differently depending on the people and situations, while also a bit heavy-handed. You said he almost got you killed. How did you manage to piss him off? Well, it's none of your business. Yen Mo turned red and shifted his head away. Wu Qingqiu snickered at his reaction. Demonic cultivators love to make a scene, are narrow-minded, and must have what they want. Therefore, when the two of them meet, sparks fly. While righteous cultivators love to don the mask of hypocrisy. That should level things out, right? Wu Qingqiu shook his head at this thought. Demons are frank and irritable, while the just are fake and calm. Though who can tell who is the demon and who is just? Meanwhile, when the two teams entered the valley, they stood across from each other. Zhuofan jumped and landed behind his team. Han Yunfeng and the others frowned. Zhuofan, however, smiled. I'll say it again, who can get on my level? Pass all 9 of them. Then you can face me. Han Yunfeng's eyelid twitched, and he stared at Zhua Fan furiously. That's odd. How come the prick is up to his old tricks and won't fight this time either? Wu Qingxiu's side was puzzled as they watched Zhua Fan. Hadn't he always treated Demon Soul Sect with respect? Why the acting? Why the antagonistic display? By not fighting in a team battle, he clearly looked down on them, holding them in contempt. His action was a hard and cold slap to Han Yunfeng's team's face. Leaving the slapping aside, why lift their hopes just now only to knock them down again? Just what is that prick thinking? They would never have guessed that it wasn't that Zhua Fan did not want to fight. It was because he couldn't. His right hand got hurt from the brief encounter with the sacred sword. If misfortune had it that he exposed it, the exalted double dragons would see it and he'd be finished. As for his left, it was nowhere near that strong. Favoring his weak left instead of that strong right would incur the same suspicion. So the best way to avoid it all was to show off and stay out of it. If Demon Soul Sect had just forfeited and let me fight Sword God Sects when Tao straight out, then with his strength similar to a superior 3 Sects disciple, it would fit my plan perfectly. Then I wouldn't have to hide from anyone and not be so passive. But just what the hell got into Demon Soul Sect all of a sudden? While I do admire their guts, they're just too weak. I can't fake it with these weaklings. It'll only get seen through. The only choice is staying still. Scratched his nose, Zhua Fan sighed inwardly. Han Yunfeng witnessed his action and was fuming mad, gnashing his teeth in hatred. What the hell's the meaning of this? I get you look down on us. But did you have to do it in front of everyone? Won't you even give us a few moves? Since you're so stuck up, what's with the show of respect from before in walking side by side? Are you toying with us? Han Yunfeng glared and said, Zhua Fan, I will make you fight. Humph. To fight our steward Zhua, you'll have to go through me first. Qi Changlong stood in Han Yunfeng's way. This is a team battle, but we won't take advantage of your weakness and we'll go one-on-one. If you have what it takes to beat our 6 ethereal stage experts, then there will be no one to stop you from fighting Steward Zhua. What, a round robin of 1 against 6? Third young Master Han cursed. You have no shame at all. My brother is in the 2nd layer of the ethereal stage, while just 3 of you are in the 3rd layer. Why not ask him to stand still, so you can beat him? Quiet, brother. Han Yunfeng cut off the 3rd young Master Han's rant. If it's a team battle, with only 2 ethereal stage experts, they could have 2 of theirs hold us back while the rest would kill our teammates. Then it will turn into 6 versus 2. How long do you think we will hold on then? 3rd young Master Han paused, then let out a long sigh. Han Yunfeng's eyelid twitched and said, That's why this round robin looks like 1 against 6. The fights will never be one-on-one. This is in our favor. I accept. Great. Then let's go. Qi Changlong walked forward. Giving Zhua Fan a look from beyond the others, Han Yunfeng's eyes narrowed. His body shook, and with a reverberating roar, a blue hundreds of meters tall winged lion appeared in a flash of light. With its appearance, the temperature dropped sharply, and a biting wind formed that chilled one to the bone. The crowd cried out. That's Han Yunfeng's soul. At once, the audience was boiling. Everyone knew the soul was an ethereal stage expert's strongest weapon but also its weakness. So unless they had no choice, the fight was to the death, or they did not fear a heavy injury, the average man would not take it out. Since if the soul was finished, so were you. So even in the middle 3 sex round, the audience had not once seen ethereal stage experts taking out their souls. Even when Ren Tsong was being pummeled from all around, he would rather have his cultivation sealed than show his soul in fear of having it crushed. No one imagined that in the 2nd stage of the middle 3 sex challenge round, Han Yunfeng would actually lay his soul bare at the very start. He was ready to go all out. Elder brother. His younger brothers cried in panic. Han Yunfeng waved them not to worry, his face hard. They are all tough opponents. I have to go all out from the start, or if the time drags out, it will work against me. Ha ha ha, what a brave man you are, eldest young master of Demon Soul Sect. Then allow me to accompany you with my own soul. Qi Changlong laughed and felt as if he had met a kindred spirit. His body shook, and yellow light spilled from him. In a blink, a huge seal of 60 meters appeared overhead, giving an oppressive feeling. Wu Qingqiu's brow shook, and he cried, "It's actually a rarely seen tool soul, the seal of upheaval." Correct. Souls are commonly divided into beast souls, elemental souls, and domain souls. As for this tool soul, despite being rare, it is on the same level as a beast soul. And Han Yunfeng's soul is that of ascending howling lion, of bitter cold and extreme yin, the opposite of the seal's extreme yang. This makes it that the match will be decided on the strength of their souls. Yan Mo nodded as he analyzed. Yilin looked from the side, bored. It's Han Yunfeng's win. Why? Startled, the two turned to him. Reason dictated it should be Qi Changlong who won since he had the higher cultivation. Yilin huffed. Because he stakes his life. Bam! The loud sound came just as Yilin finished. Ascending howling lion and the seal of upheaval clashed in a terrifying rumble. However, in that short exchange, the seal of upheaval had 5 claw marks, with ice spreading around them. PFF. Qi Changlong shook all over and spat blood. At the same time, he took back his soul. He cupped his hands in admiration. Respect. You're too kind. Han Yunfeng returned his gesture even as his brow was soaked. Should this be his victory? He was, in fact, the more injured party of the two. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, and he admired Han Yunfeng. The kid is a damn feisty guy. He's unlike those fake young masters from Sex and even staked his life on the first attack. His upbringing must have had a heavy role to play in it. Demon Soul Sect is remarkable. Wu Qingqiu's brow shook as well. How can there be a fight like this in this day and age? As the forefathers say, pride comes before the fall. Even in a life and death struggle, one holds back some energy just in case, to change the tides and win or escape. But this guy had put up all he had and more, cutting off all his paths. If he couldn't have shaken off his opponent in the first strike, he would have been dead by now. The guy is ruthless. He is staking his life just for the chance to fight him. How can you guys even understand him? Yilin mocked. He has to fight 6 people even in rounds. Even if he comes out victorious, he will be exhausted to death. The only way to save energy is to go out in full force. While he gives his life in every exchange, his opponent doesn't have the nerve to meet him. This leaves him with a margin to win and conserve his strength. But even so, one cannot say just how much energy he'd have left in the end. By the way, Yan Mo, you said you wanted to spar with senior brother. But do you have the courage and thirst as he does? Yilin asked Yan Mo. Yan Mo's brow shook as he watched the next fight. This time Bai Lian went forth only to be defeated in 1 strike. But even though he saw Han Yunfeng panting, Yan Mo shook his head with no admiration for the man. This guy is consumed with cultivation. Doesn't the demonic path contain obsession as well? This is the road he is walking. Huff. Despite having only struck twice in the valley, Han Yunfeng was breathing heavily, his head soaked in sweat. His brothers rushed over to help him. Brother, are you all right? Let's just forget it. They're making it hard for you and toy with you. With the way you are now, what's the point of defeating the 6 of them when you won't be able to even stand? This is pointless. With a slight twitch of his eyebrows, Han Yunfeng slowly looked at Zhuo Fan, only to see his solemn face and bland look, as if he looked down on him. Taking risks despite knowing it would fail was useless. But when Wen Tao's words came to him, that cultivation meant going against the natural order. If he lost this chance to fight the strongest, he would feel regret for the rest of his days. Han Yunfeng once again straightened his back and took a deep breath as he stared at Zhuo Fan. Even if you do not put me in your eyes, mine will always be on you. My cultivation will never stop. Yes, that's the way, demonic young master. Wen Tao spoke as he witnessed the fights. This fight isn't to defeat him but to prove you fear no challenge. This is the only way you can go further. Xie Tianshang, next to him, looked at Han Yunfeng and then at Zhuo Fan. He nodded. Just like when he set Zhuo Fan as his rival, it wasn't to surpass him per se, but for himself to never stop pushing forward. Young Master Han, your next opponent shall be me. I won't be like the two you faced and won't hold back at all. Please be ready. Wuxia walked before Han Yunfeng with a leisurely gait, bearing a twisted smile. Glaring at him lightly, Han Yunfeng said, I know. These days have shown me that you are the foulest person of all demon scheming sect. Ha ha ha. You're asking for it. Wuxia's face fell, a bone-chilling bloodthirst flashing in his eyes. Then his body shook, and a huge green spider appeared in front. The green gas it released spread along the ground like a poisonous net. Han Yunfeng's brow shook and turned serious. He'd seen Wuxia use this move before with Mystical Heaven Sect to cut the enemy off from all directions. In other words, Wuxia planned on surrounding him instead of attacking him head-on, to finish in one move. In this way, he became passive, making his plan to save energy fail here. He was sure this would become a stalling battle to wear him out instead. If it were just a single fight, this wouldn't matter. But in a round-robin, he could not let this happen. Qi Changlong couldn't help but sigh. Why is Wuxia doing this? For young Master Han to fight all 6 of us is incredibly brave. Even if we are not exactly honorable, there's no reason to take it so far. You know as well his character. It's obvious one strike can win this. It's easy to win or give him a pass, but he would rather toy with him. Bai Lian scoffed. He plans on dragging this own, something Han Yunfeng could never accept. Qi Changlong sighed and shook his head. Meanwhile, Han Yunfeng looked around the spreading poison, and with a roar, the ascending howling lion flapped its wings. The fierce gale slammed into the ground, turning the area around him into sparkling blue ice crystals. It was then that the spreading poison stopped. The moment the green gas touched the crystals, it would stop in its tracks. Han Yunfeng shouted, and ascending howling lion shot for the green spider, going all out once more. Humph, useless. I'm not going to take you head-on. Wuxia snickered and made a sign. The green spider scattered like before into thick mist. The thousands upon thousands of tiny spiders raced for Han Yunfeng under the cover of the mist. Whoosh! Ascending howling lion's strike hit nothing, but it turned back and went straight for Wuxia. Ignoring the incoming flood of spiders, he actually opted to go down with his enemy. Han Yunfeng is truly ruthless. Meeting someone like Wuxia, who wants to exhaust him, he instead stakes his life, going all out. Wu Qingqiu sighed. Yanemo nodded. The kid's obsessed and I like it. I hope to see him in the double dragon manner. For a person from middle 3 sex and just a second layer of ethereal stage as well, it will be hard to enter double dragon manner. It's all up to the exalted. Yanemo and Wu Qingqiu turned to the highest seats in the audience, where the exalted sat. Wuxia looked at the lion with a smug grin. Ha ha ha. The more anxious you are to end this, the more you'll tire. Wuxia made another sign, and lines of green flashed all over the lion. Just like a net, those lines connected and trapped it. At the same time, the green pattern on the ground released green smoke, connecting to the net. Roar! With a mighty roar, the lion found it could not advance at all, stuck in place. Grinning, Wuxia gave Han Yunfeng a cocky look. Young Master Han, it's your bad luck to have met me. Do you know how a spider feeds? It traps its prey in a web, letting it struggle and beg for death, then slowly eats it alive. This is quite a lengthy process too. You were rash for a quick battle, but then you got me. Hi hi hi. Humph. That remains to be seen if your net is that tough. Han Yunfeng made a sign as his brow sweated harder. The lion roared as it struggled, and it trembled. Uncaring about the lion's actions, Wuxia grinned. Poison explosion. Boom. The lion's body kept popping with great bangs sounding through the air. Han Yunfeng shook with every blow and even coughed up crimson blood. Brother! Third young Master Han and second young Master Han cried out in panic. The flying lion was Han Yunfeng's soul. Its wounds meant Han Yunfeng's soul wounds. It was such a heavy and sharp pain few could endure. The two gnashed their teeth and looked at Wuxia in hatred. But Wuxia only laughed. Young Master Han? Your demon soul sect's eldest young master. So I can't take your life, but you should know when to give. It's time for you to admit your defeat to me. This is as far as you go. Han Yunfeng was Demon Soul Sect's young sect leader, and defeating him would give him great merit back at the sect. Wuxia was blinded by greed, so he did not follow in Qi Changlong and by Lian's footsteps in fighting head-on. Victory and merit were worth more than anything. He would be willing to do anything as long as it would help his ascent. Han Yunfeng's face twitched in pain, but he actually mocked Wuxia. Kid, you're not worthy. We'll just see about that. Wuxia's face fell, and his sign changed. The thousands of tiny spiders charged for Han Yunfeng, but they froze in place when they touched the blue curtain of light. Just then, Wuxia shouted, and the tiny spiders exploded, breaking through the blue curtain and allowing the spiders behind them to advance. Han Yunfeng was now at his most dangerous. With a string of constant explosions, the barrier of light shrank more and more until it was gone. Wuxia trapped his flying lion, and explosions also assaulted it. He was stuck, unable to neither attack nor defend. Han Yunfeng's face was heavy, feeling the sharp pain stinging his soul. He paled, and Wuxia grinned as he changed his signs. The spiders drew nearer with every step, every second, and with them, Wuxia's web closed around him. Everyone, including the audience, was at the edge of their seats for Han Yunfeng's fate. Third young Master Han shouted, "Brother, just give up. You defeated 2 experts and are weary. It's no loss even if you concede. This isn't about reputation, but whether I can walk further on the path of cultivation." Han Yunfeng's eyelids shook, looking in Zhuo Fan's direction. His eyes flashed and roared as his aura exploded once more. "Brother!" His brothers cried out in worry. "What's he up to?" Wu Qingqiu was startled, having a bad feeling. Soul burst. Han Yunfeng made a sign. The trapped flying lion wailed in pain and then exploded. Streams of blue light shot in all directions like a tidal wave. Everywhere and everything froze under a layer of blue crystals. Those spiders were about to explode again, but they froze immediately before shattering to dust. PFF. Wuxia spat blood, looking at the light show slowly diminishing. Followed by a roar, a lion without wings burst out and came for him. The sudden impact caught Wuxia off guard, knocking him flying, trailing blood behind him. This was not as light as before, with just his soul a little bit shaken up. This time his entire innards were crushed, and there was a high chance his body was ruined. However, the people did not care about him, not even demon scheming sects members. In their eyes, there was a lion that had lost its wings, and despite its thin state, it held its pride as it lay on the ground. "Young Master Han, why did you do that?" Watching the weak and frail lion lying on the ground since it struck Wuxia, when Tao shook his head. "If I had known you were so obstinate, I wouldn't have said what I had. Seeing you fall in such a plight feels like I harmed you myself." Xie Tianshang's eyes shook as he stared at the scene for a long time before sighing. "I had spent my life only on martial arts, yet not even that can compare to Han Yunfeng's accomplishment. Soul burst, a desperate and last move to injure your opponent by exploding your soul. Unless it is the last resort, no one would ever use it, not when the recovery is painstakingly difficult." Even though Han Yunfeng had blown up his soul's wings, the damage to his soul is heavy and has also crippled his future. Putting the cart before the horse. Yan Mo watched from above with a sullen look. He was angry but not at the result, and more about his inability to fight. Didn't he challenge Zhuo Fan so he could go further down the path of cultivation? Now that his soul is crippled, what was the point? Wu Qingqiu nodded, lamenting at the pity. Only Yi Lin disdained, looking at the lion in admiration. "What do you ignorant youngsters know? The soul is important, but the damage isn't permanent, just somewhat annoying. If my guess is right, Double Dragon Manor, Zhuo Fan, and even me can all heal him. But the step he had taken today shall carry him for miles. The road of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. If one knows every effort was useless and stopped, that is as far as he went. But he has achieved his goal just because he chose to stake his life in this matter despite the obvious outcome. Even if he didn't get to fight with Shuofan, his heart has grown to new bounds. The two squinted, watching Yi Lin in shock. Are soul wounds that meager anyone can heal? Double Dragon Manor, I get it, since they're the top in Western lands, but even you and Shuofan are such miracle workers. Yi Lin noticed their gazes but said nothing. Tap. As the dust cleared, Han Yunfeng dragged his even more weary body, looking with a pale face at the bloody Wuxia on the ground. I won. This is the third match. Wuxia gnashed his teeth and found he could not get up. All that was left was the regret in his eyes. He would never have imagined Han Yunfeng would go to such extremes. I just said I didn't want your life. So why did you have to go as far as wound your soul to win? Lunatic. You're a true madman. At Wuxia's unreconciled face, Han Yunfeng grinned. Then he turned to Demon Scheming Sect, the next challenger. Brother. His two younger brothers shook, wanting to dissuade him. But seeing his determined look, they gave up. They knew that once their big brother was serious about something, there was no changing his mind. Demon Scheming Sect's team's hearts shook and looked from the frail lion to the weary Han Yunfeng. They held him in much more respect than before. Han Yunfeng would never achieve his goal, yet he fought regardless of the futility of his efforts. It was this determination that won them over. It wasn't just them. The entire audience was filled with respect. Gue Hu walked forward. It's my turn. Please instruct me. Good, begin. Han Yunfeng strained to keep his body upright as he shouted. His lion also struggled to stand, roaring toward Gue Hu. Despite how exhausted he was, his battle spirit never waned. Gue Hu said nothing as he walked to Han Yunfeng. Second young Master Han was tense, worried about his big brother's fate. Han Yunfeng fixed him in his eyes. He knew well that there was no way he could fight an ethereal stage expert in the state he was in. But what amazed him was that Gue Hu had no killing intent, as if he was only walking over. Han Yunfeng frowned and snapped. What's the meaning of this? Are you saying you can take me with just a finger? Gue Hu did not reply. As he reached him, under the watch of thousands of pairs of eyes, Gue Hu took Han Yunfeng's fist, struck his own chest with it 3 times, and then walked away. Startled, Han Yunfeng was stumped. The audience was baffled. At this time, Kuei Lang laughed as he came over, copying Gue Hu by hitting his chest with Han Yunfeng's fist for 3 punches. My turn. Kuei Lang swaggered off. Hey, what's the meaning of this? Han Yunfeng asked. Yu Ling smirked and came over. What's so hard to understand? You just beat them so the next one took their place. Aren't you challenging 6 ethereal stage experts? I'm the last one. Wait, you're... Han Yunfeng had a weird taste in his mouth. Stop whining. It's just your fist. Yu Ling got before him and was about to do the same. But then she realized something. She looked at her perky chest and blushed, then waved. Never mind. I'm the weakest of the 6. Since you beat the rest, I'll just admit defeat. Yu Ling left with a wave as she gracefully walked away. Han Yunfeng was left stumped, his heart filled with complex emotions. Gue Hu, what the hell are you guys playing at? Shuofan chuckled. Gue Hu shrugged. Steward Zhua, you saw it yourself. I took 3 fists of his and lost. Yep, me too. Kuei Lang bobbed his head. Shuofan shook his head. 3 fists to the chest? Are you guys swearing an oath of brotherhood here? Since you all admit defeat, it seems I'll have to step in. Shuofan stepped lightly, coming before Han Yunfeng. His eyes lit up with battle intent. I've waited so long for this. Ha ha ha. I always keep my word. Since you reached me, you have the right to hang out. Go ahead. Shuofan smiled. Han Yunfeng cupped his hands in glee and began weaving signs. Seeing their big brother shine again, the 2 younger brothers were filled with pride. They also sent grateful looks to Gue Hu and the others. Thank you, brothers. Just showing our respect is all. Since your brother wants to fight Steward Zhua with such passion, the least we can do is help out a little. Gue Hu's gang hit their chest in reply. However, just then, there was a light hum and a flash of light. The judge's aged voice came from outside. The 6 hours are up. Both sides cease fighting and come out. If you fight again, I'll consider it a grudge fight. What? Han Yunfeng shook and was unwilling. How can it be so fast? Then his eyes went dark and collapsed. Zhuofan's right sprung into action. But then he moved it back and used the left one instead to hold him steady. Brother Han, we'll fight next time. Han Yunfeng shuddered and turned his white face to Zhuofan. You'll still fight me? Of course, this is my promise. Since this time we can't, there's always next time. Zhuofan spoke with determination. Han Yunfeng's perked into a smile and his eyes closed. He was out cold. His soul, the lion, also vanished back into his body. Holding Han Yunfeng's body, Zhuofan was the first to go through the light. The two sects teams exchanged glances and followed after. Only Wuxia, in his heavily wounded state, had to be carried out by Qi Changlong. Whoosh! The teams were back in the arena and were welcomed by a resounding round of applauses. Unlike the first challenge against Heaven Trailing Sect, the Demon Scheming Sect still held their absolute advantage, but they had a complete attitude change. Instead of abusing their opponent, they showed respect. Bar a particular someone, of course. This led to everyone having a whole new respect for Demon Scheming Sect. After looking at both sects, the judge coughed for silence and was about to announce the results when Zhuofan stepped forward. Elder, 10 people went into Sumer Dimension, and 10 have returned. Both sides have one seriously injured member. It should be a draw. Well? The judge was taken aback and nodded. Since you are willing to step back, I will help you. This challenge is a draw. This statement left the crowd in shock, all looking at Zhuofan. Reason dictated that Demon Scheming Sect held the ultimate advantage and was the real winner. But Zhuofan was willing to give up victory and give his opponent the greatest respect. In an instant, the people were in awe of Zhuofan's style, and the Han brothers appreciated him too. Exalted He ran. Up above nodded. The brat is walking the path, a true rarity. Few demonic cultivators have ever risen above their demonic nature. True. However, it's not just him. Ha 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 has also grown. Ha ha ha. Exalted by Mei chuckled and added another name to the list in 3 strong characters. With dusk approaching, the judge declared today's fight over. The middle 3 sects challenge round had been going on for a long time, with each stage taking 6 hours each. The next challenge stage shall be held tomorrow. The judge ended with a bitter look in Zhuofan's direction, as if to say, it's all your fault, you punk, for wasting our time. A whole day was wasted with just 6 single matches and 1 team battle in this yet unfinished middle 3 sects challenge round. Now you need 2 days for just 3 rounds? Why do you take your sweet time with it every time you're involved? First was the lower 3 sects round, now the middle 3 sects challenge round. Do you enjoy playing that much? Can't you go on a bit faster so I can lay to rest these weary bones a bit earlier? Zhuofan chuckled as if he knew what he was thinking, but then he turned his head away and rolled his eyes like it was not his problem. The judge sighed and shook his head. Just how on earth did such an obnoxious freak come from the tiny Demon Scheming Sect, a lower 3 sect? After everyone dispersed, Zhuofan handed Han Yunfeng over to Demon Soul Sect with the promise that he would also heal his injuries before leaving. The Demon Soul Sect still doubted that such a heavy injury could even be healed. The guy isn't trying to dupe us, is he? Then again, tricking them wouldn't earn him anything. Their elder brother's wound was self-inflicted as he insisted on going on with the challenge. The Double Dragon Gathering used to be a cruel and bloody event. The fact they didn't wipe us out is already fortunate. What more could we ask? Therefore, Demon Soul Sect's team looked at the frail Han Yunfeng, thinking of his future bumpy path ahead of him, and sighed. The best talent in our sect, ruined just like that. Middle 3 sects, middle 3 sects. Meanwhile, Fiend Yang took his team back, shouting all the time, filled with joy and bliss from the achievement. Fiend Yang then felt like crying. Curses. It was freaking hard too. Thinking back on our team in the last Double Dragon Gathering, of the 10 of us, only 4 returned home. I never thought this time our disciples would come back in one piece and even earn us a middle 3 sect position. feels like I'm still dreaming. I'm so damn happy. Humph. How can it ever compare to now? Fiend Een sneered. Double Dragon Gathering requires a team of 10 to participate. Back then, most of those candidates were just replacements for the elders, and venerables stuck their candidates in to earn them some merits. They weren't worth a damn on the stage. Unlike this time where we only had 10, each is an elite by himself. Especially Zhuofan, who is worth 100. Thinking of the team battle, he alone could finish them all off. Ha ha ha. Slapping Zhuofan's shoulder hard, Fiend Een laughed. But Zhuofan kept frowning and cursing on the inside. Hey, watch the hand. My right's still healing. Though he didn't say it, putting on a twitching smile and nodding. Fiend Gue praised as well. Here on this Double Dragon Gathering, Zhuofan had earned the biggest credit. Without him, the disciples wouldn't have the strength to even fight. They wouldn't have what it takes to raise our sect's name. We even have the middle 3 sects and superior 3 sects coming to watch us. So when we return, the first thing we do is to reward Zhuofan. He is the future pillar of our demon scheming sect. Ha ha ha. You're talking nonsense. Isn't it obvious by now? Fiend Yang sneered. Our position in the middle 3 sects is secured, and we even challenged 2 middle 3 sections. Even if it's just team battles, it will certainly not drag us back when it comes to the final score. Speaking of drag, I'm still annoyed that damn Mystical Heaven sect played us. Alright, it's all in the past now. Our objective is how to keep challenging. Fiend Een interrupted him. Fiend Yang gave a heavy nod, turning serious. The previous challenges were nothing to speak of, just small fries, while the next 4 sects are the real deal, especially the top of middle 3 sects, the Sword God sect. Their strength is very close to a superior 3 sects. We must tread carefully. Venerable sirs, sorry to interrupt. However, just as they were getting to the crux of it, a faint voice broke their focus. Before we discuss the fighting tomorrow, could you perhaps heal me first? I feel my body is failing me. Whoosh! Startled, the fiends turned around and saw Wuxia's weary look, lying on the ground with a miserable face like he was on his deathbed. Fiend Yang's face twitched as he cursed. You have the cheek to ask for help? What kind of brain do you have crammed in there to do what you did? You went as far as pushing the hard-headed Han Yunfeng to risk his life. Just look at Kuei Lang and the others. They know a hero when they see one. Their actions have spurred the public's respect for us and given demon scheming sect a new look, while all you managed to do is get both of you on the deathbed. No one spares a look to you. You were seriously asking for it. Let me tell you, even if you did manage to beat him, it wouldn't have been of any worth. You'd only be reviled. Thanks to Zhuofan's final intervention, he patched up your mess. By the way, why would you even go so hard in blocking him anyway? Did you think he could have beaten Zhuofan? It's fine. He just couldn't help it and got his punishment. Fiend Yang still wanted to go on, but Zhuofan stopped him with a smile. Kuei Lang and the other are the same as Han Yunfeng. They have potential which resonated with him, unlike the petty Wuxia, who squabbles over petty affairs and can never understand such bravery. Just leave him be. At the end of it all, he's one of ours and shouldn't bother him. Fiend Yang huffed and shook his head. Zhuofan, I'm not talking about his character, but his brains. Originally, the demonic path wasn't popular, but now that we're a middle 3 sect, we may even get an entire empire for ourselves. The Double Dragon Gathering is the best chance to show off our mettle. But with his behavior, won't he scare off our potential funders? We may be a demonic sect, but we still have principles, unlike those rogue demonic cultivators. Here. We collect protection fees while those rogues only know to rob homes. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan chuckled. Wuxia didn't like what he heard. Then back with Heaven Trailing Sect? Steward Zhua asking us to toy with them isn't just as vile? For God's sake. Here I am, taking your side, and you just had to make me look bad? He emphasized it with 2 kicks and grumbling. I did it on purpose. Everything was for power and grace. Since we wanted people to see us have virtues, we had to also show them we're no pushovers. This will help future deals go much easier in our favor. It's called preemptive strike. Got it. Hear that? Steward Zhua is a brilliant man, not something a pig-headed guy like you could ever measure up to. You'll only make a fool of yourself. Fiend Yang cursed at the side, then turned to Zhua Fan. Sigh, we better teach this kid well, or who knows what trouble he might stir. No worries. I'll first heal him then teach him. Zhua Fan snickered as he dragged Wuxia into his room. The rest looked on and chuckled. Bam! In the room, Zhua Fan threw Wuxia on the bed, closed the door shut, then his face fell. Wuxia, what was that just now? Were you about to spill the beans about Han Yunfeng as well? Steward Zhua, I just don't understand why you suddenly sent me a message to stall Han Yunfeng as much as I could. Why then do you now? Wuxia spoke fearfully. Zhua Fan squinted and held his right hand. You did well when you stalled him, but if you dare say any word of this, I'd never. Wuxia waved frantically. You'd better. Now stop asking questions. Zhua Fan huffed and presented a vial in a flash of light. He threw it over. Take this. Don't come out in 3 days, you'll be back in shape. You don't have to join tomorrow's challenge. Just heal up. Zhua Fan then walked out and slammed the door closed behind him. Wuxia bobbed his head. But when Zhua Fan was gone, he gnashed his teeth. He stared at the door with bitter resentment. Damn you, Zhua Fan. You're the one working from the shadows. And while I take the fall, you take the glory. You get the merit and I get the can. Just you wait. This is far from over. Wuxia turned to the vial Zhua Fan threw and opened it after a moment of thought. This is just the interest of what you owe me. Zhua Fan just left Wuxia's room and then looked around. He returned to his room and took off his shirt. Looking at his right hand, still bleeding, he gritted his teeth and frowned. Damn that fiendine, he's like a bull. But what's with this healing rate? Just a little touch and it's already opened up again. It's all thanks to Wuxia's stalling, or my wound would have been exposed the minute I fought. Squinting, Zhua Fan snickered to himself like a little weasel after his plan worked perfectly. Ha ha ha, I see. I was wondering why you were so odd before. When you switched to using your left instead of your right, it turned out it was wounded. A sudden old chuckle pierced Zhua Fan's ears, making him shiver. He swished a shocked face around but only found an old drunkard. It looked as if he had been in Zhua Fan's room from the start, taking his sweet time gulping down wine and looking at him with a penetrative sneer. His brow shook, and Zhua Fan cried, Senior, how did you get in? What, ain't I welcome? Dan Xingshin's face looked a little savage as he said, I've told you already. There's nowhere on these lands I cannot go. No one can stop me. Ugh. Zhua Fan's face stiffened, and he let out a strained laugh. Ha ha ha. Yeah, you do me a great honor seeing me, Senior. You light my home with your presence. How could little old me ever refuse you? It's just that Senior's sudden appearance caught me by surprise. TCH quite slick, I see. Who'll ever believe your smooth talk? Dan Xingshin sneered. Then his cruel eyes snapped on the bleeding right hand. You must be most annoyed this old man found out your secret. Speechless for a moment, Zhua Fan's eyes spun all over the place. But then he chuckled as he strained to deny it. Senior, how can you say that? How could a little old and average radiant stage disciple ever hide something from so many experts? Senior must be joking. Ha ha ha. Even with the forced laughter, Zhua Fan made sure to hide his wounded right back in his clothes. Spare me your lies. Dan Xingshin's face went cold, his piercing eyes staring right at him as he questioned, Boy, tell the truth. Who gave you that wound? Flicking his eyes around, Zhua Fan waved him off. Isn't it obvious? Having fought so many times, injuries are common. Sir also knows I am a tough man, not gonna let a flesh wound bother me, so I endured it. Since Sir has found me out, then I am most grateful for your concern. Cut the crap. Don't you play dumb with me. I'm not buying it. Dan Xingshin's face twitched and snorted. I've seen your recent fights, and you think I don't know who you've been fighting? They couldn't even scratch you, let alone hurt you. Moreover, that wound is a through and through, clearly made by sword energy. Talk. Where did you run off to? Heart tensing, Zhua Fan gave the old man a look. He clearly knew everything despite questioning him. so all he could do was admit it. Senior, you're so astute, and I can't hide anything. I was curious, explored someplace, and got this little scratch for my troubles. Boy, you sure are deceitful. Using your teammates that were toying with heaven-trailing sect, you sneaked away to check out the sacred mine. Not even the exalted double dragons figured you out. Boy, your plan was brilliant. Ha ha ha, you're too kind, Senior. Did it not fail to pull the wool over Senior's brilliant eyes? Shuafan grinned at Danqingshun, flattering him whenever he could, the way he saw it since Danqingshun had left Double Dragon Manor ages ago. He came to him after finding him out. It was a clear sign the old man wanted to negotiate something. So, Shuafan was working to lighten the mood and see what he wanted. Sparing him a glance, Danqingshun sneered, "Easy on the flattery, boy. I needed one look and knew something was off about the show you pulled on heaven-trailing sect. Why did each disciple go after their prey and then return to that valley? All except you. Why were you so late for the show? Then there was the fight with Demon Soul Sect. It was clear from your demeanor that there was something with your right hand, though just a hunch. Now that I see it myself, it all became clear. You got guts, boy. The sacred mine is Double Dragon Manor's territory. Yet you dare go in? Talk, who sent you? What is their purpose?" Danqingshun barked. Shuafan shrugged, muttering for a bit. "Senior, you're only fussing over trifles. No one sent me. I didn't even know there'd be a sacred mine in that place. I just felt that spiritual energy was incredibly thick when I entered. So curiosity got the best of me, and I went to check it out. I never thought it would lead to such a careless mistake and got wounded." "Careless, you say? Who are you trying to fool?" Danqingshun mocked. "The sacred mines aren't important just for Double Dragon Manor, but the entire western lands. While the mine's interference prevented an array from being set up, thousands of monitoring arrays existed before it. There's no way you could have bypassed them without inside help. And not just you. Even I, a former Double Dragon Manor disciple, have no idea where they've changed those monitoring arrays' positions. And just touching one of them will instantly get the two old coots on you. It may look like light protection when in fact, it's at the highest. It's like casting thousands of eyes on that place, taking in your every movement." Shuafan's brow shook. So the monitoring arrays were placed by the Exalted in person. He had just skirted the two old guys' traps under their noses. Shuafan sighed. "That was close. How fortunate I'm an array master and a good one enough not to run into any of them." Glancing over, Danqingshun resumed the inquiry. "Talk. Why did you come here? Who's your contact in the Double Dragon Manor?" "Senior, I won't lie to you. I was just curious and took a look. That's all." Shuafan chuckled. "As for those monitoring arrays, I just had to read the terrain and energy flow to find them out. I always stepped in their blind spot, going in and out without a sign. I had no devious ploy at all." Danqingshun's heart shook, looking at Shuafan in shock and doubt. "Those were set up by the Exalted themselves and hidden very well. Yet you saw them at a glance." "Senior, my low cultivation might not show it, but I'm a 10th grade array master. Also, this is just what I can do now. If we discuss insights and theories in arrays, my accomplishments are way higher." Rolling his eyes, Shuafan's face was solemn. "I was a little nervous about when the two Exalted might find me in the short time I had, or I could have just broken them, you know?" Danqingshun looked at him, filled with skepticism. He did not believe him at first. The two Exalted set them up themselves and you, a snot-nosed brat, up and said you could break them? Even talent has limits. However, Shuafan's confidence was too genuine to write it off as acting. Seeing hesitation play on his face, Shuafan broke his thoughts with a smile. "Senior, what do you need of me? How can I be of help? Boy, you've been caught messing around. Now you want to drag me into it too. Ha ha ha, Senior, you can't say that when it's you who came here for something. Now you approached me with the intent to test my limits. So how can it be all my fault?" Shuafan chuckled and shook his head. Danqingshun's eyes flashed, praising his sharp mind, but his voice was still the same. "Boy, I only came to check something and not for anything else. Stop your wild guessing. Oh, senior, you're really, haha. Can't you be a little frank with me? Zhuofan shook his head, annoyed. Senior, you're not part of Double Dragon Manor. Since you found my secret trip to the sacred mine, you had no reason to come and question me. Yet you came nevertheless. For you to keep asking me about my contact only means you have two purposes. One, you still care about Double Dragon Manor and want to protect it by removing the danger, though that could have been easily done by dropping a hint about my actions. That leaves the second purpose for yourself, to eavesdrop. I think this one has a higher probability. Because that is your purpose, you need an insider who knows the ins and out of the current Double Dragon Manor. Didn't you say it yourself that you've been gone for ages? Eyeing Zhuofan, Dan Qingshen's beard shook. He chuckled and shook his head. You're one little freak. You know that? You saw through me down to the last detail. No wonder in the fight with Demon Soul Sect you let Wuxia, who has been at odds with you, step in instead of others who would have listened just the same. Because he will do a better job. Ha ha ha, when using others, one needs to consider every aspect. Wuxia is petty and untrustworthy. Though sometimes, for some things, only petty people can do them. Zhuofan's eyes glinted and snickered. Senior, what do you need of me? Please tell me. Dan Qingshen's eyes shook, and he finally sighed. I want the sword that injured you. What? Zhuofan's eyes widened as he cried, Sacred weapon? His heart tensed, and his brow furrowed. He would never have thought Dan Qingshen's return to Double Dragon Manor was for the sacred weapon. Worse, now that the said sacred weapon was now with him. Wouldn't Telling get himself killed and robbed? No, he can't know about this at all costs. Whatever I do, I must never allow him to suspect I have it. But when he reaches the cave, he'll know I have it when it's not there. How am I going to hide the truth? God damn it! What the hell is a top expert even doing setting his sights on a sacred weapon? It's a rarity even for me, so why should I just give it up? Seeing Zhuofan's heavy look, Dan Qingshen was suspicious. What did you just say? Sacred weapon? Who told you that? When I entered the cave, I saw a very dangerous longsword with sharp spirituality that actually moved by its own will. It almost took my little life. There's no way it's the same as spiritual weapons, so in a moment of inspiration, called it a sacred weapon, ha ha ha. Zhuofan lied through his teeth as he started blabbing. Dan Qingshen nodded like it was natural. I see. Something you named it yourself. I actually thought you knew Atlas Sword's history. Atlas Sword? Zhuofan gasped. Dan Qingshen nodded. Yes, the Atlas Sword. The continent's 5 regions all have a sacred mine. In those sacred mines, over eons, nature itself forged a divine sword to guard them. The Western lands is this Atlas Sword, the one I want to obtain. But, having left the Western lands long ago, I had lost my right to get it through normal means. All I can do is take it by force. Dan Qingshen sighed and shook his head. That's why I hope I can get the map showing me the way to the sacred mine and obtain Atlas Sword. So that's why. Zhuofan gave an understanding nod, though his frown deepened. But when I saw Atlas Sword, it was savage. It almost took my life and I barely escaped. Is Sir that sure that you can subdue it? Of course. Dan Qingshen beamed in pride. Atlas Sword is a sacred weapon of this world, incomparable to every other sword out there. Even someone at my level would have a very hard time subduing it. It also cannot leave the sacred mine, which makes it even harder. But I grew up training with it while at Double Dragon Manor. Our will reflect on each other's thoughts to the point we are one. I once had the chance to have it. With enough sacred stones in my ring, the Atlas Sword would simply follow me instead. But then you know what happened. In my rage I destroyed 10 sects, and the Exalted sealed that area, forcing me to leave. Otherwise, I would have long since taken the sacred sword and become almighty through all the lands. Zhuofan nodded, even as he was cooking a plan in his mind on how to dissuade the drunkard. So he said, since you didn't want it last time, why would you want it now? That's none of your business. Put in a difficult situation, Dan Qingshen grumbled and stared at Zhuofan with conviction. Boy, didn't you say you saw the way through the monitoring arrays? I don't care if it's the truth or not. I just want you to draw me a safe path, and I'll make it worth your while. Well, Zhuofan was put on the spot, not knowing what to do. If he did that, it would be the same as sealing his fate. He could practically see Dan Qingshan reaching the cave only to see it empty of no sacred stones and no sacred weapon. After a brief moment of shock, he'd go berserk. Won't he kill me in his rage? Zhuofan felt like he was handing out the noose to string himself up. Senior, have you ever thought the sword might accept someone else before you? That's not possible. Didn't I tell you? The sword has a will and won't just follow anyone. Unless... What? Zhuofan's eyes lit up with hope. Dan Qingshan's mood darkened. Unless the Exalted kept the sword distracted. Atlas' sword has been under the Exalted's care, and it would definitely listen. If they wanted to move it, it would obey. Oh, in other words, you're not the sword's true love. Zhuofan bobbed his head and sighed inside. I can rest easy knowing there's a convenient scapegoat around. Therefore, he took out a blank jade slip, imprinted it with the right path, and then presented it to Dan Qingshan. At this moment, they were in this together, with no one able to sell out the other. Dan Qingshan took it and laughed. Great, now I can do it. Ha ha ha. Thank you, boy. It's no trouble. Senior is a straightforward person, and I'm sure helping Senior will definitely not go unnoticed. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan waved him off with an innocent face, even when his words had obvious implications. Dan Qingshan's face twitched. I just knew that when I told you my reason, you'd try haggling with me. Spill it, what do you want? I'll do all I can to achieve it. Senior, how can you say that? I'm not petty. A mere map is nothing. Zhuofan faked modesty. Dan Qingshan rolled his eyes and mocked. Save it. With your keen mind, I could tell you're not one to lose out on anything. Now I am owing you a favor, and who knows what you'll do that'll make me have a hard time. No, I have to repay it today. Oh. Then what does Sir think it's an appropriate reward that can compare with a sacred weapon? Zhuofan grinned. His smile twisted, but he never asked for anything, letting him come up with the price. This is all appealing to one's conscience. Moreover, there's no way a big shot like you would be stingy with a junior. Glaring at Zhuofan, Dan Qingshan shook his head. Boy, you're truly sharp. To make me say it so that you won't lose out at all. An old man like me can't dupe a kid, either. I planned on giving you a cultivation method or martial arts, but never mind. Since you said it has to match the worth of the sword, a mere cultivation method will look like an insult. True. So very true. Zhuofan bobbed his head, his grin ever present. He didn't care about any manuals. What could the mortal domain ever come up with that was worthy of his attention? What he wanted was a true expert's promise. Now that was the true reward. Dan Qingshan pondered for a bit, then clapped. Fine then. I'll make this an exception and give you a secret art I created personally. This is sure to be enough. Dan Qingshan's hand flashed, and a green jade slip rested in his palm. Zhuofan took it and squinted once he read, Twin Soul Art. Right, that's the one. Dan Qingshan nodded, smiling. Boy, you were so much like me back in the day, just as talented and proud. Senior, you call this a reward? Of a sort, yet also yes, because we all form our souls in the radiant stage. Dan Qingshan's eyes flashed, and he gave a vague grin. Startled, Zhuofan looked lost. Who'd have thought he is another one with ethereal stage power in the radiant stage? Zhuofan knew that the reason for the mighty power he had right now was due to the azure flame, while Dan Qingshan just relied on himself to reach it. Now that was a true genius. Dan Qingshan beamed. Boy, did you really think you're the only genius? My talent wasn't any less than yours in those days. How else do you think I surpassed my two masters and earned the title of the strongest in Western lands? All my success is attributed to having twin souls. Dan Qingshan extended two fingers, and they started glowing azure before touching Zhuofan's forehead. In a blink, Zhuofan's vision changed, appearing in a golden world. There, a proud sword stood stalwart with a huge prismatic dragon winding around it. baring its fangs and claws. It was none other than a heaven dragon soul. Whoosh! Zhuofan was back to reality. Senior, that's... Zhuofan's eyes widened in shock. Danqingshun smiled in pride. See that? Those are my twin souls. One is the sword soul, and the other is the heaven dragon soul. They both exist at the same time, making my soul many times stronger than anyone else's. This is why I have become the best in Western lands. The next one to have it, boy, will be you. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan shook, his face overwhelmed by what he saw and heard. Twin souls had never appeared even in the sacred domain since two souls meant they had to fight for supremacy. However, those two souls were peacefully coexisting in the same place. What's going on? Zhuofan's eyes glinted as they rested on the jade slip. So even the mortal domain has some nifty stuff. The formation of the soul usually only happens once, in the ethereal stage, the culmination of one's spirit. Seeing Zhuofan staring intently at the jade slip, Danqingshun nodded and explained. However, Zhuofan, we are different. We've reached the culmination in the radiant stage and formed our souls. This way, we can form our soul once again. Zhuofan turned solemn, listening to his every word. Danqingshun's eyes were hard as he warned. But this chance has some conditions. One of them is that the second soul forming has to be far stronger than the first, or the first soul would interfere and would make it harder. That's easy since it's obvious. Since I formed my soul in the radiant stage, my spirit would be stronger when I reached the ethereal stage. Zhuofan spoke like it was obvious. Danqingshun smiled and shook his head. Ha ha ha, to others, that might be the case, but it will pose a challenge for you. Why do you say that? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow in doubt. Danqingshun's eyes shone as he continued. This is related to the second condition of the twin soul. No mountain is higher. Since the second soul has to expend your spirit, it must be stronger than the first soul so that it can suppress it and form. Otherwise, it's a failure. That, I see. Zhuofan's brow shook, already understanding what he was saying. Heaven Dragon Soul was world energy taking form, one of the best a soul could ever become. So what could possibly be stronger than a Heaven Dragon Soul? Danqingshun saw through his worry and sighed. Alas, you did not meet me earlier. Or, having seen how alike we are, I would have warned you when forming your first soul. Just like how I formed the sword soul first, then the heaven dragon soul to suppress it and accomplish the twin soul art. Senior, that's just hindsight. I refuse to believe that if you were presented with the chance to form the heaven dragon soul the first time, you would first wait for the sword soul. I bet you didn't even know twin soul was possible. Zhuofan rolled his eyes. Ugh. Danqingshun's heart jerked, but he nodded. True. When I formed the sword soul, I had no chance of forming the heaven dragon soul first. However, it was this that gave me insight on how to achieve the twin soul of today. What if I form a second heaven dragon soul? Zhuofan's eyes lit up. Since the second soul had a hard time surpassing the first, making them equal was better. I'll just have to scour the world for some 10 more earth dragon souls. How hard could it be? However, Danqingshun shook his head. Boy, you know full well that a mountain ain't big enough for 2 tigers. If a man formed a twin soul of the same type, it would be a true toil. That is why a person can't have 2 beast souls. If you want them to coexist, they have to be different. When you try to form another heaven dragon soul, your first one won't just sit still. It will fight for its turf and will make sure you fail. Which takes us to the third condition, harmony. Take your room, for instance. You'd be annoyed if someone waltzed in yet wouldn't even bat an eye when an ant slipped in. Why is that? Because you don't see it as a threat to your interests. It is like you consider this room yours, and the ant will also see it as their nest. You live in harmony despite sharing the same room. I see. In other words, the Heaven Dragon Soul sees your sword soul as nothing more than a prop. Heaven Dragon Soul is a reptile at the core, so the two have no conflict of interests, resulting in harmony. Zhuofan's eyes lit up. Danqingshun nodded. That's exactly it, child. While the spirit is unique, the soul is a twin one. resting within it in harmony. As for how to achieve this, it's all written down in that art. Do your best and read it carefully. This is as far as I'm going to help you. Ha ha ha. But senior, while I can understand all the other stuff, how am I going to form a soul stronger than the heaven dragon soul? Please enlighten me, senior. Shuofan pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands. Dan Qingshun shook his head. I have no solution either. It's all down to luck. Ha ha ha. Dan Qingshun turned around and was gone. He ran away. In any case, I returned the favor and freed myself of this tie. Your success will now solely rest on your shoulders. I'm powerless anyway. Ha ha ha. Wait, senior. Shuofan hastily said, but he no longer sensed the old man around. Damn you, old coot. And your wretched favor. You gave me some twin soul art and got me intrigued. Only to leave me high and dry when it's the hardest. What now? I know this strange art is nearly impossible to train in, but now I'm so piqued I can't let it go. Damn ungrateful old geezer. You clearly used it to lure me. How am I supposed to form a soul stronger than that dragon soul? Your secret special art is useless to me. But then Shuofan thought differently. Dan Qingshun wants the sacred weapon that I got before him. The map I drew for him will just lead him to nothing. So this isn't a favor, but a practical joke. So he no longer felt cheated. It's up to me to make the most of this. What matters is that I got away scot-free. There's no point in worrying over it any longer. And so, Shuofan's hand flashed, and Blood Infant came out of his body and turned into that demonic sword he was now holding. Looking at the pommel, he did find the word Atlas engraved on it. Oh, Atlas Sword. I was in such a rush then that I had no time to find out your name. Now I see it really is what that old guy wants. I just hope he never comes back to me to get it, or I'm finished. Shuofan traced the blade as he said. However, just then, the old voice of Dan Qingshun sounded again. By the way, boy, I don't think you'll ever get to hide your wound in battle. If the two exalted find out, you'll be in trouble. Senior, you're back. Startled, Shuofan hurriedly stuck the sword in his gut, running his body through it, making him grimace as blood seeped. The long sword snickered and turned into Blood Infant before hiding in his body. Glaring at his gut, Shuofan crunched his teeth. Is this guy blind? The old man is back, and yet it still delayed hiding. What if he found out? Fortunately, the wound this time was just skin deep. So Shuofan ignored his self-injury and replied, Thank you for your concern, senior, but I have a brilliant plan. Oh, that's good. But just in case misfortune takes you, you had better not drag me in as well and just say what happened to you. Or else. Dan Qingshun smiled coldly inside. What a shame you got so many eyes on you. I would have nipped this trouble from the start just to keep a clear conscience, but it will only have the opposite effect right now. Shuofan's cheek twitched, and he rolled his eyes at the old guy's whining. This guy takes matters into his own hands. Thank God I'm a shower and everyone's now interested in me. He won't touch me, or it'll make things worse. Otherwise, if nobody discovered his secret, he'd be wiped off the face of this world. Since the outside of his room was quiet, he figured the old guy had left. Shuofan eased a breath and looked at the jade slip in his hand. Humph. Might as well hang on to it just in case. I'll know more after I inspect it thoroughly. Shuofan started reading the jade slip carefully. His face shook as he delved deeper. The more he read, the more excited he got. Dan Qingshun is a true genius to come up with such a mystical art. Such a shame he's from mortal domain and had a poor start. If he were from a sacred domain, he might reach saint level. On the morrow, the arena was packed in minutes. All were pushing and rushing to get the best seat, excited for what would follow. After all, this battle had great significance, that of the greatest underdog that ever lived fighting the strongest middle three sect, Sword God sect. Sword God sect was also recognized as one to be just under a superior 3 sect. In other words, if Demon Scheming sect won this challenge, they would threaten the positions of the superior 3 sections. Be it the national delegates or the other sect teams. All were here to watch history being made. The chances were high that Western land's status quo and sphere of interests would shift after this fight. One more reason why they should pay close attention. Xianxia, the superior three sects are here as well. Look at how serious they are. They must feel threatened. Shui Ruohua pointed at a few sects as she spoke in shock. Tell me, do you really think demon scheming sect threatens the superior three sects that had been unchanged for thousands of years? Chu Qingcheng had a radiant smile. When he steps in, no one's position is ever safe. I've seen it happen so many times it has become a common occurrence. The bigger and stronger they are, the more likely they are to be thrown down from their throne by him. It's only natural to feel nervous. Ha ha ha. Sister Qingcheng, you believe in him that much? The next four sects are in an entirely different league than the ones before. Danner fluttered her big eyes. Chu Qingcheng's expression never changed. He is a miracle worker. If there's anything he wants to do, then nothing is impossible. I do not doubt it. The rest's hearts chilled looking at her. Only Xianxiao's face turned heavy and morose. Whoosh! The judge was back in the center of the stage. He bowed before the exalted double dragons sitting in the highest spots and then shouted, "Disciples of demon scheming sect and sword god sect, enter." As his words fell, the two groups walked in. Sword god sect was led by Wen Tao, though he seemed to have lost his casual nature, now sporting a grave and serious look. Demon scheming sect was led by Zhuo Fan, of course, only this time they were just 9, bearing Wuxia. It was clear that the guy got the worst wounds yesterday and could not fight. With the two sides' disciples in the arena, the judge looked from one to another, then spoke to Zhuo Fan. Demon scheming sect has only 9 participants and is at a disadvantage. Do you have a replacement? Thank you for your concern, Elder. Demon scheming sect cares about quality and not quantity. We will fight even if we are missing one man. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands, striking a heroic figure and earning the respect and admiration of the crowd. The judge nodded and turned to Wen Tao for his response. Wen Tao simply smiled and cupped his hands to him and the demon scheming sect. My sword god sect is not one to take advantage of one's moment of weakness, but demon scheming sect is just so strong that we have to take it seriously. Even if it had only one person remaining, Brother Zhuo, we'd still fight him, all 10 of us as determined as ever. That's why, ha ha ha, Brother Zhuo. Please show leniency. Brother One is too polite. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands as well, his eyes flashing. Wen Tao sure is slick and charismatic. He is devoid of the arrogance that plagues those with status, bereft of a loser's cowardice. Instead, he shows a humble and steadfast attitude, his kindness hiding a ruthless nature. He does not lose his pride and does not flaunt it either. While this won't make him outstanding, he does garner respect with his amiable nature. Just like they say, the gentle sword is sharp and smooth. Since both sides agree, we will begin the match. The judge flicked his hand and shouted, "Open the dimension!" The last battle of the middle 3 sects challenge stage, between demon scheming sect and sword god sect, begins. Whoosh! Those two elders once again walked on stage and opened a path to the valley. Wen Tao smiled and offered kindly, "Brother Zhuo, after you." "Oh no, Brother One, after you." Zhuo Fan returned his gesture, and the two sides vanished in a white flash. The audience was in awe. The demon scheming sect isn't savage to everyone who walks their way. At the very least, towards the demon soul sect and the sword god sect, one demonic and the other righteous, they look quite friendly. That meant heaven-trailing sect's brutal fate wasn't without reason. You're just too cocky. Why would the other give you any respect if you start threatening another? Soon, the people came to an understanding of the sect's demeanor. Demon Soul sect was one to value duty and gratitude. Sword God sect stood on ceremony, and Demon Scheming sect responded with the same coin depending on their adversary. As for Heaven Trailing sect, the eyes of the crowd turned to their location to see just 2 people. Ren Song, among them, looked bitter and stared at Zhuo Fan with all the hatred he could muster. This attitude earned the people's contempt. Showing off gets you killed off, idiot. Suddenly, the hearts of the people had made their choice. If the status of the 9 sects shifted in this competition, Some strong empires would take the initiative to invite certain sects among them. The benefits, of course, would be greater for both sides. While demon-scheming sect's cruel act on the heaven-trailing sect had earned their disgust, the next two matches showed how heroic they were, changing the public's view. As for the disgust, it was all shifted to heaven-trailing sect. They were sure of it now that they deserved what they got. Who told you to be rampant? A petty and unceasingly pedantic sect will never have enough. In this manner, the funders wrote heaven-trailing sect as the worst sect to have. Unless they had absolutely no choice in the matter, they'd never accept it. Otherwise, they would shoot down any attempts this sect had to come to their lands. As if he could sense everyone's despise and disgust, Rensong glared at them, and they balked in fear. Then Rensong turned back to hating Zhuofan with gnashed teeth. Wasn't he the victim here? How did he earn public ire after all he had been through? It made no sense. Elder Qi grumbled, his face heavy. However, just then, a faint voice reached their ears. Elder Qi, young Master Run. My master would like to send a message to sect leader Run. Would you care to talk? Who are you? The two turned around and saw someone covered in all black, shaking and instilling a feeling of weakness, as if a light breeze could topple him. His head hung low, blocking his face. When he rose his head, his pale face was there for all to see, shocking the two to the core. Wuxia, what do you want? Meanwhile, Zhuofan's team had returned to the valley. Just like last time, he jumped back and said to Wen Tao, like I said, who could get on my level? Before he finished, when Tao's teasing came, I knew you'd do this, so I came up with the perfect way to deal with your 8 bodyguards. 8? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and mocked, you're an ethereal stage expert, and I have 6 that can match you. Though 1 is down with wounds, 5 is still enough. So where did you come up with 8? Besides, all 10 of you are ethereal stage experts. You could easily handle them. Ha ha ha, that just won't do. Since Brother Zhuo set up this trial, I must brave it myself. Won't I earn Brother Zhuo's contempt by using my junior brothers to resolve problems? When Tao smiled, the other 9 sword god sect disciples, Xianxia included, nodded. They stepped back and looked solemn, determined not to get involved. Qi Chonglong squinted and grew angry. When Tao, are you saying you can take us 8 together by yourself? Humph, talk about arrogance. You might be in the 4th layer, but we have 2 in the 3rd layer, 1 in the 2nd layer, 2 in the 1st layer, and 5 ethereal stage experts. Not even you can beat us. That remains to be seen. When Tao sneered, sometimes, a difference in cultivation does not reflect a difference in strength. Brother Zhuo is the perfect example of this, always able to overcome the gap in the most overwhelming fashion. While we are just 1 layer apart, our strengths are another matter altogether. Ha ha ha. When Tao chuckled and shot forth, Brother Zhuo, you'll be fighting soon enough. This is just a warm-up. In mere moments I'll deal with these guys, who won't be able to do anything. What nerve! You take us for nothing, is that it? Think you will reach Steward Zhuo that fast? Qi Chonglong huffed and made a sign. In an instant, a seal 100 meters high appeared overhead and slammed down on Wen Tao. Wen Tao couldn't care less, leisurely pointing 2 fingers ahead. Whoosh! A sword wave clashed with the huge seal, sending it flying. It then disappeared midway, having returned to Qi Chonglong. Qi Chonglong shuddered and spat blood. He sank to his knees, unable to get up again. What? Only 1 blow? The crowd was in an uproar, unable to believe their eyes. To them, Qi Chonglong was second in strength to Zhuofan. They never thought it possible just a layer difference, even when the soul was taken out, would still be defeated after 1 blow. Such a difference made no sense. All turned grave as they watched Wen Tao. Even Zhuofan, though he did not care much, he did have a vague smile. Sorry, Brother Qi. I went easy, and you should just lie there for 6 hours and you'll be fine. When Tao walked on, speaking words of comfort to Qi Chonglong, as if to show sympathy for the loser. But the look he got from Qi Chonglong was that of refusal and indignation. This is naked humiliation. When Tao wasn't one to be outrageous, maybe not even aiming to humiliate him. Still, having his all-out attack flicked away by a finger. This was the second time this top genius of demon scheming sect had received guidance, bearing Zhuofan. This was the gap in strength. This was the gap between the top of the middle three sects and the lower three sects. Yes, they were challenging the superior three sects, but all knew full well who the instigator was. Other than a freak like Zhuofan, who could even take on superior three sects disciples, the rest were still lower three sects material. No matter what tricks Zhuofan used to grow them to a middle three sect level, a mere clash with a true genius of a middle three sect showed just how far they still were. Even heaven-trailing sect and their cowardly disciples, did they not have the Tsong twins? Those two beat all six of them like nothing. Only when Zhuofan stepped in were they dealt with. In Demon Soul Sect's match, Han Yunfeng was clearly weaker than them by a layer, but he pushed on one fight after the next. Ignoring the last three, the first three fights were done at full power. He fought three people and still won. This time they were up against Wen Tao, the strongest in the middle three sections. Only now it dawned on them just how lacking they were. Qi Changlong looked up at Bai Lian to see her use all she had but ended up defeated in the same brief manner as he was. Wen Tao went through them with practiced ease, like they weren't even worth the attention. Wen Tao was called the gentle sword. His mind was sharp and he paid close attention to courtesy. He held no contempt for any of them. But even so, it was because of their profound weakness that it made this upstanding peer brush them off. It gave Qi Changlong a deep feeling of powerlessness. Middle three sects and lower three sects were different breeds. They might earn a middle three sect spot, but catching up to a real middle three sect would take years and years of hard work. Steward Zhua had taken them here, but it was up to them to do the rest. Qi Changlong sighed within, having come to a decision. Wen Tao walked forward freely and unfettered. Gui Hu, Kue Lang, and Yu Ling weren't startled, choosing to attack him together. Wen Tao, don't think that you'll have it any easier just because you took down senior brother Qi and Bai. However, Gui Hu's words were met with three muffled sounds. Wen Tao popped behind them the next second. Then their necks stiffened and froze on the spot, only to collapse soon after. Sorry, you're not enough to block my path. Wen Tao smiled as he turned to Yuer, Tai Ying, and Kue Gang, the three in the radiant stage. The trio's faces fell, unnerved and unsettled. Wen Tao gave a warm smile, saying, "We'll take care of your freakish steward in a moment, so please stay down and don't disturb us." Wen Tao swiped two fingers in front of the trio, and they fell powerlessly. The demon scheming sect's disciples, except Zhuofan, were on the ground. Sword God sect had yet to suffer a single defeat. Moreover, all was quickly done by Wen Tao himself. It made all the onlookers speechless from shock. A single man had almost defeated the biggest underdog of the competition. Such power was unheard of. Even the superior three sects disciples were stirring. I never thought Wen Tao would be so strong. Sword God sect's disciples truly are worthy to be in the superior three sections. As long as Wu Qingqiu looked intently at the fighting in the valley, especially at the lone Zhuofan. This final roadblock is removed. Then we'll be meeting Sword God sect in a challenge. Yenemo squinted but mocked. That's just it. The biggest roadblock and Sword God sect's biggest headache. Wen Tao only got rid of the small fries, leaving this dragon of the deeps alone. Even if all 10 gang up, they might not defeat him. Oh, now that you mention it, we've never seen all 10 of Sword God sect's team fight together. Yet you're saying they can't measure up to Zhuofan. Wu Qingqiu looked astounded at Yenemo. I admit Zhuofan is tough, but Sword God sect is no pushover either. If there will be 10 against 1, I do believe the odds are even. Yenemo gave him a long look, then shook his head. That's because you never took on the punk's fist. I'll have to agree with Yenemo on this. The final winner in this fight is Zhuofan, without a doubt. Yilin nodded. Wu Qingqiu gave him an odd look and chuckled. Junior brother? Are you that certain? You didn't fight him either. Do you have to ask? Since he's my archenemy, I am more than sure. If he can't even deal with this little scuffle, how is he worthy of being my fated rival? Yilin smiled, but then he turned serious. And I can sense that the berserk power within him is no less than mine. If I could cope with mine, then he had to have subdued it as well. Eyeing him, Wu Qingqiu nodded his head and resumed watching the fight. On the other side, at Mystical Heaven Sect, the girls were restless in their worry for Zhuofan. Danner even pointed at the solitary figure. Sister Qingqing, he's now alone against 10. Will he be fine? Shui Ruohua furrowed her brows and turned to Chu Qingqing, eager for her reply. Humph, facing the strongest in the middle 3 sects, the punk's done for. Xianxia got ahead of Chu Qingqing, enjoying his predicament. This earned a roll of the eye from the girls. They just could not understand where their refined young master had gone to. Ever since the matter with Yen Mo, their young master was becoming more and more sinister, incurring their dislike. Chu Qingqing did not mind his rude interjection. She looked at Zhuofan in complete confidence. No need to worry. He has always been alone. Having a few people around cheering for him won't matter, since whenever he faces someone, it's always by himself. Alone? But this is a team battle. He never once thought about relying on others. The girls frowned as they saw Zhuofan's tranquil gaze. It was as if having all his teammates taken out by Wen Tao meant nothing. Wen Tao noticed it as well, and he became even more solemn. Everyone knew that man, by nature, was a social animal. Even a loner would, more often than not, become dependent on the people around him. They would always feel something when these people come to harm. Even if these people proved useless, the time spent alongside them proved this would happen. However, Zhuofan didn't so much as twitch. He was like a sword stuck in a huge rock, proud and unmarred by anyone that approached it. Like he wasn't part of the demon scheming sect, and its disciples had nothing to do with him. To this guy, beating demon scheming sect doesn't equal defeating him. Suddenly, Wen Tao chuckled, and his face grew hard. Ha ha ha. Looks like we're just going to start fighting again. Wen Tao's hand flashed and was now holding a greenish sword that oozed sharpness. A 9th-grade spiritual weapon, no doubt, and charged at Zhuofan. Dealing with the earlier small fries, he treated it like a game. However, he was facing Zhuofan now, and taking out his spiritual weapon showed how deadly serious he was in this fight, investing in it with all his being. Empty grace, sword, wind. Whoosh. Just like a shooting start, when Tao stabbed at Zhuofan with his sword, the sharp energy around it was so acute it could almost cut space itself. He was on him in an instant. Zhuofan's heart jumped, even as his face remained still. He smirked as his right eye shone in 4 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, Space Crusher. Boom! As if the space itself exploded, all plants 100 meters around Zhuofan started to shake and drift away into nothingness. Wen Tao started and shot back in haste, but his sword was in the range of Space Crusher, constantly moving and dissipating the spatial disturbance. At the same time, that dissipated spatial power turned into a rumbling power flowing unabated in Space Crusher's range. This is sword energy that can wander inside Space Crusher. Zhuofan cried out, "Damn it! Too little, too late." The sword energy roaming in Space Crusher focused on the sword, and when Tao made a sign, the sword energy gathered on the sword released a powerful force that tore an opening in Space Crusher. And the sword made a beeline for Zhuofan using this gap. PFF. Scarlet blood flowed. Zhuofan raised his right to block in a panic, but the sword ran his hand through. However, neither the audience nor the fighters noticed Zhuo's sly smile. A great hit. This will do well. Ah! Scarlet blood dripped on the ground, dyeing the earth red. Zhuofan's face throbbed as his face slowly took on a much darker tone. Until now, his nigh invincible right arm was twitching in correlation with the pain it sent. Mystical Heaven Sex girls gasped, filled with worry. Danner was frantic. Sister Qingqing, he's hurt badly. Lightly furrowing her brow, Chu Qingqing's heart tightened in silence. She had complete and utter confidence in Zhuofan that no matter what he faced or when this man would always come out on top. Even now, her belief hadn't been stirred. Yet despite this, she could still feel pain and worry for him when she saw Zhuofan's bloody right hand. This was Chu Qingqing's stance. She saw herself as nothing less than Zhuo Fan's woman. If a woman did not trust her man, then she could never call herself his to begin with. However, she would keep her eyes on her man, and the slightest wound would fill her with worry. It might sound contradictory, and it was. Why worry when you believed he would win? This worry proved, in fact, you didn't believe him. This was the nature of women, filled with contradictions yet emotional to the core. Trust and tenderness. Looking at Chu Qingqing, her eyes filled with worry and anxiety. Shui Ruohua's opinion of her never fell. It occurred to her, then and there, and she looked back at Zhuo Fan with a sigh. It looks helpless and bitter, but I yearn for it. How is this possible? I had never managed to scratch him, and a measly when Tao ends up piercing that freak's arm. Yan Mo was overwhelmed by such a radical development on the screen that he shouted his indignation. Wu Qingqiu eyed him, then smiled. Yan Mo, aren't you a bit too conceited? I find Wen Tao just a layer under you but no less weak. Coupled with the fact he made a sneak attack while exercising caution, Zhuo Fan was bound to be hit hard. Maybe he underestimated his opponent since he was from a middle three sect. Brow shaking, Yan Mo was still incredulous an almighty expert like Zhuo Fan, who resisted him every step of the way, would make such a gross miscalculation as overlooking sneak attacks. Especially when he could still hear Zhuo Fan's patronizing and preaching words. Sure, they were insufferable, but every word showed just how cautious this freak was. Meticulous to the core. So how the hell would he suddenly turn sloppy in the face of challenging the middle three sect's strongest sect? It was too basic a mistake to make. What if it's on purpose? While Yan Mo was using every bit of brain power to figure out just what he saw, a faint voice pierced the fog. Yilin's sharp eye never left Zhuo Fan. His brow furrowed, his face solemn. Wu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Junior brother? Where did that come from? Yan Mo looked at him as well, eager for the reply. Just a hunch, nothing more. Yilin shook his head and said, I don't believe he ever underestimates his enemy and makes such a gross mistake by taking this fight as trivial. The only plausible explanation is that he did it on purpose. Rolling his eyes, Wu Qingqiu shook his head and sighed. Junior brother, you're just too stubborn. No one is perfect and we all make mistakes. Just because you find someone that caught your eye doesn't mean only you can beat him. Can't the rest of us have a sliver of chance as well? You try finding anyone who agrees with that logic. Ha ha ha. Yan Mo's face twitched, but he shook his head in the end, thinking. Here, I thought this guy is great but only has this dumb reason. Yilin spared them a brief glance but said nothing. He kept staring at Zhuo Fan with all his focus to see if he could find anything that unraveled the mystery. While Wu Qingqiu and Yan Mo didn't understand Yilin's reasoning, there was one person in this vast audience that saw through Zhuo Fan. In the shadows, a glittering pair of eyes blinked at Zhuo Fan's right, now gushing with blood, with a smirk. Ha ha ha. This punk is cunning indeed. He actually found such a grandstanding way of hiding his wounded arm. Dan Qingshun held his beard as he smiled in amazement. The kid could scout the sacred mine, and the wound he got from Atlas' sword could only be hidden for so long. I never dreamed he would think of using someone to strike his wound and hide its origins. I don't think there'd be any more reasonable explanation than this. But what is truly shocking is he actually went with it. He used his sect's disciples in the fight with Demon Soul Sect to stall. He didn't fight Han Yunfeng because the kid was too weak. If he ended up wounding this grand dark horse, then it would only raise suspicion. However, if it was Wen Tao instead, his power fit the bill, making this kind of wound obvious. It's truly rare for someone like him to know patience and understand choices. Anyone else thinking this plan would not consider every detail and would just fake being wounded in the fight with Demon Soul Sect. And that would have had the opposite effect. Ha ha ha. Dan Qingshun chuckled. His strength and sharp mind make him a marvel of this world. I would have taken this boy along if I had not come for the sword this time and didn't want to raise alarm. Sigh, what a shame. Shaking his head, Dan Qingshun's figure was gone from the shadows. Meanwhile, with a groan, when Tao made a sign, and the sword stuck in Zhuo Fan's right flew back in his hand. Gazing at the bright edge of his sword and then at Zhuo Fan's red arm, Wen Tao's brow was furrowed in puzzlement. Even he found it hard to believe he could land such a heavy blow. But then he cupped his hands in respect. Ha ha ha! Brother Zhuo, sorry. I hope you will overlook my overbearing attack. It's fine since I won't be going easy either. Zhuo Fan flicked his right and splattered the blood covering it on the ground. His face was heavy, and his voice was low, as if enraged, though no one figured out yet that his heart was dancing in joy. Now I don't have anything to worry about and can let loose. Ha ha ha. When Tao's face twitched, Brother Zhuo, it wasn't on purpose. I didn't mean to give you such a heavy wound. I was only distraught by Brother Zhuo's power but never imagined. You mean to say I don't live up to my name? That I'm not so tough to even take one hit? Is that it? Zhuo Fan faked anger. Then, Brother One, allow me to show you all that I'm capable of. Now I can't waste Brother Wen's kind intentions, can I? When Tao's mouth twitched, and he shook his head. But then his gaze steeled. Let's go. Since Brother Zhuo wants to let loose, then I'll be happy to oblige. When Tao swung his sword, and an invisible ripple shot from its edge straight for Zhuo Fan. However, unlike the brash space crusher's way of unleashing its power, the sword's vibrations were gentle, like silken threads drifting with the winds. As a dinghy on wave doth drift, and willow branch bend in the wind so swift, never more than a finger lift, such is the way of peace and gift. With that poem, when Tao pointed at his sword and smiled, Brother Zhuo, the name of this sword is Ephemeral Life, a gentle and aloof sword. It drifts with the world and stands free of burden. It is not a sword meant for brute force but refined and carefree in nature. But even gentleness has power. Even it can take a life. Do take care, Brother Zhuo. Zhuo Fan's heart sank, and he understood his meaning. In Space Crusher, everything was pulverized. Yet this sword's sword energy remained because it used softness to glide through brute force. However, while the sword looked soft, it was hard. Only when combined with that gentle sword energy could it release such a power that could break Space Crusher. Recalling the sword's name, Zhuo Fan had figured out everything. Such is the way of peace and gift. This did not mean it was weak, but it was crafty and ready to pounce when the time was right. While a breeze could not shift a mountain, it can move me with it, thus borrowing its power with time and unleashing it all at the right time. This was the meaning of the sword's name and what made gentle sword when Tao deadly. Gentleness acted as entrapment, while hardness struck one's defenses, ending everything in a split second just like before. Having understood all about his opponent, he also had the perfect response. Raw power could not beat gentleness as it was meant to carry it. Only through destruction and instant annihilation could he finish this before the opponent gathered momentum. Zhuo Fan sported a vague grin, with purple lightning arching around his right hand. The fist turned into a dragon claw, ready to rip the sky. When Tao was startled, his face twitching. Did I just talk too much? Showing off allowed this punk to find my sword's weakness. When Tao felt like smacking himself hard to wake up, Brother Zhuo is truly an astute man, to able to understand my gentle sword. Ha ha ha. When Tao glanced at the purple lightning and let out a strained laugh, Zhuo Fan grinned. You're far too kind. It's Brother One who explained it to me. It's truly a dumb thing to show off all your cards before the fight even begins. But today, I witnessed Brother Wen's actions and heard your words. Now I have a whole new view of it. Brother Wen didn't do it out of foolishness, but as a generous gentleman. Ha ha ha. Everyone watching the fight burst out laughing. When Tao looked bashful. Maybe regardless of being a fool or a gentleman, I'm sure with Brother Zhuo's perception, you would have noticed it after a couple of moves without even me saying it. Rather revealing this before the fight to everyone so that I would be seen as open-minded. However, knowing my sword and defeating it are two different things. When Tao smiled and raised his sword, he flicked it and sent several sword energies straight for Zhuo Fan. Brother Zhuo, take this gentle sword, ever-flowing and ever-changing. Whoosh. Zhuo Fan's heart sank, and he got himself ready. The The purple lightning on his right hand crackled, but as the sword energies reached him, they turned soft, floating in the air, and surrounded him, trapping him in their center. When Tao waved his sword again and sent more sharp sword energy at Zhuofan, turning into thousands of strands in a blink of an eye. However, like before, the sword energy turned soft right before reaching Zhuofan, drifting in the wind. He was now trapped in a quagmire of sword energy, with no way out. Fiend Yang turned grave and face-bombed. This punk is just too cocky. He not once came to see the middle 3-sec stage and has no idea what Wen Tao can do with this attack. He is caught in thousands of strands, unable to break free of the sword energy. Be it Heaven Trailing Sect or Demon Soul Sect, neither could escape it when it was unleashed in their team battles. While Zhuofan was tougher, it was still unknown if he could pull it off. Fiend Yang and Fiend Yin were looking very tense. The one who was in the center of this entrapment looked far more relaxed by comparison. Zhuofan just grinned and used his right dragon claw to swipe. Along with the crackling, the purple lightning destroyed any sword energy it touched. The purple lightning has the power to destroy the world. While its power is lacking, its character is one of destruction. When Tao's gentle sword energy had just met its nemesis, Yilin showed a hint of a smile, but then he turned solemn. However, I'm sure Wen Tao is aware of it as well. But since he does something so pointless, he must have a backup plan. Wu Qingqiu and Yan Mo gave Yilin a deep look, then returned to the fight with a nod. Just as this genius of the superior 3-sec said, the sword energy strands got crushed, but Wen Tao showed no worry. Making a sign, Wen Tao made the struck sword energy that floated about. As a result, to enter the sword in his hand. Zhuofan noticed, to his amazement, that ephemeral life exploded in power. Zhuofan's heart shook, and he understood gentle sword's true meaning. It's to drift alongside you like the wind until you are squeezed to death. These gentle sword energy strands acted like a fence. If one started bashing it, the sword energy fragments would return to the sword and turn from soft to hard, greatly bolstering its power. The source of this power was, on one hand, the soft sword energy gathering on the sword, and on the other, the power of the adversary fueled within the blade. This way, the more he let it drag out, the worse it would be for him. So that's why he said that knowing and defeating it are different things. Regardless, once his strands are out, he holds the advantage. Unless one uses force, there's no quick way to end it. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Since this is the case, I'll punch right through. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and shot for Wen Tao. But just then, under Wen Tao's urging, the soft sword energy strands plugged the gap, and Zhuofan was trapped again. However, Zhuofan, having seen his tricks, there was no way he would let himself get stalled again. So he swiped his lightning-streaked claw. Roar! With a draconic roar, the purple lightning-fueled claw crushed the soft sword energy. Clearing a path, Zhuofan took the next second to get out of the circle. The scattered pieces of sword energy gathered on the sword, but the remaining soft sword energy strands had no time to block Zhuofan again. When Tao's brow shook, and his gestures changed, the soft sword energy turned hard, stabbing Zhuofan from all directions. Zhuofan grinned and flicked his right, shattering the strands with the purple lightning. When Tao raised an eyebrow and didn't dally, he changed his hand sign, and all the sword energy gathered on the sword. The sword's edge gleamed with unspeakable power at that moment. Zhuofan now finally arrived before Wen Tao and struck. Wraith style, second move, ghostly dragon claw, soft to hard, heaven-breaking sword. Wen Tao did not hesitate to stab straight for Zhuofan as well. In an instant, ephemeral life looked to have been soft all its existence and turned hard in this fleeting moment. With that stab, it was like the world's power fell on Zhuofan's shoulders. Zhuofan's claw came like a raging dragon, violent and overbearing. It was as if this claw was going to tear the world asunder. Clang! The claw and sword met in a screeching clash, a clash that only lasted for a split second before they separated. Zhuofan's body stood in his spot, his attack blocked, while Wen Tao was thrown tens of meters from the sudden force of impact. When he straightened up, he looked at Shuo Fan in shock, puzzlement, and disbelief. What just happened? Why did a casual sword strike wound him so before? Yet my all-out attack did nothing. He even managed to bounce me back. Just what is happening? Was he truly careless before? Is that why I hit him? Now that he's serious, there's no way of hurting him. This guy is strong to a terrifying degree. Gulping, Wen Tao showed no glee but unprecedented seriousness. The ones watching the fight had no idea what Shuo Fan was really capable of. Especially that ridiculous body of his. How is he still human when not even a 9th-grade spiritual weapon can't scratch him? While he was shocked, Shuo Fan was even more so. His right hand used the world's power, that of the invincible sacred beast, Qilin. It should be natural to win any encounter when it is involved. However, he never thought it possible to be blocked, leaving him depressed. Wen Tao is good. Gentle Sword is not only capable but uses both soft and hard skills to perfection. They would scream if others knew he was depressed because of this tiny little detail. You're the damn violent brute here. Dude, you're depressed because he blocked you? Then what about the rest of us? Should we be in the pits of despair? Luckily, he didn't show it, keeping it to himself as he went for Wen Tao again. He could see that Gentle Sword no longer had as much power in his sword as before. So all he had to do was strike fast before Wen Tao gathered some more power, which was when his sword would be defeated. Whoosh! He reached Wen Tao in a flash and swiped with his claw. Wen Tao hurriedly blocked with his sword but was sent flying. The force pierced his innards and forced him to spit blood. Ha ha ha! I just knew it. You can never beat me directly without the Gentle Sword's accumulated power. Shuo Fan did not pursue and smiled. Brother One, do you have any tricks? Use them now or surrender. Since you are a gentleman and courteous, I will reply in kind. When Tao looked long and hard at Shuo Fan, I knew I couldn't match you alone. I was only testing you from the start. Knowing to back off when it's futile is something I told others. But I can never retreat. However, ha ha ha, Brother Zhua, the team battle is just getting started. When Tao's eyes flashed, and he stood up after wiping the blood from his mouth. The other 9 Sword God Sect disciples were now on the move. Finally, Sword God Sect hadn't yet involved all their disciples in team battles. Now, they're going all out against one man. Ha ha ha. Wu Qingqiu chuckled. His eyes filled with excitement. I can't wait to see what Sword God Sect is made of. Yan Mo also nodded. Ever since the middle 3 sect stage, the Sword God Sect has been hiding something. Maybe they have a weapon to challenge the superior 3 sects with. However, they're forced to use it on an underdog. Wu Qingqiu thought the same. Thump. With heavy steps, Sword God Sect's 9 disciples came behind Wen Tao as if to give him support. As they stared at Shuo Fan, filled with thirst for battle. They all saw what Shuo Fan could do, and even their team leader couldn't deal with him after going all out. But they were not in the least bit anxious but steeled in their determination. Shuo Fan approved of their attitudes. For some reason, Shuo Fan felt that Wen Tao's Gentle Sword title was half attributed to the 9 disciples. As if the Gentle Sword's true power would be unleashed only when they worked together. Shuo Fan, I know you're a body cultivator of freakish build, and not just anyone can withstand it. However, now we will strike your weak spot. Do watch out. Xie Tianshang stepped forward with a serious look. Shuo Fan raised an eyebrow and nodded. Give me everything you got. I'll take it you all on. Hey, you can't just throw the match just because he's an old buddy. He's our strongest opponent yet. When Tao shook his head, smiling. Xie. Ugh. I always feel your name makes me lose out every time I say it. Ha ha ha. Did you not see me talking too much and ending up revealing my secret? You saw how I lost. So you better learn from my mistakes. Star Reader, Xielit, means thanks. Like you wouldn't have lost anyway. Even without babbling and explaining your style. A calm voice echoed out. A loss is a loss. If you keep looking for excuses, you're only going against the gentleman's code. They all turned to see Shuo Fan scratching his chin, knowing the thick sarcasm in his words. When Tao's face fell and snapped, "Brother Zhua, I get that you win, but can you please not kick someone when he's down? That's how it is if you don't admit it." Zhuofan grinned. When Tao huffed, then flicked his head away in annoyance. Xia Tianshang smiled. "Brothers, we're here to do battle, not squabble. What would that win even account for? The next fight is the one to determine the real winner." Well said. What does personal honor mean when fighting in a team battle? When Tao's eyes lit up, "Brother Zhua, get ready. This won't be so easy. We'll see when it ends." Zhuofan smiled, but his eyes showed caution. Sword God Sect's 10 disciples made signs, and 10 glinting swords flew from them and into the sky with a ripple. That's... Zhuofan was startled, and so was everyone. Someone even shouted in shock, "That's their souls. Just what are they planning to do by releasing 10 souls?" Yanmo looked stunned. Wu Qingqiu was frowning, shaking his head. The soul is the core of one's spirit. Unless one would fight to his dying breath, no one would just take it out. However, facing an expert like Zhuofan, a soul would easily end up damaged. Aren't they looking to die by releasing them all? This is the only way for them to release all they have. Only by fighting to the end. Yilin sighed. "Why must they go so far? Zhuofan is my opponent. Why are they in such a rush to stake their lives?" Wu Qingqiu sighed, his face solemn and filled with respect for Sword God Sect's disciples. Knowing full well there's no chance, they have no remorse in giving their very being in defeating their adversary. This is a warrior's honor and life pursuit. These 10 people are worthy of our respect. Yilin and Yanmo looked at Wu Qingqiu and nodded. At this time, the ever-stony exalted double dragons finally expressed emotions. Talking and laughing, working together and staking one's life. This was both foolish and also dedication. "Zhuofan, if you can't block our attack, you must dodge. We won't attack again, but that will mean your defeat. Don't be stubborn and risk your life for nothing." Xia Tianshang made a sign and shouted at Zhuofan. Zhuofan started, looking at them oddly. He could sense their move would shake the world itself, but, "Hey, who's the one risking his life here? You got your souls out and everything. Are you that confident I wouldn't just pluck your souls one by one?" When Tao saw that he was skeptical, so he mediated, "Brother Zhua, junior brother Xie isn't joking. You'll know in a moment. Our strike will hit you right where it hurts the most." When Tao made his own sign and shouted, "Harmony of Soul Sword, gather," the other 9 people echoed him in shouting and gestures. The 10 swords in the heavens above gathered, and a strange, gentle power ebbed from their center. Like a simple string, it linked all the sword souls together. When Tao shouted again, and a dazzling white light brightened the skies. It was so intense the sun itself paled. Once the light passed, the people cried in shock. 9 swords were gone from the sky, leaving just one. But this sword soul released an incredible power with every motion. The slightest movement shook space enough to rip it. "That's a soul harmony?" Exalted by Mei cried. "Everyone's soul is different and mutually exclusive, but there are arts in this world, soul harmonies, that can unify them. It's rare enough to see 3 souls join together, but Sword God Sect managed to do it with 10? This is like a miracle." Exalted Hei Ran nodded as well, equally amazed. Sword God Sect has the sword at its core, with everything related to it. All of their disciples form a sword soul as well. To them, it will be much easier to practice soul harmony. But this is just too overwhelming for it to happen with 10 in one moment. I believe the core of it is gentle sword, that when Tao, soft and hard enough to break the heavens and soft enough to absolve anyone. He is the tie that binds them. This is how such a remarkable art like soul harmony came to be. Exalted by Mei squinted and nodded. The list of names once again appeared in his hand. Wu Qingqiu and Yanmo were stunned. 10 souls fused into one. Such a soul power was more than mere deadly. Zhuofan had so far only shown off his body's outrageous power. No one here ever knew anything about his soul or how strong it was. No wonder when Tao and Xia Tianshang warned Zhuofan to dodge it. Such a strong soul attack would rip Zhuo Fan's soul to shreds if his were any weaker. And even if it were strong, it would still be left with a deadly wound. When Tao was called Gentle Sword, yet his final move was soul harmony. He truly walked an incredibly overbearing path, yet soft to the extreme. This sword was beyond strong. He's in trouble, Wu Qingqiu sighed. Yilin looked grave as well. Only Yan Mo looked eager, having some expectations. He only caught a glimpse of Zhuo Fan's soul last time, and it was by no means weak. As for how strong it was, he didn't live up to the challenge. But now, this freak's soul would finally come out. Sister Qingcheng, what now? How could any one man take on such a powerful soul? On Mystical Heavensec's side, Danner was filled with worry and restlessness as she pulled on Chu Qingqing's clothes. She was more worried than anyone about Zhuo Fan's predicament. Xianxia said flatly, "It's best for that devil to die, Humph." The girls only ever looked at Chu Qingqing in worry. They all knew she knew Zhuo Fan the most. She would know in her heart if Zhuo Fan could come out alive. However, she was also somewhat alarmed, since she didn't know a thing about Zhuo Fan's trump cards. However, from what she saw of Zhuo Fan's cool expression, her heart regained calm, and she smiled. He's going to be fine. Boom! A sharp whistling wind made itself known. The 10 fused sword souls were as huge as a hill, pressing down on Zhuo Fan. The thick aura made everything around Zhuo Fan quiver and crack the earth. Rocks split, and then the dust and rock fragments started floating upward. It was not that the laws of physics were out of whack, but it was the Earth's reaction to being pushed. It was as if the sword's gravity outweighed the Earth's. Fiend Yang gasped in shock. The soul harmony of 10 sword souls was beyond anything they had imagined. What kind of power would require showing such a strong reaction? It was this power that was bearing down on Zhuo Fan's head. However, he was still the same, standing there in absolute calm. Fiend Yang was sweating buckets. And it wasn't demon scheming sex venerables, but everyone else was getting nervous over Zhuo Fan's fate. Even the exalted showed serious looks. This move was a true combined team attack. Not one person here, not even among the superior 3 sects, could take such an attack head-on. However, if one such person came out on top from the exchange, he would become a candidate for the best in Western lands on the spot. He might even challenge Dan Qingshen's position in the future. The two exalted watched Zhuo Fan's figure with extreme seriousness and furrowed brows. "Brother Zhuo, are you really not going to step away?" Seeing Zhuo facing this new sword soul's power unflinching and undeterred, when Tao felt like he had to warn him again. However, Zhuo Fan merely smiled and shook his head. "If I move, won't that mean I admit defeat? Since you, Brother One, have pushed on despite the obvious outcome, wouldn't I be a coward if I acted otherwise? A true man, I see. This fight, regardless of the outcome, I'll remember it. And I'll remember you." With a shout, when Tao's hand sign changed, and the huge sharp sword soul went right for Zhuo Fan, the pressure increased manifold in an instant. If before, its drift downward only gave a heavy presence, this time, it was more like a hammer bashing into you until you were mush. Not even the ever-dauntless Zhuo Fan could remain unfazed under it, stalling his breath. So strong. Zhuo Fan had his own calculation of how strong this attack might be, but that did not mean he had to be careless, making signs himself now. Just as it was about to slam into him, everyone watched with bated breaths, watching as a startling draconic roar came from within his body. Prismatic light drenched his surroundings as the mighty sword soul trembled and stopped. Sword God Sect's 10 disciples shivered, watching with incredulous eyes. Why would their invincible soul soar up and stall in midair? It was like something was holding it back. The moment they saw what it was, their hearts cried out in shock as they gasped at the impossible sight. Their awe-inspiring sword soul was in a sharp dragon claw, covered in prismatic light. Behind that claw was 100 meters long dragon, circling Zhuo Fan and keeping him safe. The piercing and overbearing dragon eyes made all, even the audience, shudder inside, making them jump to their feet. It was as if they were nothing but ants under those dragon eyes. This naked disregard was felt to their core. That's... Wu Qingqiu cried out. Yan Mo was just as shocked. Now I see why just half revealing his soul last time would display so much power. If memory serves, this must be the legendary Heaven Dragon Soul. Across all the Western lands, there are only the two exalted that managed to form such a soul. Yan Mo turned around to glance at the exalted. The usually composed elders were now standing, shocked at this wonder that was Zhuofan. Heaven Dragon Soul was the strongest in the world, and its forming was just as undertaking. But it went beyond their wildest imagination that a mere radiant stage imp would do it. Even Dan Qingxin back then couldn't. The two exalted exchanged a glance and looked on. The Western lands finally had another mighty genius. I see, so that's why you didn't fear their united sword soul. So you formed the Heaven Dragon Soul as well. Yilin chuckled as he watched the mighty presence on the screen. That's for the best. It's the least my fated rival should have. Wait, back up. Won't that make you the one my master told me about that stole the dragon power from the dragon tomb? Ha ha ha. Wu Qingqiu jerked at his words. Junior brother? What do you mean by dragon tomb? Oh, nothing. I'm just saying this guy is worthy of being my adversary. Just by his courage alone. Ha ha ha. Yilin chuckled. Wu Qingqiu muttered in doubt. Junior brother? I know you're amazing, but there are some things I don't understand. Now that he took out the Heaven Dragon Soul, yet you're still saying he is the perfect adversary for you. Does that mean you have a soul to match his? That is a secret, You'll know soon enough. Yilin had a mysterious smile. Wu Qingqiu's doubts only increased but did not push the issue. Only now did the rest of the crowd realize the implication of this soul, and they grew excited as they drowned the stands in a clamor. Heaven Dragon Soul. Something only the exalted double dragons have in the entire Western lands. But how can the great exalted just show their souls? I never thought it possible that today I'd be given such a treat. An average disciple actually formed the strongest soul. It was breathtaking. It also lives up to its name, blocking the power of 10 souls. Mystical heaven sex girls were overwhelmed, chattering in glee. The fiend venerables were so touched they were on the verge of tears. Since we have an ultimate genius with a Heaven Dragon Soul in our sect, does that mean we can aim for double Dragon Manor's position? Frickin' hell, this windfall is just too sudden. They were just some no-name lower 3 sect and now had the prospects of becoming the head of Western lands. This damn brat. Couldn't he have told us the great news earlier? I was so scared my poor little heart was about to burst out of my chest. Fiend Yang wiped his nose in tears of joy. Some men's joy was another men's sorrow. Zhuofan's display of the Heaven Dragon Soul was unquestionably a moment of happiness for Demon Scheming Sect and his friends. However, for the superior 3 sects that were about to face his challenge, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Everyone paled on the spot, while the 10 Sword God sect disciples facing this monster were close to tears. When Tao glanced at Zhuofan and the huge dragon above, then cursed, "Seriously, Zhuofan? Is this what you call cowardice? What pushing on despite obvious outcome? With the Heaven Dragon Soul, there's nothing you can't do. What's with all the posturing and playing the victim? You even made me believe it. I did say that I would face you, but that did not refer to you. What are you getting all that excited about?" Rolling his eyes, Zhuofan refused to admit his wrong, mocking, "Want to continue? If not, throw in the towel." Staring at Zhuofan, when Tao snorted in anger, "Throw in the towel? No way. When our souls combine, we will draw blood." When Tao shouted, and the 10 people made a new sign, their eyes burning with fighting spirit, everyone heard a sudden ear-piercing screeching as the sword soul in the Heaven Dragon Soul claw scraped against its nails step by step, about to come out of its grasp. Heaven Dragon Soul was strong, but 10 sword souls combined was nothing to scoff at. The huge sword was now approaching Zhuofan, ready to smash him. Zhuofan's heart jumped and made hasty signs himself. The dragon claw upped its force by a third. The 10 disciples shook as blood leaked from their mouths, but they still pressed on. The sword soul kept sliding off as the claw could no longer keep it locked. When Tao, Are you that intent on risking everything? At this rate, this will only end with me being smashed by your sword soul, or if I shatter your souls with my dragon claw. In my case, it will only be my body that perishes while your soul will be destroyed. Your price is so much steeper. Zhuofan's hands trembled in the sign he made. He looked at the incoming storm and warned the 10 disciples. Gnashing his teeth to the point of bleeding, when Tao shouted his last will. Braving the dangers despite the obvious outcome, that's the way of the sword. If we back down now, we'll never live to accept this shame, and never would we reach the peak of swordsmanship. Death is a much better option. Zhuofan, I used to be a martial fanatic, only knowing that strength is needed to win and not one's path. Now that I'm in the Sword God sect, I finally found my path. This fight, today, I do not fight you. Only follow the path I chose without turning back. Xianxia shouted at the sky. The rest of his fellow disciples echoed him. Never turning back. Never turning back. Zhuofan gave the 10 of them a long look, taking in their determination and the blood around their mouths with a slight nod. Since that is the case, I can only oblige. Wraithstyle's second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. Zhuofan's hand made a gesture, and the heaven dragon soul roared, increasing the power of its claw. Crack. The huge sword soul sported a hairline fracture, causing the 10 disciples to tremble once more and spew blood. Even so, they held on, and the sword soul kept sliding downward. Zhuofan's gestures continued, and Heaven Dragon Soul's claw's power was increased again. When he finished going through the signs, the Heaven Dragon Soul used the Ghostly Dragon Claw, further amplifying the damage to the sword soul, which was on the verge of shattering. The Sword God sect disciples were about to have their souls purged in that instant. However, as Zhuofan's signs came to a close, he suddenly stopped right at the end. He grumbled and relaxed his hands before making a different sign. Wraith style, third move, Necro Dragon Screech. Roar. The power of the claw abated, and the dragon opened its maw to release a roar at the sword soul. A powerful sound wave carried Heaven Dragon Soul's soul power and slammed into the sword soul, making it tremble. With a bang, the huge sword soul split into 10 souls as they flew back to their bodies. When Tao and his fellow disciples shook and spewed blood before collapsing. The audience was shaken by this outcome, filled with complex emotions. This showed them in no uncertain terms that Zhuofan, this demonic cultivator, had spared their lives at the last moment. This same ruthless and vindictive demonic cultivator let righteous cultivators live. It was beyond baffling. While there could be friendship, everyone knew that the demonic path was pitiless. The fact Zhuofan had urged them to give up was already kind enough, and even if he had killed them, no one would call it into question. The ending, however, was when Zhuofan was about to doom them for eternity. That last moment made him change his mind, opting for splitting their combined soul and sparing them. He only left them with a heavy wound. This made the audience baffled as to his intentions. A demonic cultivator is a twisted and deceitful individual. He is making Sword God sect owe him. He's making sure that Demon Scheming sect will now have a middle 3 sect ally after this. Humph, vile demon spawn. You may be able to deceive others, but you'll never succeed in pulling the wool over my eyes. Leader of the Universal Righteous Sects team, Zhao Deju's eyes shone, having seen through his play. He turned to his fellow disciples and admonished them. See that? See how cunning a demonic madman is? Now the Sword God sect would be moved to tears. Sigh, this is how another righteous sect degenerates. One disciple started sucking up to him the minute he finished. Senior brother is right. I only hope the Sword God sect disciples can be as wise and open-minded as senior brother to see this vile spawn's treachery. But how can there be someone as righteous and outstanding as senior brother all around us? I fear that they would fail to understand this truth. Exactly. Rubbing his chin, Zhao Deju felt elated at this guy's skill in flattery taken to the rank of art. He sighed most dramatically. That's what worries me. Without someone like me in their sect, they would be easy prey to these demons' hypocrisy. That's why I keep telling them not to come in contact with demonic cultivators, or they will one day fall prey to their machinations. Especially that ultimate clarity sect, as the head of the superior three sects, should take it upon itself to root out all evil, demonic cultivators in particular. But they... Senior brother, please calm your anger. I can see that such a righteous cause will soon be squashed in the hands of these undivided sections. It'd be better if we become the head of the superior three sects and a just model for all the righteous sects out there. That disciple was laying on as thick as possible. Especially that best disciple in Western lands. That title should be Senior Brothers by right. Only Senior Brother and his righteous conviction can lead the Western lands. Zhao Dezhu nodded at every word with a natural face like it was all a given. But then his face sank as he turned to Zhuo Fan. That may be, but I can't defeat Wu Qingqiu, nor Yan Mo. Now that another monster with a heaven dragon soul appeared, it just had to be a demonic madman. Is this the omen to the doom of righteousness? Senior brother, history shows us that evil never triumphs against good. Sooner or later, the best in Western lands can only be senior brother. That guy's flattery just wouldn't stop. Zhao Dezhu was feeling much better for it too. But he also knew the truth. Screw your evil never triumphs against good. When it's all said and done, it's all a matter of whose fist is bigger. They were last in the superior three sects rankings, and now that the demon scheming sect came challenging, the odds were they couldn't even keep their spot. So what head of the 9 sects? I'd be happy if we keep just our status. Grumbling on the inside, Zhao Dezhu shook his head, thinking of ways to make that happen. Wu Qingqiu rubbed his chin, giving Zhuo Fan a long look. Is he doing this for the future of his sect? Demon scheming sect is just a lower 3 sect. Rising to the rank of middle 3 sect and crushing Sword God sect's team in the process would only earn their hatred. It would only make things worse. It's one thing to become a middle 3 sect and another to grow into one. That takes time, even with Double Dragon Manor's resources. I think it is a straightforward decision. When with me, he didn't even care I was from a superior 3 sect, so why would he care about a middle 3 sect? Yan Mo shook his head. Moreover, demonic cultivators are known to be volatile and rash. When they say they'll strike, that's what they'll do. So why change tunes midway? The way I see it, he just didn't feel like killing them. Nothing more. Wu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. Didn't feel like it? The blade was at their throat, yet he didn't feel like swinging it? Since when can demonic cultivators easily withdraw their bloodlust? Yan Mo fell silent. As a demonic cultivator himself, he knew it far better. His thirst to kill had to be satiated fully when it was brought out. Otherwise, it would stifle and work against him, harming his soul. The chance was it might even make a hole in one's convictions. As for why Zhuo Fan did it in stride, it was beyond him. Ignorance makes you amazed. Yilin butted in with his mockery. Be it demonic or righteous cultivators, they all want to elevate their heart and mentality to an unrestrained degree. What's so odd about Zhuo Fan restraining his desire for blood? This only proves his heart has reached an incredible level, even above many of our elders, even beyond mine. What I find odd, though, is why he did it. Is it really out of friendship? That's not the demonic path. Yilin frowned, his mind filled with countless thoughts. High above the stands, the two exalted shared a glance and beamed. Bai Mei, see that? This boy is just like us back then. Exalted He Ran chuckled. Looking at the baffled looks of the crowd, exalted Bai Mei nodded as well. Yes, this is a reason not many can see. While demonic and righteousness are conflicting, they're all paths leading to the same destination. Among those that seek it, a kind of kinship forms which is natural. Like us, Zhuo Fan and the Sword God Sect's team also have it. Right, mortals pursue glory and riches, something even cultivators can't completely separate themselves from. How few are there, those pursuing the end of the road with their whole being. They won't understand while the rascal refrained from killing them. Only we know. Seeing Wen Tao's team so driven on the path of the sword, it's like I'm seeing myself and my determination. Even to a demonic cultivator, as long as he has this pursuit at heart, He will never deal the last blow to a fellow path traveler. The demonic path is cruel, but they value heroes just as much. I want all of those 10 boys. Ha ha ha. Exalted by May took out the roster and scribbled down 10 more names. A white pillar burst into view, conveying the judge's words. The victor is decided. You all can now return. Zhuo Fan pulled the Heaven Dragon soul back inside and looked at Wen Tao's team to see their wan faces filled with unwillingness. We lost, so let's just go. We lost after all. Ha ha ha. Wen Tao shook his head with a bitter smile as he got up. He turned to his team with blood dripping from his lips. Junior brothers, let's go. Don't be discouraged. We might have lost this challenge, but it's not our swordsmanship that did. Our path can move on. One day we will defeat this monster and wash away this shame. Are you sure? Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan smiled. Glaring at him, Wen Tao stabbed his finger as he shouted, Next time, we will win. I'll be happy to meet you again in battle. Zhuo Fan turned serious. The next time we fight, though, I hope it will be all 10 of you. Wen Tao clenched his fists and spoke with power. Don't you worry, you will. The disciples cupped their fists. Still filled with fighting spirit like this was their victory. Sword God Sect's team walked through the white pillar, but before they did so, they helped up Demon Scheming Sect's disciples and went together. Zhuo Fan looked on with a smile. When it came Xie Tianxiang's turn, he looked at Zhuo Fan. Although this might sound brazen and ignorant, I'll still challenge you the next time. It's not just to defeat you but so that my sword would grow on. And I won't be challenging you alone, but with those 9 senior brothers you defeated with me. Xie Tianxiang left through the pillar, but then he heard Zhuo Fan chuckle just as he went through. Xie Tianxiang, Sword God Sect has now caught my eye. The only team. You won the team battle. I only won the singles. Hearing this, Tianxiang grinned as he moved through the white curtain. Demon Scheming Sect and Sword God Sect's teams had returned from the battlefield. This had been a rare occurrence in the eyes of the public, one which filled them with admiration. The righteous and demonic sides had a friendly spar in every sense of the word. This showed that no matter the differences between demonic and righteous, there would always be something that connected them. At the very least, the disciples' extreme devotion and stalwart mentality demonstrated a shared goal between one another. They all wanted to reach the same point on the cultivation path. The judge eyed both teams and smiled as he announced, in this middle 3 sects challenge stage, Demon Scheming Sect versus Sword God Sect. The Demon Scheming Sect's 9-member team had 8 wounded and only 1 standing. Sword God Sect's 10-member team had all of its disciples defeated. In conclusion, the winner of this challenge is Demon Scheming Sect. Clap. Sharp and loud clapping echoed throughout the arena as the audience expressed their approval and admiration toward Demon Scheming Sect. This fight was fought with honor by both sides. Demon Scheming Sect's win had been frank and conclusive. How this heroic battle was fought brought these people a sense of awe. The fact they were sects of different paths yet had been so cordial with each other only made this feeling stronger. Zhuo Fan mainly was the target of most applauses. Since Demon Scheming Sect managed to score this win based solely on one man, he had done the impossible in turning the tables when he was at his most dangerous moment. It all came to a close with letting off Sword God Sect's team and not humiliating them further, showing his respect for his adversaries. People had begun to understand that this unprecedented expert of the Demon Scheming Sect was not just a killer bent on slaughter. Do you see? Everyone is watching him. Even against an adversary, he shows respect when earned. That is his principle. After so many years, he hasn't changed, just like he was in the 100-pill meeting. Chu Qingcheng sported a wide smile, looking at Zhuo Fan with a soft gaze. The girls were stunned, also finding Zhuo Fan dazzling. The judge motioned for the thunderous applause to stop, and silence reigned again. He chuckled, "Ha ha ha! This fight has been most brief, leaving us with ample time for me to declare this. Let the superior 3 sects stage begin. I invite to the arena the 3 great sects teams." Everyone was taken aback. Then they were excited anew. The strongest 3 sects were about to battle. It would be completely different from the middle 3 sects and lower 3 sects stages. This was a fight between Western Land's strongest disciples, which enraptured the audience. "We best go on the arena, junior brother." Wu Qingqiu smiled and said. Yilin looked bored out of his mind but still squeezed a smile. "When we finish off the other 2 sects, I can finally face off with my fated adversary. I can't wait. Ha ha ha." Yenmo's face twitched. "Yilin, I don't know how strong you are, but don't think for a second Hellion Flame will fall with a simple push. I'm not going to kill you, just get you out of the way to give us 2 some room to fight." Yilin sneered, but then he looked in Zhuo Fan's direction with bright eyes. "By the way, we're about to face off, yet we have yet to meet properly. I think I'll drop by to say hello." Ha ha ha. Yilin was gone the next second. Yenmo was shocked by his speed. It was so fast that not even he noticed when he was gone. Turning a baffling look at Wu Qingqiu, the guy only shrugged, as if to say, "And now you get how deadly junior brother is." Meanwhile, as the superior 3 sects teams got into the arena, Zhuo Fan and Sword God sects disciples shuffled out, placing Qi Changlong and the others back to Demon Scheming sect's side. When Tao's team gave one last look to Zhuo Fan before leaving, a look that was filled with a burning spirit for battle. That intense gaze left Zhuo Fan speechless but also expectant. Maybe next time they will show him some interesting developments. Then again, finding such a group of martial fanatics driven so hard on his path towards Tao is a fortune. The days with no adversary can be quite lonely. Then Zhuo Fan's heart shook, staring at Ultimate Clarity sect walking into the arena. He was looking for the youth that gave him the jitters. Yet he just couldn't seem to find him. "Zhuo Fan, you fought marvelously." Fiend Yang slapped Zhuo Fan's shoulder with a laugh. "I was so scared back then you'd be too caught up in it and killed Sword God sect's disciples. Thank God you saw reason. You know we need time to develop. This is not the time to get on the middle 3 sects' bad side. Having already messed with Heaven Trailing sect, if we had them hating us as well, then we'd be pinned in the middle. But now it's fine, you rotten brat, that you went easy, and you even earned a huge favor from Sword God sect in the process. It might even lead to us becoming allies. Ha ha ha, your twisted and devious reasoning is becoming more convoluted by the day. You're not Steward Zhuo for nothing. You're of deep machination," Fiend Yang praised while slapping his shoulder. Glancing over, Zhuo Fan merely chuckled and sighed. They totally misunderstood him. He didn't put much thought into it. Not to mention he'd be saying goodbye to Demon Scheming sect after he was done with Double Dragon Gathering. So why would he waste his time thinking about the sect's future? He only spared the 10 disciples because he found them much alike. He could see in them his younger self. Sure, he had outstanding success and ease in this life, as well as the endless arts and manuals, along with 9 Serenity's secret records and his skills in arrays and alchemy. But they were all due to his past life as a demonic emperor. Who in this world had not been through struggles and pain? His past self was like Xianxia, growing one step at a time against adversity. Fighting in challenges he knew he couldn't win, skirting death more times than he could count. That was how he finally grabbed the title of the head of the 8 emperors. Seeing these kids behaving just like him struck a chord in his heart, and he couldn't help but go easy on them. It's like how a veteran demonic cultivator, being cruel to the extreme, can harbor a trace of empathy. However, thinking of Fiend Yang's words, this was for the best in the end. The more friends, the more paths. Even if he left the sect and did not care for it, there might come a day he would be in trouble and need help. What was the harm in growing this fast friendship anyway? Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up, and he recalled that there was still one promise he had yet to keep. So he looked around the arena in haste. There, he found Demon Soul Sect's team. "Venerable, I'm now going to get the sect an ally. It will help greatly when the Heaven Trailing sect and Mystical Heaven sect come for us." Zhuo Fan shouted, and his eyes shone a cunning light. Fiend Yang raised an eyebrow, following his gaze. Then he lit up as well. "Good, hurry along now. Your actions are always filled with responsibility." Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan also chuckled, vanishing the next second and appearing before the Han brothers. "Second young Master Han? Third young Master Han. May I ask where your brother is?" Fan cupped his hands, his face filled with worry. Startled, the two jumped back at his sudden appearance. But seeing it was just Fan, they returned the gesture. Second young Master Han spoke. Thank you for your concern, Brother Zhua. Elder brother is still unconscious, but there are no major concerns. That's good. Fan nodded and revealed a vial for them. This is a 10th grade pill, Spirit Inception pill. Can restore his soul. Take it and give it to your brother. He'll be as good as new. The two's hearts jumped, looking at the vial in curiosity. A 10th grade pill was practically a marvel with how rare they saw it. However, for some odd reason, the two's behavior was strange. They wanted it but were reluctant, thus hesitating for a long time. Fan frowned, and a strong arm slapped his shoulder just as he was about to inquire. Loud laughter followed it. Brother Zhua, don't blame them for not taking your pill because they already took my 11th grade, nascent soul pill. I told them that men with integrity aren't greedy. Since their brother is fine, there's no need for taking another person's pill. Fan's heart jumped in shock, his face filled with horror. When did he get behind me? Why didn't I sense him? This person's odd aura was making him feel unspeakable danger. Turning his head, Fan stared at a familiar pair of eyes. He saw in them a strange flame flashing. As if in reply, Fan's eyes also flashed in azure. Brother Zhua, we finally meet. Ha ha ha. Hello? I am Ultimate Clarity Sex Yilin. We will soon be fighting at last. I am most excited for a battle between sacred beast inheritors. Yilin sported a creepy smile, his eyes taunting Fan. Sacred beast? Inheritor? Fan's eyes widened, and he stared blankly at Yilin. This was the first time the word sacred beast had been uttered in the mortal domain. On top of that, this guy even said inheritor. The resonance he felt from the power within him with the ones coming from this guy proved it. He had obtained a sacred beast inheritance. Or he's a freaking sacred beast to begin with, like young Xianxia. Fan's expression became heavy. If he's a sacred beast inheritor, that would mean he is like me but still very much human. But if he's a darn sacred beast offspring, does that mean he's a strength freak like young Xianxia? Fan gulped, thinking of young Xianxia's outrageous display of power. What's up? Didn't your master ever tell you? You and I are the same, and you shouldn't fear me. Yilin saw through his tense heart and chuckled. Fan's eyes shook. The same? That means he's still human. This is good. At least he's not outrageously strong. But the moment he noticed his cultivation, his heart sank. First layer ethereal stage. If they were sacred beast inheritors, then the one-stage difference in cultivation spelled awful news for him. Frowning, Fan remained silent, giving Yilin the time to smile. Brother Zhua, weren't you awesome just now? Where has all your energy gone? Didn't I tell you there's no reason to fear me? It's not logical. Beasts fight, so what is there for a sacred beast inheritor to fear? By the way, who is your master? I noticed you have the purple lightning. Maybe it's... Yilin's tone was condescending to the extreme, but Fan picked up on the guy's attempt at sounding him out. So he shot back instead. Then, Brother Yi, who is your great master? I asked you first. You answer me, and then I'll answer you. Yilin grinned. Fan shook his head. I've been fighting for so many days, and yet you still can't tell who he is? Yilin's brow shook, looking at Fan with a vague smile. Fan had been fighting a lot and used plenty of ultimate skills. Yilin had a pretty good guess as to who Fan's master was. But then Fan's skills were also jumbled up. The more Yilin saw, the more shocked he was, confused, and got his heart pumping. Just which sacred beast's inheritance does this guy have? One time he used raw power to win, and the next was purple lightning. What's with that space shaking anyway? It's not from the 5 sacred beasts, that's for sure, nor in any of their teachings. Yilin was thrown in a loop, so he came to probe him. But it never occurred to him that Fan would be so cautious to not leave any room for interpretation. Not even his constant taunts and pestering earned him anything worthwhile. He could only sigh. Are all Ultimate Clarity Sect disciples present? The judge's voice came from the arena. Xianxia cupped his hands, then looked around and saw Yilin next to Zhuofan. Junior brother, we're about to start. Hurry up and come back. Shrugging, Yilin's face sank in disappointment. Then he gave one last smile to Zhuofan as his eyes flashed. Brother Zhua, it won't matter if you try to hide it now. When we are trading blows, I will find out exactly who taught you. Also, just as you know alchemy and arrays, they come easy to me as well, ha ha ha. Yilin vanished and reappeared before Xianxia with a smile. So fast. Everyone who saw this felt their hearts shuddering in shock. Even the exalted looked on in curiosity. By May, I fear the kid's speed has exceeded the limits of ethereal stage. Exalted He Ran spoke. Exalted by May nodded, his eyes trailing to Zhuofan. This double dragon gathering sure has many seeds. Wasn't that our objective all along? Ha ha ha. The two exalted exchanged a look and nodded. Zhuofan followed Yilin's figure with a solemn look. He wanted to see what this unknown sacred beast inheritor was capable of. Was this why he had felt strange since he came to Double Dragon Manor? Because the sacred beast's power made a connection with another? However, the two Han brothers came to wake him up from his daydreaming with a bow. Forgive us, Brother Zhua. As you heard, he had given us a pill already to heal our brother. We could only refuse you, so... It's fine. I understand. He was only taunting me by proving what I can do. So can he, but better, just like when two savage beasts face each other. They first bare their fangs in a show of strength. I don't mind. Actually, Brother Han, that 11th grade pill would work much faster in healing your brother than my 10th. Everything will be perfect. Zhuofan gave them a smile and a nod. The two's eyes lit up, and they thanked Zhuofan. Brother Zhua is a true man of virtue. You have our complete admiration and respect. We thought Brother Zhua could not help our brother, so we took someone else's pill. Forgive us. Brother Han, what matters is that he is all right. Appearances have little importance. I'm more than appeased as long as Yunfeng is back to normal. And speaking of respect, it is I who should respect Brother Yunfeng's perseverance and courage. Zhuofan sighed as he spoke from his heart. The Han brothers were touched. Zhuofan is such an open-minded man, so understanding. He truly cares for brother, much more than those damn prancing hypocrites. They exchanged a couple more words of respect. Then the brothers left. Once they were gone, Zhuofan flicked his eyes back on Yilin with a sneer. Little punk, you're still naive if you think you can foil me with a measly pill. Alchemy is but a skill, and with a bit of training, I can cook up 11th grades as well. To people, one's conduct is what matters. You gave them an 11th grade pill and even set up a condition making them see it as a trade. It'd be a wonder if they'll ever remember you. While I didn't even give them anything, using just a couple of words to make Demon Soul Sect become friendlier. This is how one should be. Doing it yet not saying it is dumb. Not doing it but saying it is hypocritical. While doing it and saying is the smart way to go. Kid, you might have some sacred beast as a master, but at the end of it all, you're just too naive humph. Zhuofan looked at Yilin with sharp eyes and flicked the pill vial in his hand before it vanished. Heh! You saved me a pill! Achoo! As the three sex teams in the arena were drawing lots, Yilin sneezed so hard he almost met the floor. He rubbed his nose, thinking, who's talking behind my back? No matter how much he looked around but found nothing. Then he saw the big guy in front pointing at him and criticizing. Yilin's face fell. Ultimate Clarity Sect disciple, your turn. The judge reminded him. Yilin nodded. He put his hand in the box and drew a slip. Number 2. He's my opponent. That's practically a win. A loud voice sounded, startling Yilin. Looking over, he saw that same big guy going wild with joy. Zhao Dezhu slapped him hard on the shoulder, laughing. Junior brother, your luck is good. Getting their weakest. This just assures us 2 more points. Of course, I'm in the 4th layer of ethereal stage while he is still in the 1st. It makes no sense for me to lose. Ha ha ha. The big guy was immensely proud of himself. Wu Qingxiu shook his head. Ignorance sure is bliss, right before the end. If Shuofan was demon scheming sex freak, then Yilin was ultimate clarity sex freak. What made it worse was their similar nature and their shared love for playing pretend. It was the easiest way for the prey to take the bait. Walking over to the big guy, Yilin spoke coldly, "Hey, did you just mock me? What if I did? What's with the grand ultimate clarity sect, the best sect around, coming here with a fresh ethereal stage disciple? How is such a team worthy of their title of the strongest sect?" The big guy sneered. Zhao Dezhu added oil to the fire. "Hey, you saw him just now, his speed. There's at least something to him. Senior brother, there's barely any place to run on the small stage. No matter how fast he is, what good will that do? Maybe he'll show his mettle in the team battle? Could be. If a little rat like him starts scurrying around the place, messing things, it will be bad news. Ha ha ha." As the two talked with gross lack of respect for the third wheel, Yilin felt his face twitch. In other words, you must have gotten the devil's luck to have picked me for an opponent. Right? As you wish. Yilin's eyes flashed with bloodthirst, stomping away in anger. Wu Qingxiu sighed. The kid is doomed.